Hello, do you like New Japan Pro Wrestling? Are you a Shin Nihon freak? If so, check out the Super J-Cast with Joel and Damon on the Voices of Wrestling Podcast Network.
And even if you fucking hate New Japan Pro Wrestling, listen to the Super J-Cast anyway. Not just for our great show reviews, analysis, and pastrami sandwiches, but there's also usually some dick jokes somewhere in the obligatory opening 30 minutes of absolute nonsense we chat about every single week. That's the Super J-Cast for all the best talk about New Japan Pro Wrestling, crisps, and pornography.
This podcast is a member of the Voices of Wrestling Podcasting Network. Visit voicesofwrestling.com to hear the rest of our great podcasts, as well as show reviews, columns, opinions, and updates across the world of wrestling.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wrestling Omakase. It is episode number 293, and this week I am pleased to be joined by a returning guest from the Emerald Flowshow. Hello, Paul.
Hello, John. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Really busy with work in the last 2 days, which I hate when that happens because usually my job is easy and I do nothing. lately, I have a lot of work. I'm just kidding. I actually do plenty of work other times in case. I always forget one of my bosses listens to this sometimes. But no, I mean, she's a good sport anyway. But yeah, I mean, like, it's been busier than usual. So, you know, I was just talking about it off the air. I'm like, we might get interrupted while I'm in the middle of recording this. But yeah, I mean, you know, other than that, it's been good. How have you been?
I mean, for me, this entire month has been extremely busy. Actually, I have a really good way of outlining how busy this month has been for me. So May 1st, which is, you know, coming up on Friday, is Labor Day here in Germany. And normally that's obviously a bank holiday, but because it's so busy, I was like, okay, I'm going to ask, like, are they going to, like, need me or whatever, right? And basically not only am I going to get May 1st off, I have racked up so much, like, overtime that basically was asked, like, do you also want to take Monday off, the 4th as well? And I was like, yeah, you know, I'm not going to say no to that. If you ask me if I want to take that off, additionally, when I wasn't even asking about that, I will absolutely do that.
There you go. So May 1st should be a holiday in America, but it's not because it's also my birthday. So
it's my mom's birthday, too.
But yes, my birthday is only a few days away here, which I'm celebrating by going to a sake tasting on Thursday, which I've been looking forward to forever. And then on the Saturday, we're just going to do karaoke here in New York and also eat at the... So we're supposed to eat at the Gyukaku, because there's a Gyukaku in New York. I think I told you about this before. The one in Japan's way better, but anyway. But they're closed. I made the reservation and they called me like last week and they were like, we have to close the entire week for something. They didn't explain what at all. I'm like, oh, okay. I hopefully didn't get contaminated or something. I don't know what the fuck they had to close for. But so I ended up moving to Toriyaji, which is another Japanese chain that also has a New York one. It's also way better in Japan, and much cheaper too. But we're also going to go. That's another different yakiniku, so it's a very similar thing. But
I actually just did karaoke on Saturday because it was my birthday about 2 weeks ago now.
Happy belated birthday!
Thank you. And I did like the birthday party on Saturday, and I got like the subscription to the Carafon app, which is like I think like $8 a month, and then like you can like basically like everybody can like put like songs into the queue and everything. It's actually like if you want to do karaoke at home, I would actually recommend it. It was a lot of fun. Like we went until like 3 a.m., which really tells me that my neighbors do not care if we're being loud when I do a party, because, like, again, we were not quiet at all.
Yeah, we're doing ours at a place called Karaoke Duet in New York, which is definitely the cheapest karaoke you can get in New York. It's still not cheap by any stretch, especially again compared to Japanese prices. But like, I feel like they have like a marathon you can do from 2 to 8 p.m. for like $18 a person, I want to say, which really isn't that bad compared to what other places charge. Other places charge a lot more per hour than they do. Even if you go by hour with them, it's really not that. Like, I think it's like $12 an hour or something. But the marathon's a good deal for New York. The drink prices, of course, are very expensive.
I was about to say, do they get their money back with the drinks?
Yes, a lot of $9 and up drinks and shots and stuff, which again would be way cheaper in Japan. But hey, we only do it once every 3 months or something, so whatever. It's like my birthday, so that's what I wanted to do. I haven't done karaoke since like late January, which is a long time for me. So I do love the karaoke. Do I have any new bangers I want to try? It'd be so great if they finally had the Stardom theme song. Because the good thing about Duet is they're connected to, like, I don't know if I assume they're doing this illegally, but they're like connected to the Live Dam network. So whenever Live Dam gets stuff, like they get it too, basically. And so hopefully Live Dam added the new Stardom theme song on Abaded, because it got an official release like late December, I want to say. So hopefully they got it, but we'll see.
Yeah, Carafon unfortunately didn't have too much Japanese stuff. Well, the thing is, I didn't really figure out a way to find it, but like somehow one of my friends somehow found like the Full Metal Alchemist theme on there. So but then I asked her, like, how did you find it? And she didn't really have a good explanation for how she found it. So I bet then basically spent like the rest of the evening trying to like figure out how to like find like Japanese songs on there.
The Duet thing has shitload of Japanese songs because of the Live Dam connection, but which, believe me, a lot of my friends do not enjoy. Like, here comes another Japanese song. I know who picked this one. Although occasionally it can be Nicole or Quinlan, but usually it's me. Usually, like 99% of the time, 95% of the time it's me. But so yes, I am an annoying weeb all the time. Everybody, it's not. I don't take any days off. But yeah, other than that, I don't know what's else been going on. The Blue Jays suck. It's fucking pissing me off. Other than that, I'm doing the thing where I'm planning my 2 Japan trips down before I actually go on this Japan trip.
I was about to get, like, how aren't you like basically a month away from going over?
I'm 6 weeks from tomorrow, but I've already started planning the January one. So
fair enough.
Yeah, I was looking at flights, which really have not gotten that bad. I was expecting worse, honestly. The annoying thing, though, is a lot of promotions are running their shows really early this year because they've been announcing them, but like Marvelous and Seedling are both before. I think that's like the 20th and 22nd or something. So I'm probably gonna have to go over earlier. I'm probably gonna have to go on the 18th or something. I might go like there. Yeah, I might get there like the 19th, which Nicole's not happy about, but. Well, no, I told her, I'm like, I can't miss Marvelous. I just saw Marvelous in Vegas. I really want to see them in Japan now because I haven't seen them in Japan. I've only seen them in Vegas. So, but yeah, so I'm gonna land. I'm probably gonna leave Friday the 18th, like overnight, like I don't know, like midnight or whatever, and land Saturday the 19th at 5 a.m. and then maybe go back January 6th. I don't know. Maybe stay until that weekend. I haven't really decided because that weekend will be like 3 weeks, which is kind of a long time. But I don't know. We'll see. But the other cool thing is I can go to the Stardom Christmas Eve show, which I missed last time. I mean, it's not. I don't think that's officially announced yet, but they always run it. And there's also, I think I can also go to the 2 New Japan Road to Tokyo Dome shows. I think they're the 20th and 21st, which I've never gone to those before, so that'd be kind of cool. But yeah, I mean, are you like going? Did I get you to go?
The thing is, prices have kind of gone up a bit here, at least.
Oh yeah.
So it is like, even for economy, it's like nearly 1,000 now. So I don't know. I'm gonna keep an eye on the prices, but they're probably not gonna develop in the right direction. That's the problem.
I doubt it now. I mean, I keeping my eye on the prices. I haven't bought anything yet. I just can't afford to until after this trip is over. So I'm hoping they don't go up too high. They really haven't been that bad, but again, I'm used to New York prices, so it's like oh yeah, 2,200. It's like it can only get so much higher, you know. Like they already fucking make us pay out the ass for round trip Japan during that time of year. So, but once you get there, everything is 60% off.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, comparatively, actually, the premium economy prices actually haven't really gone up. So at this point, it's actually not that much of a difference between the two, actually.
So you gotta just treat yourself. That's all. But I don't know. This is part of why I'm so into going as many times as possible, though, is because like the yen's probably not gonna be this week forever.
Yeah.
So like everything in Japan right now is so fucking cheap, with it hovering between 159 and 160. Although the spread for New York, like what rates, like I can't lock these rates in. I mean, I assume they're probably going to be about the same because they've been really steady, but like the spread between what I can get in New York versus what the actual rate is so ridiculous right now. Like this place I go to that usually has a rate pretty competitive is still like 152, when the real rate's been like 159 or 150 or like high 158 for like weeks and weeks now. So I don't know. I guess they're just like, I was looking up reasons why this is. Apparently it's because when they consider the rate like really overpriced or something. Like, I don't know. Like a lot of tourists there's a high demand for Japanese tourism right now, so they can set the rate lower even though the actual rate is high or something. I don't know. But the point is I'm probably just going to have to wait and bring cash to Japan. Because I was looking at or I can use the ATM there, but like if I bring the cash and avoid the ATM fee, I think it comes out better. But like the fees I was looking at, the rates I was looking at in Japan were like 156, 157, which is a lot closer, obviously, to 159 than the 152.
I mean, I have to say, like, if you go to like 7-Eleven, they don't really have like the fees really aren't bad if you like withdraw from there.
There's an ATM fee on my side, I guess.
Okay, yeah, because like I have a bank account that basically just like doesn't really like charge me any fees for like foreign currency transaction, including like withdrawals. So
yeah, I have a lot of
pay
credit.
Like the like $5 or whatever that I pay to like take out money there.
Yeah. I have a lot of credit cards that don't charge any foreign transaction fees, but I need to get a new bank account, I guess, because my Bank of America fucking charges you an arm and a leg to withdraw anything overseas. So I don't know. I'd rather just I'm probably just gonna like withdraw $1,000 and just bring it with me. But then when I trade it in for even at the 157 rate, I'm like getting a free $570 basically. So, although you get even more though because of with the euro. Yeah, what is the euro right now?
I think last time I looked, it was like 1 to 185 or something.
Oh, 186.9. Jesus. Wow. See, you can't. It's like you can't afford to not go.
Yeah,
like you're getting almost a free like $1,000.
Yeah, basically. So here's the thing. For me, the thing currently is I want to buy a dishwasher, but the problem is I can only fit a narrow dishwasher, which is so much more fucking expensive than like a regular size dishwasher. So if I can figure out how to somehow fit a regular size dishwasher, that would probably actually save me enough money to actually afford the flight.
That's funny. Yeah, right now the dollar is 159.65. So even like I said, even getting like 157 or whatever, that's still a lot of extra. It's like again, my $1,000 becomes like, the equivalent of 1,570. Just crazy. It's like here's a free $570 basically to spend in Japan. I'm like, okay, works for me. But yeah, that'll get me through most of the trip. So unless I go crazy at the STARDOM merch again, which is very possible.
Yeah, it's about to say
because like to STARDOM merch, I spent like they should fucking like I don't know. They should give me something for all the money I spent at that Dream Queendom merch table. I mean, Taro Okada did compliment my my tracksuit, so that was cool. It was like because he was running. I told this story last week, but he was running Rena's line at the meet and greet before the Spark show, and I showed up there in the STARDOM tracksuit, which Nicole was making fun of me for wearing like 4 times during that trip, and he's like, "Oh, thank you so much for buying that," and I was like, "What?" And I looked down at what I'm wearing. I'm like, "Oh yeah, you're welcome, I guess." It was a little expensive. I think it was like 25,000 yen or something. But yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm going to go that crazy at the merch table this time. But the tracksuit was a big amount of it. So, but yeah, I assume they're going to do the same shit where they apparently opened the merch line at All-Star Grand Queendom even earlier than they did for Dream Queendom. I heard they opened at like 9 a.m. or something.
Jesus.
And like a lot of shit was sold out way before the show even started.
Getting up
So,
early
like,
just to like get in line for the merch.
Yeah, because I think Dream Queendom they opened it at like I want to say noon or 1. It wasn't that early. Because I remember it was very easy for me to go to because I was staying like literally across the street from Ryogoku, which I definitely plan on doing again because that was so convenient. I was already looking up the rates for that Ryogoku View Hotel, which wasn't anything like super special as a hotel, but it was like comfortable and not that expensive, and it was literally across the street from Ryogoku, which is really cool when you obviously have the Ryogoku show. Plus, that area is super close to Corrigan anyway, so I think it's like 3 stops or something from there to Sweetobashi. It's really, really close.
Yeah,
So,
they're broadish. Yeah, because it's like next one is Akihabara, right? Like, is it the next one or the one after is
no,
Akihabara?
Akiba's a little after, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
So it goes like Ryogoku, then Sweetobashi, and then like 2 stops after that. I think is Akiba. I think. So
but
it's the other direction.
from Ryogoku to
From Ryogoku, it's you're going the same direction. It goes Ryogoku, Sweetobashi, and then Akiba. So from Akiba, it's Sweetobashi, then Ryogoku. Because you go across that little river or whatever.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Between Sweetobashi and Ryogoku. And if you keep going, the Chosobu line is a very convenient line in general because you keep going. I guess it would be west after you get through Akiba. That'll take you straight to Shinjuku, and it'll get you there faster than the Yamanote because it cuts straight across. And then I think you can keep taking that to Nakano too, which is cool.
Yes, yeah, you can because I have done that actually.
Yeah, so it's a very, very convenient train line to be on. That's why I like staying in. I always like staying somewhere that like Shinjuku. I like either Shinjuku, Akiba, Sweetobashi, or Ryogoku. Like that whole little stretch is very convenient to stay on. So I pretty much always try to stay there. This trip coming up, I'm staying in Shinjuku. We got a great rate on this newer hotel that was very close to like Kabukicho and Golden Guy. Can't remember the name of it. I think it's like let me just look it up. Why not? It was something annex, but I can't remember what the fuck it was now. Let's see. Shinjuku. I'm not going to any shows Shinjuku face on this trip, by the way, which makes me sad.
I mean, you kind of have. I mean, here's the thing, John. You have to figure out a way because it's closed by the time you come back.
I know, but like, there's just the only show I can go to is Uptown, and I don't want to go to Uptown.
Oh God! I mean, that's a bit dire if like your last like.
I know.
If your last.
It kind of feels like I'd rather
face is main evented by Kuroshio, Tokyo, Japan. At least my
like
last Shinjuku face show was main evented by Mayu Iwatani.
Yeah, it feels like leave the memories alone at that point. I don't know. I mean, I don't even dislike Jiro, but his rookies are both horrible.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is this hotel? I could have sworn it was right by fucking. I'm looking at Golden Guy and the little thing's not popping up. Did I forget to? Oh, there it is. Hotel Amanek Shinjuku Kabukicho. That's what I booked. So it was like I think it was like $700, $800 for a fucking week or something. It was really cheap.
Wow. Okay, yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. For like 7 nights. I was like really surprised by how cheap it was. But in general, obviously June is going to be cheaper than I'm used to now with December. And also like my last 3 trips were, Wrestle Kingdom season, Sakura season, Wrestle Kingdom season. So that's like all the fucking peak expensive. So this one, like in general, the prices have been a lot better. But yeah, I think it was like 700 or $799.69. Yeah, for 7 nights. So pretty good.
I mean that's pretty good. Yeah.
And it still has a queen bedroom. It still has our queen bed for the 2 of us, and it has that split shower tub like Japanese setup where the whole thing is the wet room that I really love. So it has some cool features. The room itself is pretty tiny, but that's not that.
I mean, I assume it's like a businessman hotel.
Yeah, and it's like really, really new. I think it only opened in 2022, and it has pretty good reviews. So it's like a 4.2, which is really good actually for a tiny Japanese business hotel. But people there's like a lounge, that you can go use when apparently all night long, and like the lounge seems like a good place because I'm going to be working 2 nights there. So I'm the first time I've ever trying to work there, so it'll be interesting. Like working like 11 p.m. to 3 a.m.
Yes, I was about to say that's rough.
It's going to be rough. But I'm only doing half days, so it's like whatever. And this way I can actually stay the full amount of time I want to stay. So it's like whatever, I'll deal with it. But I mean, I picked that week because we get off for Juneteenth anyway on Friday, so I just have to work the Monday through Thursday. And my boss apparently likes that I'm doing this, so instead of just taking 3 weeks off. So it's basically like one half week off, 1 week where I do the 4 half days, and then 1 full week off. So this is what I have to do to get my fucking almost, because they don't like when you take off more than 2 weeks now. And I would hate going there only for 2 weeks. So
Yeah.
I know, again, I sound very spoiled, but I want at least to be at least 2.5 weeks to me, at least. Like, otherwise I feel stupid getting on that fucking 14-hour flight. So,
I mean, to be fair, that almost sounds like European standards. Basically, it's just like, man, I'm just gonna go like take like my 3-week vacation twice a year.
Well, I do. So yeah, I mean, I get lucky too now with this December ship because they just give us off now from like New Year's from like Christmas Eve to New Year's, so I don't have to count that for my vacation, which is cool. But yeah, I mean, again, I know I'm very spoiled. I get it, especially for an American. I get it.
I mean, just do what I do and do so much overtime in April that you get an additional 10 days out of it.
I mean, they don't. Well, I'm not. Again, it's still America because believe me, I put in plenty of hours that have nothing to do with my actual time working, especially on weekends, and they never give me credit.
Oh no, I mean, like I get those back as like holidays.
Yeah, I definitely don't. If I really complain, maybe they'll give me one like fucking comp day, but I really have to like make a stink about it.
Do you get them paid though?
I mean, I'm no, not just I'm salary, so.
Oh, okay. No, because I don't get the holiday. Like normally in Germany, you do get overtime pay, but like we at least get like, we at least get the time back as like holidays basically. And if you work on a bank holiday, you get double the time.
Mm-hmm.
And since I worked both Good Friday and Easter Monday, that alone gave me like 16 hours.
Yeah, we don't do anything like that. It's just, thanks for doing stuff on weekends, John, while you're trying to watch wrestling. That's all I get. But I guess they probably take into account with raises and stuff, I guess. I do. They have said that actually. They're like, "Oh, we like that you do stuff on the weekends." I'm like, "Well, my therapist said I shouldn't, but here I am doing it anyway." But yeah, what was I talking about? The Japan trip. It's coming up, folks. 6 weeks. It's everybody's favorite topic. Is Japan trips in this podcast. I mean, I get so much positive feedback too on that stuff that people love. Even people who like say they can't go and they're jealous or whatever, still say they love to live vicariously through me. Just cool. I mean, I'm I appreciate. I like when people say that. Obviously, I also get subtweet about it sometimes. But the one guy who used to really do it all the time stopped doing it. So maybe he finally got tired of listening. I hate listening to the podcast, I guess.
And I mean, hey, we turned it into an entire channel on the Voice of Wrestling Discord now as well.
That is true. That was all you actually. I think you went to Rich and we're like, why don't we just, because originally we had like it was like a Wrestle Kingdom Week channel, and we all just kept talking in it.
Yeah, like basically a month after Wrestle Kingdom was over, and I was like posting in there about like shows I was going to at the end of January, and I was like, okay, at this point, I feel like it's actually kind of sad if this channel goes away because I actually like it. So I'm just gonna get Rich to turn it into a permanent channel.
Yeah, it's for all the people who go regularly, and then it's also just for like the real hardcore weebs who just like want to post about 7-Eleven in Japan getting Philly cheesesteaks or whatever. It's like they just follow these accounts where it's just like people posting stuff. Because there's a few people in there I can't even tell if they go, but they just always post about stuff that's like Japan is doing. So it's just like very the hardcore weebs post in there a lot, which makes sense. But I hope everybody gets a chance to go. It's a great experience. It's a wonderful place to vacation at least. Like I said, much more mixed reviews about living there, but a wonderful place to vacation in.
Definitely, for sure.
Yeah. Let's go over to our first wrestling topic for today, which is Stardom. Actually, first with the Corrigan, because there's at least one match we're talking about the Corrigan. Because obviously Stardom had their biggest show of the year, so a ton to discuss there, All-Star Grand Queendom. I did want to mention the Corrigan show from a few days before, which was on Thursday, April 23rd. First of all, it did a crowd of 1,312, which is a pretty huge crowd for a Corrigan show, like 4 days before your biggest show of the year in basically the same market. So that was pretty impressive. I assume it's just a lot of Saki Kashima fans probably, since her actual retirement match ended up being here. But yeah, that's pretty much the only thing of note and the only thing worth checking out if you if you were not if you'd missed this show basically. But it was Shuri and Saki Kashima defeating Azumi and Momo Watanabe. So Azumi and we team up Momo AZ again for the first time in quite a while. I believe since I know they had some other random match with Momo as a heel. I feel like it might have been against Sayori or something. I'm trying to remember when that was. Not the hometown show she just did, but maybe the Saga show before that might have had a match with Sayori against Momo and Azumi. But anyway, it was definitely not that long ago. But yeah, it's so the first one they did. First of all, this was Momo's return match. She hasn't wrestled since she lost to the red belt match against against why am I blanking on
Saya,
the name of the most famous wrestler in Stardom? Yeah, Saya Kamatani. My brain kept saying Shuri for some reason. It's not Shuri, you idiot. But yes, when she lost the red belt match to Saya Kamatani, in the fall at the Oda Ward Gym, and announced she was taking time off. So she's been out since then. I believe it was the end of October. It was the Crimson Blood or whatever the fuck that show is called. And she lost that match, and now she had to take time off. Now, this match, she said, obviously it's been a while. It's been almost 6 months, I think. But she said she's not quite ready to fully come back. So it was just a one-time comeback, and then she went back to being on the shelf. But I assume if she wrestled here, and she looked fine to me, she must be getting ready to come back full-time soon. But yeah, the first match basically went 11 seconds. So Saki Kashima, Saki went for a handshake. Azumi kicked her hand away, went for the Azumi sushi, but Saki instead immediately rolled her up with the pin. And then Saki starts bowing to all four sides of the ring and starts waving goodbye. I was fucking crying. Azumi grabs onto her, not wanting to let her go. And Shuri grabs the mic and demands they restart the match. And she gets the crowd to chant for it too. And I like Taro Okada basically being like, well, Saki won. Isn't that wonderful? Should we just end it there? But Saki didn't want to do it. But Taro does restart it with no time limit. And Saki's like, God damn it! She looks so exhausted. This time Azumi offers the handshake, but then tries to pin her with her own cradle. But Saki tries to save with the Azumi sushi, but they both kick out. They go another 14 minutes and 43 seconds where Saki pins Momo this time. But yeah, Momo Watanabe, hero to millions. She kicks her own partner in the back when she hits the rope so she can tag herself in. What an asshole that Momo Watanabe is. Great having you back, Momo. Azumi blind tags herself back in, though, and then kicks Momo in the gut and throws her right back out herself. So these two are getting along great. This match, though, sure, maybe want to see Shuri against both of these people one-on-one because they were just fucking going at it. Shuri and Azumi just fucking tore the house down against each other at one point. That was just, they were so awesome together. Saki, though, refuses to go down at one point where Momo's repeatedly kicking her. And it's oh, Saki Kashima showing fighting spirit. But then all of hate runs the train on her in the corner. That was not very nice of them. Then we got an old school Momo AZ facebuster double stomp combo out of the corner. Followed by the bastard drive for Momo, but sure was able to make the save. Saki somehow kicks out at 1, even as Momo keeps putting her down with these brutal-looking kicks. The whole crowd is chanting for her now, and she very nearly rolls Momo up with a 2 before Azumi saves her. Then they both kick each other's legs when Saki moves out of the way because, again, Momo and Azumi still have their little miscommunication problems. Momo gets her bat, but Azumi takes it away from her and tosses it to Saki. Saki hits her with the bat. Azumi double stomps Momo, and then Shuri kicks her, and Saki rolls her up with a pin. I love that Saki went out by pinning both her opponents. If it's good enough for Sting, it's good enough for Saki Kashima. She can get the happy ending too. She really deserves a happy ending, to be honest. But yeah, I love this match. Total party match. Had plenty of action too. Do not miss it if you skipped it. Easy 4 stars.
Yeah, and this was a ton of fun. This was really it felt like a celebration of Saki Kashima, right? It's basically okay, so comparatively to the other big retirement match so far this year, the Tanahashi retirement, which like also felt like a celebration of like Tanahashi, but in a different way.
Much more bittersweet.
Yeah, much more bittersweet. But like it was clear, like it basically was like a tragedy unfolding. Where like you knew how this was gonna end. You knew that at the end of the day, Tanahashi was gonna eat a Rainmaker or multiple, and he was gonna like look at the lights as like the ref counts to 3. Whereas this one was very much more like, yeah, like let's just have fun for like 15 minutes. And then like Saki gets her happy ending, like gets to pin both of her opponents, as you said, and just really like gets to go out on top essentially on her own terms, and retire basically like in the best way possible, I suppose. I mean, obviously it is always like a shame when like people retire and everything, but I still felt like, you know, she had a good career. It, to be quite honest, like it is a wonder that it went as long as it did, right? Because she had one of those, like it was a miracle career at the end of the day. Because she was out for so long that it's like it's a surprise that like she managed to have the career that she did at the end of the day. Because there is a very real, like, I don't know, like if you believe in like, I don't know, like multiple universe theory, like this is probably one of those rare universes where she actually comes back from injury and doesn't just permanently retire. So yeah, no, I'm happy that she like got to have a career. I am happy that she got to go out in the way that she did, and she got to have this like retirement match in front of like a really not like loud like Hurricane crowd and everything. Like this was about as good a retirement as you can have, really.
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was a very Saki retirement too.
Yeah.
So it felt very like, it felt like something, you know, fitting of her career. And this whole like, you know, the whole retirement run she had, I mean, she's had a great wrestling career anyway, but the retirement run almost feels like it really cemented, you know, what a great career she had, because she really got to go out, you know, with, you know, just tons of really fun stuff. The thing that really sticks in my mind for some reason is all the bodyguard stuff they did with Rina Yamashita and Isuke Aoki and later.
Oh,
Shuri,
yeah.
It was just so much fun. So, you know, they just had a lot of fun with it, and you know, I'm really gonna miss her. She's such a great wrestler. I mean, she's one of my favorite comedy wrestlers of all time. Once she found the comedy stuff, really leaned into it in the last few years, she really like put over the top. But I always liked her before that anyway. So, you know, I know some people weren't big fans of her when she was just like teaming with Mayu and, you know, doing the heel stuff. But I just think she was always, I don't know, I always kind of liked her. And then the comedy stuff just really, you know, once she started leaning into, you know, I'm so tired, please don't make me wrestle, she became just one of the all-time great comedy wrestlers. But yeah, she had a whole other career too, basically. So, but yeah, now she's gonna go back to hopefully go back to getting paid to hang out in Pachi slot parlors and for being pretty. So, you know, Godspeed.
I mean, there are worse careers than that.
I mean, that is such a cool career. I wish someone would pay me to fucking gamble. Jesus.
I mean, I just wish somebody would just pay me in general just to hang out anywhere in Japan, really.
Yeah, good point too, actually. Just pay me to fucking sit there and be like, that's right. I mean, the problem is I'm not pretty enough to make a place cooler just by my mere presence.
Look, I'll just be a pet gaijin that like makes your company look like better.
But yeah, there's really nothing else in Skorkin that was like must watch or anything. It was a pretty enjoyable show. I mean, I liked watching it, but it's really just the semi-main that's like notable. The rest was kind of just a bunch of tags and stuff. So that goes us over to All-Star Grand Queendom, which, first of all, has to be noted, what the attendance here. I know they said publicly they wanted 10,000. It's a very noble goal. But the fact that they actually beat last year's number and did 8,015 compared to, you know, I think it was 7,502 last year. It was definitely 75 something. I think it was 7,502. With, you know, Tam Nakano's career on the line, and everybody knowing she was going to lose and retire, that is crazy. So they actually got an extra 500 people to show up when, you know, first of all, the main event was a very untested, you know, Sayaka Kurara in the main event, which we're going to talk about the result, obviously, but the fact that that many people wanted to see her challenge Saya Kamatani, it especially probably was very interested in the fate of Cosmic Angels. I feel like Taro could take a fucking victory lap on that, because a lot of people questioned both the booking of Sayaka there and doing another, because I saw even like some Japanese fans questioning. Like, I remember there was a tweet where it was like Taro's gotten addicted to gambling because it's like putting things on the line basically. But it worked. I mean, again, you did over 8,000 people, which is the new biggest attendance in Stardom history. I think this be the biggest trying to remember the only Tokyo Dome show the only non-Tokyo Dome show that would have beaten this in Japan.
The big egg one?
No. I meant like in recent years, anything.
Oh.
Like not just so like what New Japan number beat this besides, because I don't think Dominion has in a while.
No.
And I don't think the Ryogoku, I don't think the G1 final either. Dominion last year was definitely below. Yeah, Dominion last year was only 65-25, so it would have lost to both last year and this year.
The Muto retirement.
2024 was 70. That was Tokyo Dome too, though.
Yeah. Oh, you mean non-Tokyo Dome. Okay.
Non-Tokyo Dome. Yeah. Osaka Joe Hall, 72-54, 2024, so that would have lost to both of them. So I'm just trying to find the last Dominion that would have beaten either one. 7,040 in 2023. So again, that would have lost to both of them. 2022 is 60-68. So the last one's probably 2019. Yeah, 2019, 11,901. So that's the last one that would have beaten either of these three All-Star Grand Queendoms last year or this year. For the G1 final, last year I know lost to both of these.
Oh yeah.
So last year did not do well at all.
What you're telling me? Evil versus Takeshita wasn't going to outdraw this.
6,870. So yeah, I would have lost to both. 2024, which was Zach and Suji. No, it was 8,056.
Oh, okay.
So just barely beat this by 41 people. So yeah, the most recent non-Tokyo Dome show that beat this would have been the G1 Final 2025, August 18th, 2024. So there you go. Or 2024 G1 Final, I should say. 2024 G1 Final. August 18th, 2024. So yeah, just interesting stuff. I mean, basically, Stardom is a big deal at this point, and they're drawing big crowds. I mean, the floor is clearly raised very high. And you can see they think the floor is higher too, because now they are booking Ryogoku for the 5-star GP final for the first time ever. So that's going to be another huge test where they're going to try to run the 5-star final at Sumo Hall only a week after the G1 final at Sumo Hall. So, usually the 5-star final is just like either Old Award or Yokohama Budokan, I think. So we'll have to see how it draws. I mean, it'll be very interesting trying to run a second Ryogoku show, which I think they actually have done that before. I think they've run Ryogoku more than once in a year, even like counting up 2-night ones. But I think probably mostly like pandemic era, I would think.
So if they kind of can,
Sorry,
if they can keep this up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where would you put the odds that they're gonna try and run the Dome in the next 5 years?
Oh, next 5? Like 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know the question to me is it do they go for it next April? I think no at this point. I think they would have announced it. I think they see it as 2028 or 2029. That's what I'm guessing.
But then the question is, are they going to do it for All-Star Queendom, or are they going to do it for the Dream Queendom? And then basically combine I don't know, do how New Japan used to do like back-to-back nights in the Dome. Instead, they do one night is New Japan, one night Stardom.
The problem with that is, next year is not a good year to do it because January 5th it's 4th is a Monday and 5th is a Tuesday. Yeah. And you can't do the 3rd because it's some football game or some shit.
Yeah.
So that runs there every year.
Because the problem with doing it for Queendom is obviously that it's in the baseball season. Yeah.
January 2028 is also 3rd and 4th. It's also Monday, Tuesday. Oh, no, Tuesday, Wednesday. Okay, 4th and 5th. So, yeah, I don't know about that. Yeah, once you get to maybe 2029 is the year, because then the 4th is Thursday, but the 5th would be Friday. So maybe you could do it then. but it's still a weekday. But obviously, a Friday's a little easier. But yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see, right? I mean, I don't really have a good feel for when they. I mean, Tokyo Joshi says they want to run the Tokyo Dome. So.
Okay.
That seems a little more a little more far fetched to me. I mean, DDT says it too, and that seems honestly, I think they probably will try it.
Yeah,
but
well, in terms of like doing an actual show, because technically they have run a show there, multiple shows
true.
there.
That is true. But yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, it's a very obviously big business success, and the floor is higher. I mean, I was looking at some coming up shows too. They've already, I don't know how big these buildings are, but the fucking Fukuoka show is already sold out completely.
Oh, Jesus.
So that's May 6th at the Across Fukuoka during the Golden Week tour. I mean, it says tickets are sold out. There'll be no tickets available at the day of the event. I mean, that show is completely sold out. And there's no matches announced for it. The May 4th Kumamoto show is almost sold out. All that's available is Reserve B. Every other category, the Reserved S, front row, stage seats, Reserved A, woman only. Those are all sold out. So that show on May 4th also almost sold out. And that's, again, that's a show with nothing announced so far. And then, I don't know how, let me look real quick. I'm curious how the Nagoya show is doing. Because that's their big pay-per-view of the month. Queen's Dynasty. And I also want to check the conversion.
Where are they running at the Nagoya? Is it the same one that Dragongate just ran?
No, it's something called the Toyota Gosei Memorial Gymnasium in Trio. So, Say that 3 times. Yeah, front row and Arena S is sold out. So that's what's sold out so far. So only like the best ringside seats, basically. So not a lot sold out yet, but that's still something. I think that's still the first 2 rows. Let me see if Lawson has anything else on few remaining. This one's a little further out. Oh yeah, Lawson has a bit more. Lawson has Arena A front sold out, which is because they separate all these sections, so you have to pay extra for the ones that face the hurricane. That's what the front ones are. And they have Arena C on few remaining, second floor A on few remaining, second floor B on few remaining. Women only sold out. Women only A sold out. Women only B on few remaining. Family seats sold out. So they do have quite a bit more sold. So that's interesting. And that show is a little further out too. So yeah, their tickets are doing well. The conversion already has a bunch sold out. Wow, and that's like 2 months away.
I was about to say
front row is sold out. Arena S front is sold out. Arena A front is sold out. Arena stand front and Arena stand regular is sold out. And second floor stand A is sold out. Wow, that's actually quite a bit better than I would have guessed. So, yeah, they are still hot at the box office. That is for sure. Just looking on Lawson to see if there's anything else. Arena S few remaining. Well, they have it sold out on the site, guys, but maybe they got ahead of themselves there and they found a few more seats to put on sale. But otherwise, it's about the same. That's what I just said. So yeah, I mean, definitely doing very well right now when it comes to ticket sales. So, but yeah, they're a hot promotion. And when you see this show, which first of all was very, 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 very long, I do feel like that's worth mentioning because, I've complained about the length of AEW pay-per-views before, and I still think what makes AEW more absurd for that is obviously doing it every month, whereas this Stardom really is only doing this for their biggest show a year. It's more understandable, but even for their biggest show a year, this is like Peter Pan length. I mean, if you count the pre-show, which had 3 matches, it started 1 a.m. Eastern for me, and I think, and I did watch it live, I think it ended like 7:30 or something. So it was like 6.5 hours long counting pre-show. So it was a long fucking show. It did feel that length at certain points. Now, the end of the show was really stacked with great matches, in my opinion, so that helped a lot. But there was one match in particular that we'll get to towards the end where I'm like, okay, this is not good enough for how long I've been watching this fucking show. I don't know. Did you feel any similar with the length being really weighing on you?
I mean, I'm relatively fresh of watching the show. So I was kind of like, basically I watched it today kind of alongside work, and I mean, I will definitely say like some of the like earlier the business end of the card definitely was a lot like pay very close attention. A lot of the earlier stuff was kind of like a bit more divided attention, basically, because there just wasn't that much to sink my teeth in. But I feel like that maybe is like why I didn't necessarily feel the show was that long. Because like the earlier matches were just kind of, like second screen watching, basically.
Yeah.
And then the business end was
I
like a lot closer attention. So it didn't feel that long, really.
I was watching it live, so it was very much like, okay, it did feel like I was watching for a long time, especially in the middle of the night. Like I felt weirdly not very tired for a show I was watching live the entire way through, but in the middle of the night, Eastern time. But then as the main event was ending, I'm like, okay, now it's finally hitting me. But
I mean, my thing was I wanted to watch it live, but as I mentioned, the night before I was like drinking and doing karaoke and partying until 3 a.m. So that didn't happen. I didn't watch that show live.
Yeah, I did this. I timed up really well with I do this a lot with starting big shows where I go to my dad's house that weekend, so I'm not keeping Nicole up all night. But yeah, I just kind of like, I did some stuff that earlier that night, and then just kind of went to my dad's and watched it in the back room there without bothering anybody. Because Nicole's usually fine with me watching stuff that starts like 11:30 Eastern and goes till like 2 a.m. But 1 a.m. and goes till 7. She would get
that's a bit much. Yeah, that's fair.
And I could just go in the living room, but somehow even as you've discovered, somehow even me being in the living room watching it still keeps her up. I don't know why, but anyway, it's like she can sense that I'm not in the bed or something, so I might as well just be in New Jersey for it. The first dark match was Aya Sakura defeating Kikyo Furusawa in 10 minutes and 12 seconds with the German suplex hold. I will say, now I don't know if they did this deliberately to make us all think this, but obviously they didn't end up doing it, but when Aya was here in the dark match opener against a rookie, and her partner that she's New Blood Tag Champions with is in the main event of the entire show challenging for the red belt, I had the thought of Aya's totally going to turn on her. Like, that is kind of what I thought was the most likely outcome.
Oh, I didn't even consider that. That actually makes a lot of sense, yeah. Or would have made a lot of sense.
The fact that they didn't do it obviously means I don't know if I was barking up the wrong tree, or if they really are they really booking that deep that they're like, okay, this is if we really push home the fact that Aya is in this fucking dark match opener and Saiga's in the main event of the show, it'll really make people think Aya might turn on her, because it's kind of genius if that's what they did that on purpose.
I mean, I think you can use that as fuel, right? To like do that later. Because I mean, they haven't defended those belts.
Right. I keep wondering if they're gonna vacate them. And there's weirdly no New Blood shows in the books coming up. Like, I keep waiting for them to. I keep hoping they're gonna announce one for June when I'm in Tokyo, because right now I'm just going to the conversion. I don't have it. There's no other Star.
I mean, that sounds like a perfect show to put on Shinjuku Face.
Yeah, so please come on, Taro, if you're listening. I know he's a big listener, Taro Okada. So come on, buddy, give me a Shinjuku Face New Blood show when I'm in Tokyo, please. But yeah, so far I don't think there's any on the books yet for May or June. So I guess we'll have to see what happens there.
Look, Taro, if you do that, you can even get John to chant Okada, Okada.
My favorite chant. But yeah, so they were also having like some weird issue during this match, bringing the house lights up. So they had like flash a spotlight on the ring just so we could see, but it was still pretty dark, and the lights like kept flashing on and off too, which was pretty distracting. But yeah, this was a fun little opening match. I thought Aya won without too much trouble, besides Kikyo getting a submission tease. But yeah, it was like 3 stars. Mm-hmm. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, good opener. Don't really have much more to say on that as well. I think, again, it's one of those matches you want to put like early on in the show, right? Like, they don't overdo it, but it's like enough to like get the crowd that is already there invested. But it's also a lot to put like 3 pre-show matches as well. Like, that's, I mean, again, you want to just get everybody on the card, but still, I was surprised that like, oh wait, these are all pre-show matches. Jesus Christ.
Then we had sorry, my boss just emailed me and I'm like, what am I gonna do here? Okay. Match number 2, which you can this was really, really quick match. But Toy Hamabe and Kiyoka Kotatsu defeating Akira Kuragane and Ani Kaniya in 6 minutes and 6 seconds. Matoy submitting Ane with an armbar. Ane and Matoy, they're my perfect rookie children. They've never done a single thing wrong in their life. And, getting to see them here. So I probably overrated this, but I thought this was really quite damn good for a 6-minute rookie match. I like Akira and Kyoka too, but they're just, Matoy and Ane are just so awesome. Matoy tapped her out, and that was her first winning fall of the year, apparently. So very cool to see. This was a blast while it lasted. Went 3 1/4. Very much enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was perfectly acceptable match. Just, as you said, it was the rookie match. Just give them some exposure on a big show. It was nice. And obviously we're going to see at least some of these, we're going to see on much bigger spots and later. I wouldn't be surprised if this match is at least some way referenced and a big title match a couple of years down the line, basically. Where it's we started out from this place and now we're in the main or semi-main, basically.
Yeah, totally. Then we had, as I do my stall for time voice because I was trying to reply to this email, we have the high-speed 6-way battle. Xena pinning Yuna Mizumori in 6 minutes and 55 seconds with the Thunder Roll. Also involved was Tabata, Tomoko Inaba, Lady C, and Momo Kogo. Basically, everybody who did not make it in the gauntlet and doesn't have anything else to do on the main card. Xena got a title shot. I thought this match was kind of a mess. Easily the worst match on the entire show, I think. Just below average, just nothing really clicked here. I was 2 1/4 on it. So
honestly, I didn't mind it. I thought it was just kind of fun how they just made it very clear that everybody's just gunning for Yuna. They didn't even pretend that anybody wanted to do anything else in this match besides pin Yuna Mizumori to get a title shot. So yeah, I don't know. I really didn't mind. Was it the best match? No. I thought it was entirely inoffensive and just, I liked the story and it made sense. And yeah, I don't know how Xena's gonna do with Yuna. Who the fuck knows? But it's something at least. Like I said, it's a pre-show match. There's only so much you can expect it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm ready. Can I hate to be mean about this, but can Tabata go back to Mexico already?
Okay, I mean that's fair.
Jesus Christ, I'm just keep being every time I watch these shows and she's still on all these cards next week, and I'm oh my god. I mean, I get it. Japan's great. If you want to stay, if she just wants to stay there forever, but then can she start getting better at some point because she's still not very good. So I don't know. The actual main show opener was Maki Ito defeating Natsupoi in 10 minutes and 14 seconds with the Ito clutch. I was higher on this match than virtually everybody else I saw, so I really, really like this match. I mean, there are 2 wrestlers I like a lot, so I'm predisposed to like it. But Ito's full song with the drone cams, because the production of the show was fucking outstanding. Yeah. Obviously the stage was great again, just like it was last year. But these drone cams, I don't remember them having the drone cams last year, and they were fucking flying around. They were, giving us great little crowd shots. I mean, this show in a lot of ways looked more it looked more professional or more major league than a lot of New Japan shows do. I mean, Noah and DDT both look probably better still because the video quality especially is really, really good. But this Stardom show looked really, really good. The production was really good on this show. There was this hilarious cut before the match started to Maki Ito giving Poi the death stare at the end of her entrance that just had me cracking up because nobody does a death stare quite like Maki Ito. Poi was wearing the red nautical themed gear that Kerry Hojo gifted to her a long time ago, which was interesting given the recent news that she was released from WWE. I will just come out and say it. I know that they had that little restart unit with Kaori, which I think I'm mispronouncing that, with Kaori, Natsupoi, and Shiori. I don't need her back. I don't need Kaori back. I didn't think anything in her last Stardom run was very good. Besides that one really awesome match she had with Mercedes on the New Japan for the IWGP Women's title on the New Japan show in San Francisco. That match was really awesome, but a lot of other stuff was kind of disappointing, I thought, during that run, or at least what I saw of it. And I don't know, people are kind of putting her in the same boat as Utami, who we're going to talk about much later, is leaving Marigold. And I would like to see Utami back because I think she has a lot of like storyline stuff. That would make sense. But Kari Sane, Kari Hojo, she just doesn't. I don't really see what storyline stuff she has to do here besides like just have another like, oh, look at what a great legend I am kind of run, which it just feels like Stardom is well beyond that now. Like it doesn't feel like Stardom needs that. Doesn't feel like there's room for it really with this gigantic bloated roster. Whereas Utami coming back, makes a lot of sense when she has a big connection to the top star in the company and a lot of like story threads you could go with. I mean, I would love to see a fucking double turn or something where Tommy comes in and like becomes the new top heel or something. That'd be really cool. But I don't know. I mean, it depends on a lot of things, obviously. Maybe she wants to go freelance. Who knows? But there was like there, not to get ahead of myself a little bit. There was a quote from Rossi after Utami announced that she's leaving, where he was like, the quote was something like, I think we all know where she's going, and what she'll be doing, which made me think, okay, she's going back to Stardom and he's very bitter about it. But Anyway, as usual for Hatman. But yeah, so Maki at one point in this match holds up the destroyed, burned Kawaii star, which like haunted Poi back during the Korakuen, which was kind of funny, but very DDT, but very, very funny. But then here, this time, Poi grabbed it and like broke it over her head, and then did the dive anyway, and wouldn't let the thing block her. But she's also like selling how bad it smelled, which I thought was really funny. She's like, "Oh, the star smells so bad." Like, you're the one who burned it with your magic powers or whatever. Like, you should have thought that before you burned it, Poi. Poi and Ito at one point just started fucking slapping the shit out of each other. That was awesome. Ito like starts headbutting the turnbuckle to fire herself up, and Poi just starts doing the same thing in the opposite corner. I love that spot too. There's a big Ito chant when Poi had her down. Like, she was the crowd favorite here. I mean, the degree to which Maki Ito has gotten over in Stardom has shocked even me. And I like her. I liked her already. I think she's a good wrestler. But like, I've been like, okay, this has been a way bigger success than I expected. Apparently, they sold out her shirt in every size except 4XL before the show even started. Jesus. So she is really, really popular. But yeah, Poi had her down. She hit the fairy splash that got Ito kicked out, and Ito like flipped off Poi defiantly while kneeling, which I thought was going to mean she was going to lose this. Ito super kick from Poi. But Poi went for her flip thing that I always forget the name of, the flipping like powerbomb thing. But Ito reversed it and rolled her up for the pin, which did shock me quite a bit. I didn't think Ito was going to win this, but it made perfect sense when we saw everything was going. But yeah, hell of an opener. Thought both girls went super hard. I was 4 stars on it, which again, probably high, definitely higher than everybody else. But I quite love this match. So
yeah, I'm not nearly as high on the match. I mean, I thought it was fine. It was a good opener. The crowd was very clearly invested into it as well. I don't know. I didn't really like all of the like stuff with the kawaii star and everything, like at the magic powers. Like it just felt too DDT for me, for my tastes. Like I think it's like one of those things that like it makes sense if you do something like this in DDT or even like Tokyo Joshi Pro, right? Because it's just like it's that kind of promotion, and Stardom has its comedy, but not this kind of comedy, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I totally get what you're saying. I guess for me, it's not as big a deal because they didn't really do anything with it here besides like use the star as a weapon or distraction. It wasn't so much the thing about it being talking or whatever, like it was in Korakuen.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, definitely. Like the Korakuen match, I was like, okay, this is kind of like that was like a one I was kind of afraid like coming into this match where it's like, because that kind of crossed the line for me at the Korakuen show. I was like, okay, this is getting a bit too silly. And it didn't do it here, but yeah, like I said, I wasn't nearly as invested into the match. I'm still curious, like where Maki will like ultimately slot in Stardom. So, yeah.
Well, she's getting a red belt shot.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but I don't know if that's gonna like. Obviously, she's gonna get a push because she just like debuted and everything. Like, I think that's really obvious. But I'm just more curious, like where she's gonna like basically land, like long term. within the
Right.
promotion, right? And then otherwise, I think it's just also like this match and then something later as well, just continued the theme of like all major Stardom shows, which is Cosmic Angels must suffer. So yeah, I guess it continued that long-term Stardom story.
Until the main. I mean, the way they did it with, Aya won her
yes.
rookie match. Aya won her rookie match. Poi and Syuri and Yuna all lost. Syuri lost to a rookie. But like, they basically were making you think like, oh, because the same shit happened in December where Cosmic Angels lost every match.
Yeah.
And until the main event, and then you're thinking, oh, maybe Syuri will have a chance, and Syuri just loses too. So this time around, like, okay, well, clearly it's more Cosmic Angels must suffer, and this is it. This is the end for the unit, and they just have Sayaka win. I'm like, okay, that's cool too. Thank you for rewarding my suffering, at least, I guess. At least because I've been, I'm a huge Cosmic Angels fan. And I've seen other, Kozem fans talk about this on Twitter. I think all of us have been mourning the unit for the last 6 weeks or something since they announced the stipulation. Like, I don't think any of us really gave Sayaka that big of a chance. I think last week on this podcast, I gave it like a 10 to 20% chance, which even that probably felt high to some people. But I was like, I could see it. I could see them doing it. And obviously they did do it. I believe joshing around when I listened, I think they said about the same. I think they said 10 or 20%. I could be wrong, but I think that's what they said. So I think people, but they did a good job making you think that Sayaka had a shot towards the end. But like, it still felt like how can you pick a wrestler who's barely more than 2 years into their career to beat Saya Kamitani, and it was a very ballsy choice, obviously, and they deserve a lot of credit for it, I think.
I mean, I will say this about Cosmic Angels, just for quick. I know Stardom has a bit more of a tendency to do that in other promotions, but they're like fully a ship of Theseus, faction at this point. Because they just, there's none of the original members are left anymore. It's just complete, turnover of members, essentially, over time.
Yeah, that is true. But, I think when it's the only faction that Sayaka and Aya especially have ever been in, and Yuna, I think. Was Yuna ever in another faction before she came to Stardom? It's a good question.
Well,
I feel like
Gato Move doesn't really have factions, so...
Yeah, but I'm saying, was she in another Stardom faction, or did she come straight into Cosmic Angels? I'm trying to remember. Because obviously I know Poi was in Donna Del Mondo.
Yeah.
Syuri was in... Was Syuri in... I mean, she was in Restart, if that even counts. But I don't know if it does, really. But I can't remember if she was in anything else.
Oh, actually, I'm just looking at it, and fun fact, all of her factions have never disbanded.
Syuri?
And basically, well, but she's only been in Cosmic Angels and Stardom.
Okay. I wasn't counting because she was sort of teaming with Prominence, I thought, at one point, but maybe she wasn't an official member.
Yeah, no. So according to Cage Match, she's been in Cosmic Angels. Dangerously,
I saw UK Pan.
Ozaki-gun and Phantom Limit in Oz Academy.
Yeah,
Again, none of which have ever if Cosmic Angels dies, that's the first faction she actually loses. Despite the fact that she's I don't know if she's even still a member of the other three, to be honest. But
I don't think she's a member of Phantom Limit anymore. I think they let her go back to Ozaki-gun, basically. Although now Unagi... So Syuri lost 2 matches in the same day. Because she also lost a match to Unagi Sayaka where she has to basically do whatever the eel wants earlier that day at Korakuen. Which, by the way, what a sicko. The main event at Korakuen Hall, and then I'm driving myself over my fucking Tesla to go work... to
go to Yokohama,
Go to Yokohama and work for Fukuoka. She's such a sicko.
There's not even that much time, right? Even if it's a morning Korakuen. And this was, exactly. She basically had to, almost probably break the speed limit to make it to Yokohama in time.
Because this show started at 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't know why I said Yokohama Arena. That's not fucking... No. That's really fucking far.
Yeah.
Wow. She is a sicko. I love her. But yeah, so she lost both matches, and now she has to do whatever Unagi Sayaka wants now, basically. So I think Unagi said she wants to team with her again. So, and she always why do you want to team with me? You just beat me. But yeah, that's the story. I heard good things about that match. I haven't watched it yet, but people in the building, I don't know if it's even made tape yet. I just saw some people in the building say it was really, really good.
I don't like, at least according to Cage Match, it didn't make tape at all. So,
really?
Which, like, man, I'm looking at that card. That would be a real shame if that card doesn't make tape. Like, that actually looks like a really good card.
Yeah, it's an Oz Corrigan. I feel like it's either on their streaming service. Like
I mean, Rita Yamashita was on that show as well.
Yeah, well, she's on a lot of Oz shows. Was Aoki too?
Let me see. Yeah.
Although Aoki wasn't on the Stardom show actually. So
yeah, no, but Aoki was in the.
Yeah.
Oh, but no, but actually, sorry, and Unagi were in the opener, not the main event. So that makes a lot more sense. If for 11 a.m., then you have a lot more time. If you're out of there by like 11:20, yeah, you can make it to Yokohama in time.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, I lost. What was it? Oh yeah, the post match. So for not because we got kind of off track there. So Ito afterwards said, "I beat Akupoi, which is Evil Poi, from the heel unit Cosmic Angels," and the crowd was crowd was cheering her, while Poi made these really funny like pouty faces at the camera. And then Ito steals Poi's hand signal, so Poi puts her middle finger up to her cheek while like sticking her tongue out, just like Ito always does. That was awesome.
Yeah,
these two are so great together. They just troll each other so well. So I'm sure they're going to have another rematch at some point. But they want to do it while I'm there in June. I'd be totally fine with that. Like, please.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if it's like if that's like a 5-star match.
Yeah,
you know.
But if they want to do it on there,
they're probably going to put them against each other there.
But again, when I'm there,
okay, fair enough.
Please go ahead, Dozo. Gauntlet tag match was next. So let me just go by order of entry here. The first two teams were Starlight Kid and Mei Sierra, and Waka Tsukiyama and Rion. So Mei pinned Rion in 1 minute and 25 seconds with the shooting star, it looks like. So yeah, Mei basically just pinned her without much trouble. That was pretty easy. Then it was Rina and Azuse Inaba. So Rita tried to do her spit. Barb Sasaki did a fucking Matrix dodge of the spit. Like he put his arms up and like fucking like moved his head back to dodge it, and the crowd started chanting "Barb, Barb, Barb." But he did that. So that was fucking funny. But yeah, so Starlight Kid cut back on an Azusa Cradle and was able to pin her. So that was 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The next entry was Ami Sori and Hina. And that ended the little run. Ami looked like even buffer than usual here. I thought. Then she like quickly got Starlight Kid and Mei Sierra both up in the RGT backbreaker once. That looked really cool. But yeah, there was Hina pinning Mei and 4:52 to finally end the Reign of Terror with the Mad Splash. So that got rid of her. Then Saida and B Priestley came in. The Ballad of B Priestley here, her last appearance as a Stars member. It was. And these falls, by the way, are the time for the individual falls. I'm just noticing because now this says 3 minutes and 34 seconds, so it's obviously less time than the last fall. But yeah, Saida pinned Hina in 3:34 with a lariat, and that brought out Fukuoka Double Crazy, Hazuki, and Kogama as the last team, and they were able to pin. I guess it was Hazuki pinning Saida in 3 minutes and 35 seconds with the Hazuki straw, the Lamaji straw she does. Fun ass gauntlet I wrote down for this. 3.5 stars. Good match. Everybody worked hard in the time they were given. All right, folks, we had a little technical difficulties there with the connection, so a little abrupt cut there. Paul was about to give his thoughts on the gauntlet, so go ahead, Paul.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it was basically the thing with the gauntlet. I really felt like there was never it was a gauntlet, right? A lot of these gauntlets are kind of, especially in Japan, they're kind of all the same. This was kind of one of those where you nothing really had much time, so you could really like sink your teeth into it. Like it was just basically team comes in, they wrestle for a couple of minutes, and then they get eliminated pretty unceremoniously. It really was just a way to like get everybody onto the card, right? Like these are all of the people that you didn't want to bump down to the pre-show, so you put them in the gauntlet instead.
Yeah.
Like obviously you don't want Rina on the pre-show, so you put Rina in the gauntlet because you don't really have anything else for her to do right now.
Yeah, I mean, Starlight Kid's the one who felt the weirdest being here, just because she's been such a focus. But
Yeah.
this happens sometimes where you're such a focus for a certain part of the year, and the biggest show comes around, you don't have anything to do. So it happens, I guess. The next match was the Future of Stardom title match. Rana Yagami defeating Emma Maishima in 8-11. I thought it was pretty good. Went 3 1/4, but this was Emma's reward, by the way, for winning the Rookie of Stardom tournament. But what kind of hurt it maybe a little bit for me is I just didn't think Emma had a chance in hell. But Rana is so cool as Future Stardom champion. Like her outfit especially is like one of the, I talked about this already, but one of the biggest upgrades in promotion history, in my opinion. Because I did, like, someone pointed out to me her last outfit was already, like, I don't know. Someone replied to me when I said this on Twitter. I was like, oh, her last outfit was a big upgrade too. I'm like, then they showed me 2 photos that looked exactly the same. And I'm like, what? Because like the second photo was not that big of an upgrade over the first one. But yeah, I never liked her old outfit, like that fucking piss yellow one she used to wear. And now she wears like this black and gold outfit with this fucking cape. It makes her look like a prince or something. It's a very, very cool outfit. And I feel like really leans into like her, because she does have kind of masculine vibes. She has like the short hair. She's a very tomboy kind of thing. And now she's kind of leveled up into like a tomboy prince or something. So just very, very cool outfit. And she just seems more confident now that she's Future Stardom champion, which always helps. So yeah, just, cool match here for her. Emma's just a really good worker and just, just doesn't, like I keep saying, doesn't really quite have the charisma yet, but still really, really good worker for how inexperienced she is. I mean, just everything she does looks super smooth. So.
I mean, you were talking about like how like the upgrade in terms of outfit for Rana, right? But I also feel like Rana in general is also like a significant upgrade as Future of Stardom champion over Hanako as well. So like, like this is just, like I just have been enjoying her like title matches a lot more as champion. And actually in terms of the look, like now you've kind of actually planted a bit of an idea in my head, because like in terms of her being like a prince, right? Like the, like the classical like Japanese trope of like the tomboy prince.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a tomboy prince about to like make her way back to Stardom. Mm-hmm. So
that is true.
Why don't they put like now I have this thing in my head where like I kind of want to see Utami and Rana like form a tag team basically once she's back.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, I mean, it's I kind of lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Yeah, these things happen. I mean, Utami and Rana, like you were saying, that'd be a really cool team. Yeah, I don't know. It's like that could be like Utami taking her under a win. That could be a cool storyline. But like I said, Utami has a lot of storylines. Whereas I don't really see what Kaori has. Like I don't know.
Big retirement match. That's quite literally the only thing where it's like she comes back, has like, gets like a year and they do like a big retirement show either like in December or at like next year's Queendom. Star Grand Queendom, right?
Yeah, she's 37, which is obviously kind of old for Joshi, so it wouldn't surprise me if she's right.
And she's also like, it's not just that she's older, but it's also that she's washed. That's, I think, is more of the thing.
Yeah. The next match, and this is where this show fucking kicks into overdrive. And most people I've seen did think highly of this one. It's not just me being biased as a Syuri fan. But Fuwa-chan defeats Suriano in 1656 with the move taught to her by her teacher Hazuki, the Hazuki straw. So Sayuri had said at some point that if Fuwa loses to her here, she'd have to wrestle under her real name going forward. I don't think they ever made that into a actual stipulation. I didn't hear anything about it since. But she ended up losing. Fuwa ended up winning anyway. So I guess maybe that explains why Sayuri said that. So I were thinking, what? They never could give her the Fuwa-chan name. That'd be insane. But I mean, at worst, I thought maybe like Sayuri would beat her and then Fuwa would have to like earn her name back or something, because it just makes no sense to, to pass up that kind of marketing. These two were just fucking laying it in right off the opening bell. Sayuri, she was just dominating this match, and for someone who I know I put her over so much every time, but she might be one of the best wrestlers. She's very Naito in this quality, where when she works from the top and when she's dominating, it's great. When she works from the bottom and she's getting her ass kicked, it's great. She can bump her ass off, but she can also just fucking beat the shit out of people. She does both really, really well, which a lot of people do one or the other well. And she does both incredibly well. And here she's just dominating and just working on the top. And Fua was doing a great job playing the fiery underdog too. I mean, she deserves all the credit too, especially for being so new into her career. Sayori just repeatedly keeps standing up to her feet and asking Fua to missile drop kick her later on, of course, bumping directly on her neck each time. Fua hits these 2 straight Shining Wizards, but Sayori kicks out. Then Fua hits a moonsault off the top. Once again, Sayori just barely manages to kick out. And Sayori later on was saying, I always want to do a moonsault, I could never do it. So she was basically saying how impressed she was with Fua being able to do it. And then Sayori comes back with the pottering, which I thought was going to be the finish, but Fua just barely kicked out, with the pottering being her signature flash cradle. Sayori then gives her a beautiful German suplex, another thing that she does almost better than almost anybody. Fua kicks out of that too. And then Fua gets the La Magistral. Unfortunately, Daichi messes up the fucking count, which really sucked. But that's not the fault of the wrestlers, so I'm not really holding against the match. The match is fucking awesome anyway. I was mad that Sayori jobbed again, but at least it's like, okay, it's like, fuck. I tweeted this out, but it was like Taro Okada and me are doing the yes dear meme, but it's like Taro telling me time to watch your favorite wrestler job on a big show again, John. And I said that before the show, before the match started. So I definitely, had that one well scouted. But yeah, whatever. I can see the vision. They wanted to make you think it was a repeat of December, and then had Sayaka win in the end anyway. So whatever. But yeah, just an excellent match, 4 1/4. And I love when Sayori offers her a handshake, but then raked her eyes instead. That was so fucking funny. They are kind of a heel unit. I mean, Ito kind of has a point. But yes, just awesome fucking match. I love this match.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I've been a big like Fuwa-chan fan, really, like ever since December. Really, like her like match with Hazuki, like immediately I was like all in basically. I think she's been fucking awesome. Just like insane, like natural instincts as a wrestler. Like she's so good as like this like underdog baby face that she's currently playing. Just like getting her ass kicked for like 15 minutes by Soriano, who again I will agree was great here, but also like is like a veteran and everything, and like one of the best wrestlers in the world. And despite that fact that like there's like such a gulf in experience between them, this did not feel like a carry job at all. This felt like, 2 really good wrestlers having a great wrestling match. And I think Fuwa-chan deserves like a ton of credit for that, because she is just so much less experienced. Right? Like she's just has so much less experience, and yet she's just in there really like holding her own. Like what little offense she got looked great. And then her selling is just like I would put her up against almost anybody in terms of selling right now. And also just the way she like sold to like desperation and just like barely kicking out time after time, and then finally like getting the cradle as just this like last desperation move where you could just feel like if she doesn't get the win with this cradle, she's just gonna lose the match. Like it's literally her last shot to like get the win in this match, and she actually managed to do it. Like again, referee fucking up aside, like I felt like it was a really great story. It's like a really good story for her to get like a big win on a big show as well, while still maintaining it. Like, like it gave her credibility, but at the same time, it also made clear that like she's not like ready yet for like a big push. But like that big push is coming eventually down the line once she gets a win like this, but not as like almost like a banana peel like she did on this show. But it just establishes her really, really well as like somebody that the promotion is going to push in the future. Maybe not the like immediate near-term future, but definitely in the future.
Yeah, I mean, she's going to be in the 5-star, I'm sure, and I think she's going to get some wins. So we'll see. I mean, the 5-star field this year is going to be so interesting, but we'll see who because you obviously can add Fuwa-chan. I wonder if any of the other rookies will make it in. I would love to see
that's the problem. If you have a roster that is so fucking loaded, it's like there's just some real hard cuts you're gonna have to make.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the roster is so ridiculous right now. After that, we had Saki Kashima's retirement ceremony. She gets pushed down on a push cart, which fucking I was dying before this thing even started. I don't know who the guy on the screen who was talking was. Maybe the guy. I shouldn't even speculate. I would say maybe somebody related to like. I don't know. I don't know who it was. I should have looked it up. I didn't see who it was. So, but after that, we hear Tomohiro Ishii's theme hit, and he comes out in this amazing business casual outfit. Nobody does business casual like the Stone Pitbull. Just such a great outfit. He's got like the fucking the sweater with the little suit jacket over it, but he's got no tie or anything. He's just like looking like, that's right, I'm like a casual dad or something. It's very, very cool look for him. And he's apparently Saki's favorite wrestler. That's the connection here. Saki was like already crying about it. And Saki had said she wanted to wrestle like him, but she didn't have the body for it, which is a hilarious quote.
Yes, that was like, yeah.
But yeah, so Saki gets the bouquet of flowers just from him. They pose together, and then she's like, you know, I always had a high-speed career, so we're going to do the high-speed 10 counts. All I have the energy left for. And then she stands there, and the bell just goes ding, 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 ding. I'm just like fucking dying. The funniest fucking 10 count of all time. And that's it. She leaves. And then she goes to the back and says, I don't have anything else to say. I'm going to go home. Just a pitch perfect Saki Kashi retirement ceremony. She also deserves a lot of credit for like being, being a dog who like want to do an actual retirement match in Korakuen Hall instead of Yokohama Arena. Just kind of really fucking cool. So I'm sure she could have done it Yoko R if she wanted to. But
yeah, but I feel like it would have gotten lost on this show.
Yeah. And Korakuen is just such a bigger deal to her, I'm sure, because obviously Stardom has been there so long. So, you know, I think it made a lot of sense that her retirement match was there. Then we had Get Drunk on the Paid, Drunkers Crash Hardcore Match, Yokohama Edition. Suzu Suzuki and Rina Yamashita defeat Maika and Hanako. It was Suzu pitting Hanako in 1941 with a German suplex. I knew Hanako was bleeding the moment she came out for this match with her hair dyed blonde. And they did not wait very long to get juice on both her and Maika. Hanako's was such a fucking gusher that Maika probably shouldn't even bothered because it got totally overshadowed by Hanako. Like, Hanako was covered in blood. They stapled plants to their heads, too. I'm like, what the fuck? This was like sort of halfway between a hardcore match and a death match. And I heard people in the building were saying that the fans in there were like either visibly uncomfortable with it. A lot of the fans in there. Visibly uncomfortable, not happy what's happening, or like this, I think it was this dude Corey who was there, who's been on both Discords actually forever, who said like a little girl in front of him actually looked traumatized. Which, because I'm like, these people, they've gotten so many new casual fans, and these fucking four crazy people are like, let's fucking bleed buckets in front of them and staple fucking plants to each other's heads. I'm like, can you lean people into that, please? It's not really what Stardom crowds go for. So yeah, the crowd heat was a little off. I mean, there were some, it's not like the crowd were not into it at all, but just not as much as most of the other big matches of the show. One big complaint I have is after they had just been wrestling a tornado tag the whole time, Hanako suddenly went to the corner to reach for a tag from Maika. That was pretty stupid. Like, why do we need tags in this all of a sudden? There were no tags up to that point. Hanako finally got some offense. She had this big power bomb on Suzu through two tables, but really she only went through one of the tables and her fucking head cracked the back of the fucking mat. And I was like, Jesus Christ. They gave her a double backwards slam onto a chair pile back in the ring. That also looked nasty. But Rina Yamashita was able to make the save. Suzu came back with a German suplex on the chairs. Then Yamashita brought a wooden barrel in the ring. She put it over Hanako's head, and they both hit it with chairs, but Maika made the save on the pin. Suzu broke another chair over Hanako's head. Yamashita splashed her off the top. Suzu hit a sloppy tequila shot on her, and then another German, but Hanako kicked out again. There was a light Hanako chant before Suzu finally Germaned her on the chairs again for the pin. I thought it was a tough one to rate, honestly. Like, I thought it started out sick as hell, but I also thought it kind of petered out a bit towards the end. I mean, respect for them for going out there and bleeding buckets and taking some sick bumps, but I don't think it lived up to the Suzu versus May Sierra hardcore match from last year's All-Star Grand Queendom. And I don't really know why they booked Enex's V, or now the former Enex's V, to get destroyed at every turn either. Like, I thought they were going to win this match at least as like a postscript to the feud, but no, they just lost again. I mean, it did make Hanako look tough as hell, even in defeat. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I kind of just went 3.5 at the end of the day. It was good, but I just didn't. I wasn't as high on this as some people.
No, I actually agree with that. I thought the start of this was really sick. I was like, okay, yeah, let's go. Let's like, these girls are gonna like maim each other, and then really that kind of like really violent start with like, you know, like with like Hanako and Micah like immediately bleeding like all over the fucking place, and like the whole like, it really honestly it peaked with the whole like stapling flowers to their head spot. Like, that's really like the most this felt like a proper death match. And then it kind of went to like what like a lot of the like New Japan like hardcore matches have been, which is, yeah, there's a bunch of plunder, but like nothing too spectacular really, or nothing like too crazy. And it was fine, but it was not the match that the beginning of the match promised me it would be. It was just a run-of-the-mill plunder match after that. But the start was fucking awesome, so I can't really say that it was bad. It's just that the start was so fucking awesome that the rest of it just left me disappointed.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, because I think I definitely thought it petered out towards the end, and it just didn't. Yeah. They just didn't maintain the momentum they started.
No, like, so. it generally, you want to like ramp up the insanity, and not they went like the opposite. Like it was insane at the beginning, and then it just like the intensity lessened as the match went on, which is not what you want to do. It's like kind of a bizarre choice.
Yeah, it was really, really, really weirdly laid out match. So, then we had the announcement for the 5-star, which kicks off July 18th at Oda Ward and ends August 23rd at Ryogoku. So that's cool. We'll see. I mean, Asaya has to be the favorite to win it now, I would think.
Yeah, probably.
But we'll see. Then we had the IWGP Women's Title match, Shuri defeating Megan Bayne in 17 minutes and 19 seconds with the ground style Suzaku. I think that's what it's called. Megan got her theme song muted for some reason. What's going on? Did Tony Khan not release the rights to the theme song? That's not very nice of you, Tony. She, of course, dominated this match early. The early part, it felt like it was good, but just not quite clicking with me like the epic it's supposed to be. Like, especially when Megan kicked out of Shuri's finisher, the what the fuck is it called? The Shinshukai or something? The fucking thing that looks sort of like the Angel's Wings, basically. That felt like it should be a bigger moment than it was. I don't know why that felt kind of flat. Maybe it's because I didn't expect Shuri to hit it that early to begin with. I don't know. So that was a weird spot in the match for that spot. But I thought everything after that, suddenly it kicked into overdrive. I still think the match got a little overrated by some people that I saw, but I thought everything after that was really, really, really good. So Megan came back with this really nice pop-up powerbomb. She followed up with her sit-out F5 thing, but Shuri kicked out, and then reversed Megan, trying it again on the top rope into a sunset flip powerbomb. Megan kicked out of a running knee at 1, then hit this enormous diving lariat that just took Shuri's head off. Shuri escaped the F5 thing again, though, and hit a nice roundhouse kick, followed by a German suplex and a Rana into a spinning DDT for another near fall. Megan came back with a German of her own, then went up top, but Shuri cut her off. She hit her with a top rope German, which Megan smartly took by flipping under her face, which is very rare to say flipping under your face is the smarter way to take a move, but it definitely is for top rope German. Then Shuri hit another buzzsaw kick, but Megan kicked out again. And Shuri went straight from that into a Fujiwara armbar and then turned it into the full stretch, the ground style Suzaku. And Megan finally tapped. And I did like that as well as a finish, where it was almost like Shuri saying, well, I can't figure out how to pin your big ass, so I'm just going to tap you out instead. So very cool finish. I liked enough to go 4 stars by the end, even though the earlier part didn't quite click for me. But even when it wasn't like, it's still not like that was bad or anything. It still had like the cool like, visual element. It's not often you see Shuri be towered over by anybody in Stardom because she's 5'5", which makes her like one of the taller people in the company. But like obviously Megan Bane's almost 6 feet tall or whatever. So seeing Shuri fight as like this underdog was cool because obviously it's not something you normally get. So I still think there's enough depth on this roster that you could have put an actual Stardom person in this spot, but it was a great match. It was still a 4-star match, and I get why some people had it even higher, especially if you're more into Megan than I am. So, but still went 4 stars on. I still thought it was a great match.
Yeah. As you just said, that was kind of going to be my main take as well. Was like, it was such an interesting way of doing a Shuri match because it's just so unlike what they normally are. Because normally it's like the story is like, well, Shuri's opponent has to survive her, right? Like it's generally like the only way to beat Shuri is you just kind of like need to survive like her onslaught, and then maybe you kind of like manage to like wear her down eventually, or like you kind of get lucky essentially. Whereas this very much was like the opposite, where like Shuri was like the underdog and had to like figure out a way how to like basically like chop down the giant. So I thought that was really, really interesting, and I think she did really, really well for like match layout that she isn't really used to normally. I think that's one of those things that shows just like a really great worker is if you actually manage to do that, if you really can like deviate that much from your formula and still make it a great match. Again, I am probably also not as high as some other people are in this match, but I still thought this was like a 4-star match. Just really strong performance from both of them. Again, I don't just want to praise Shuri. I think Megan Bain also did really well. Where like she kept her like offense like really interesting as well. And really strong match from both women, and definitely one of the more interesting matches in terms of like match layout on the card.
Yeah, the only thing to me with Shuri, it almost feels like I don't see an obvious direction for her coming out of this, but there are people that want her belt still. Because like Maki Ito started talking about wanting the IWGP because she thinks it goes good with her costume, which I thought was funny. But
I mean, why not? I mean, there's worse reasons to get a belt, I suppose.
Yeah. She said, "Oh, the goddess too," because that's also a black belt. But yeah, I don't know. Just kind of funny reason to go for a title. But yeah, it just doesn't feel like Shuri has an obvious direction right now. So I guess we'll see. I have to wait and see what we do with her. They might just they don't always have IWGP matches every month, so maybe they're just giving a month off and she'll have a defense when I go to the conversion in June or something. But yeah, there's really no obvious direction for her for the May show in Nagoya. Then we had the Gods of Stardom tag titles. Azumi and Miyu Amasaki defeat Natsuko Tora and Naraka, so Zero Knee Line, become the 37th champions, and BMI 2000 fail in their 6th defense. It was Miyu pinning Tora with the Tensei in 23 minutes and 19 seconds. First of all, one of the all-time coolest moments, for me at least, especially on this show, was Miyu and Azumi walking out with their fucking magical girl outfits. Now, people tell me these apparently were based on this show Precure, which is not a show I've ever watched. So, I don't know anything about Precure, to be honest. I'm sorry if that I guess I'm not quite weeb enough to know Precure. But the only magical girl shows I've ever watched are like Sailor Moon, Madoka Magica. I'm trying to think what else. That other parody one.
Weird horny one.
What'd you say?
That weird horny one you were
That's
watching?
all of
Really
them.
horny.
Horny.
Oh, horny.
The weird horny one you were watching.
No. That's the one I was thinking of. It was God, what the fuck was it? I Admire Magical Girls. That one.
I don't know what it was
That's
called.
what it was called.
I did not
remember
partake in that.
I can't remember the Japanese name. Nicole to run in here on the podcast. But there's other ones too I've watched. Cardcaptor Sakura obviously counts as a Magical Girl show. But there's other ones I've watched too. I just can't remember what the fuck they were. Saint Seiya or something, I think is one. But yeah, I haven't really watched that many. Just trying to think of other ones. Like I've watched a few other 90s ones that I can't. I don't know. Does Fushigi Yugi count as Magical Girl? Need like a. It's definitely shoujo, but I don't think it counts as Magical Girl. I mean, the girl does do magic, and she is a girl. But so I don't know.
I mean, in that case, a lot of things would fall on a magical girl. So does that mean Frozen is a magical girl anime?
I've watched all fucking 5 seasons of Sailor Moon though, so I don't want to hear no shit on that. All fucking God only knows how many episodes that is. But yeah, I mean it's in all the movies and everything else. So, but yeah, anyway, they came out here in the magical girl outfits is the point, and it's kind of a funny callback. And I don't know how many people made this connection. So Tora and Muraka beat Zero Knee Line back at Korakuen, either the 10th or the 11th. I forget which one. I think the 10th. It was one of those two. It was definitely one of the two I was there for. And after Tora wins that match and beats Zero Knee Line, when a lot of people thought Zero Knee Line was going to win and finally unseat them, and they did it through cheating again. Like they looked like Miyu and Azumi had it won, but they pulled the ref out. Tora said a line that was basically, just so you guys all know, heroes only win. The only place where heroes only win is manga. And the crowd really like half the crowd that was really cheering for Azumi Miyu got really pissed at that line. The other half the crowd that loves hate was really into that line. But yeah, Azumi and Miyu clearly were listening because they're like, okay, if the heroes only win in manga, then we come out dressed as magical girls, we'll beat them. And guess what? It fucking worked. So that's the best part. Like, it actually worked. They did, in fact. They dressed themselves as magical girls and they fucking won. So Tora was right and Azumi and Miyu were right. So it was kind of funny the way that all worked out. There was this pretty awesome spot. There were a lot of awesome spots in this match. One of my favorites was pretty early, where Azumi ran up her own partner Miyu's shoulders to get to the top rope to Tora up there, but then she just fucking throws Miyu on top of her and Muraka to break the pin. That was really cool. There were so many spots in this I really couldn't keep track. It was a very, very action-paced packed tag without much downtime at all. Miyu at one point just gets absolutely squashed by Tora with a standing senton. I liked how she just kind of laid on top of her like that for the pin attempt. But she came back with a nice double DT on both of them. And this enormous dive to the floor. Miyu, so she got missed in the last match. She was prepared for it this time. She ducked it. She hit another DDT, followed by the sit-out version, which I think is the Tensei. But Muraka lifted her right off of the pin into a German suplex. Then Azumi came up the top with a double stomp on Muraka, only for Tora to leap right up and kill her with a lariat. And just everything in this match was awesome. Miyu rolled out of the way of the senton bomb, but Rina then kind of used her. Oh, she used her bridging pin, but Muraka just barely dove in for the save. And then Miyu managed to explode her Tora, which the crowd popped big for. But Rina distracted the ref, so Tora could miss her finally. She did get on the second attempt. Hit another lariat for a near fall. At this point, I was like, I thought there was zero chance going in that Zero Knee Line was going to lose this match because it would have felt so stupid if they lost. But they got me on some of these near falls where I was like, oh my, I remember thinking Jesus Christ, we're really doing this again. More cheating where Tora hits Miyu with the black box. Muraka hits a German. Tora hits the Swanton. This is the one that really got me. It was the full course. And I was just groaning ugh. But then Azumi leaps out of nowhere to make the save. So they really fucking had me there. Azuma avoids Tora and Muraka as they run into each other. She runs them both at once, kind of, with just kind of a headlock take on the other one. That was really cool. Gives Tora a destroyer where she one of those destroyers where she didn't quite get the flip the whole way, but it still looked even cooler if anything, where it looked like she killed poor Tora with it. They picked Tora up, gave her a sick double DDT. Then Miyu takes Tora and hits the Blizzard suplex with the bridge, but Muraka breaks it up by just throwing the box into them, which that was kind of a sick way to break up the pin. Miyu hit kind of an awkward DDT, which I wish looked better. Then she lifted her up and hit a second one, which I don't remind her repeating the spot because the second one did look really a lot better. And it wasn't the finish anyway. Got a 2 count. Tora backdropped Miyu away, then lariated the shit out of her again. Miyu blocked another lariat though, hit 2 straight Tensei DDTs, and that's finally the fucking pin. I thought this match was incredible. I mean, I saw some people say they thought it dragged, so I'll be interested to get your take in a second. But if you're very, very invested in Zero Knee Line, which I was very invested in Azumi finally winning these fucking goddesses belts she's been after for years and years and years with multiple partners. I was very invested in Miyu winning anything besides the future, basically. And, Miyu's story is just such a cool story to me, where she's one of these wrestlers that starts out getting a push. She starts out where they act like the New Blood thing is going to be all based around her. I've seen people argue she didn't really get that big of a push. I disagree. She faced so many top stars early on, and even though she lost them all, that's still clearly like a push when you're a rookie, where it's like they're basically saying, look at her, she's important. She's in the main event, all these singles matches, New Blood shows against top stars. They gave her that Blooms at the Top nickname, and then it felt like they kind of gave up on her a while. Where, I found Miyu very likable. It was even just a case where like, even when she wasn't a good wrestler, I liked her, as I've talked about before. But once it all started clicking for her finally, like towards like the 5-star last year, and then especially after the 5-star, I feel like she just actually got really good. And then the Cinderella this year, you could really see it. And before the Cinderella, I was like, when are they ever going to push this girl? Because I think she's really good now. And now they're not pushing her. When, obviously, originally she did get the big push. And, she still felt like she was Neo Genesis' lost post. And she was just dropping fall after fall. And Zero Knee Line didn't do very well in the tag league either. And then finally, obviously, they have pushed her. And this was the big moment for her. And, Azumi's had enough big moments that just the fact that they made this really more about Miyu, I didn't mind it, even as a bigger Azumi fan than Miyu fan. But yeah, again, being very invested in Miyu, very invested in Zero Knee Line winning. It did not lose me at all. I did think, if anything, was on pace to be even higher rated than the rating I'm going to give it. So, I ended up at 4.5. If the finish had been a little cleaner, if the very end of it had been a little cleaner, it might have been even higher for me. But yeah, I thought this was an incredible match. And I really liked how they made, like some people said they went overkill at the end. I think it was like, again, this reminds me of a Buffy line where like, don't you think that's overkill? No, I think it's just enough kill. It felt like just enough kill because they really made Tora and Ruaka look like fucking unbeatable badasses in this reign, where like they're, they have the size advantage over everybody in Stardom and they're willing to cheat. Where the idea is like, when you give like two strong wrestlers who are also willing to cheat their asses off, that should be really hard to beat. And there have been a lot of times in wrestling where they build up heels as unbeatable and the actual win feels like a letdown. It feels like, oh, that's all it took to beat them? Really? After all that? This didn't, whatever you think about this match, that was not the case for this. I mean, they really made Azumi and Miyu fucking earn it and beat them and like really actually go out of their way to put them away. So I think the amount, like, again, for your biggest show of the year, a team that's dominated this division since July, I think it's totally fine to have it be like, third from the top. I think it's fine to like make it really take everything to beat them. So yeah, I love this match. I was 4.5 stars on it. It very, 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 very closely edged out the main event. It's my favorite match of the show. So that's where I was.
To be quite honest, that's actually where I'm at as well. Well, like, I get where people are coming from, that like this was really like a very excessive kind of like closing stretch. But it's like the biggest show of the year for Stardom. Like, where else are you gonna get excessive except for here, right? And especially if you've had like a title reign as dominant as this, you have to make it feel earned. This felt earned by the end, where it was just like it's basically just like they just took everything they could. Like, it's just literally like they literally threw it's a bit of a like, I don't know, like tired analogy, but like they literally threw like Natsuko and Ruaka just threw like everything at the kitchen sink, like almost literally a kitchen sink at like Miyu, and she still kind of survived. And then like finally she pulls out the win after that. And I think that's really what this show was all about, right? Like, was like making people. Like, it was about making Fuwa-chan, it was about making like Miyu, it was about making Hanan, it was about making Sayaka, right? Like, that's really what this was about, and I think they did like a banger job with that. And I fully agree with you, but like, this has been such a long and dominant title reign where it's just like you couldn't just end it on like, I don't know, or like Miyu just like rolls one of them up to get the win. I think that would have felt weak, where it's just like that would have like gotten like the title reign off to like a really bad start, where it's like, whereas in this case, like, no, you had this like really long dominant title reign, and then it just got to an end because they just faced a team that was better than them. And even the cheating that they did wasn't enough anymore. Because that was always the thing with the two of them, where it felt like, no, these two are good enough to like win without cheating, which again, they sometimes even did.
They sometimes did, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I think, again, that's such a smart thing to do, because it's like, if you just constantly cheat, then it's like, well, then you're just not good enough to be champion. Whereas these two very clearly were good enough to be champion, that then sometimes cheated because it just made that a little bit easier for them to get the win.
Yeah.
Or because they were desperate.
Or they would have lost to Zumi Miyu last time, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Or they were desperate. Whereas now it just wasn't enough anymore. Now they have finally met their match. And like, even with the best they could do, even with the most cheating they could do, it just wasn't enough. The other team was just better than them. And I think it just makes this like such a satisfying ending to the title reign. And now you have like crowned like what feels like an actual like top tag team as well. So
yeah, I mean, their reign is so exciting. I mean, there's just like so many matches for them to do.
Yeah,
you know, it does feel really, really fresh. I mean, it's like one of those things where you come out of a show, obviously you want to have fresh directions, but you have not even just it's just when you have brand new champions where it feels like the everything is reset, and you have this incredibly stacked roster. That's where you end up with these like, oh, look at all the possibilities kind of thing. You know, where the heels aren't dominating anymore. Now you can just go a million different directions. So, I mean, the immediate direction looks like it's going to be Fukuoka Double Crazy, which is cool because, I mean, Fukuoka Double Crazy actually, I believe, defended the belt against these two during their last title reign. I believe that's correct. Either they I think they definitely did, but I can't remember if it was like a 2-on-2 or like a 3-way or 4-way or something. But I could have sworn I saw that when I was looking up their past challenges. But yeah, I mean, someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I saw that. So yeah, either way, you're doing like a rematch. You're getting Fukuoka Double Crazy in there as a V1. I don't think it's been announced yet, but I assume it will probably be for the Fukuoka show. That's what I would assume, because they didn't announce it for Nagoya. They announced the two singles title matches for Nagoya. So, you know, maybe they'll put that in the Fukuoka show. I would obviously expect Zero Knee Line to retain, and then, you know, you have a million different directions you can go. You can do. I would love to see anything involving Momo Watanabe against them, or Saya. If it was Saya and Momo, that would be so sick. But like, just all the history they both have with Azumi. Either one of them within their hate number would be cool. Obviously, if you do an intra Neo Genesis match against Starlight Kid and May Sierra, would be fucking sick. Although I think May is teasing she wants to go for the Wonder, so makes me think that might be. Which again, that would also be sick. So we'll get to it in a second. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff on the table there. Hina and Ami Soya were teasing they want to keep teaming together. So that'd be a cool title challenge probably. But yeah, just there's all sorts of stuff. Rina Zusanaba, that'd be another one. There's a lot of cool teams that you could have face these two in a fresh matchup. So definitely excited to see where they go. After that, we had the Wonder of Stardom title. So Hanan defeats Konami in 18 minutes and 7 seconds to win the white belt. Konami fails in her 5th title defense, and Hanan becomes the 26th champion. Why the fuck did they give Hanan the Hulk Hogan font? I was fucking dying.
That was so
when that
weird,
came up.
yeah.
It came up on screen. I'm like, excuse me? I know her color's yellow, and it's 5 letters, just like Hogan, and it starts with H. They're like, good enough! Hulk Hogan font. I'm like, what the fuck? I just thought this was good.
She doesn't even wrestle like she doesn't even, you know.
No.
Not that she like wrestle like Hogan, but like there is a much better person in Japan that wrestles like in a Hogan style, and that's Kento Miyahara.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. I thought this was good, but also kind of missing something, especially after the crazy high of the tag title match for me. I've seen some people be reversed. If you're personally more of a Hanan fan than a Zero Knee Line fan, then I guess, you know, maybe you felt the reverse. Like, this is the match you're really into. But for me, I like Hanan. It's not like I'm one of the Hanan haters, because she does have her haters. But like, I just couldn't get into this after, like, I'm still like kind of buzzing for the tag title match. And the live crowd too did seem a little burnt out to me, especially at first. Konami used the belt shot on Hanan and a German suplex for a 2 count. Hanan was able to block the black spray paint though, and gave Konami a taste of her own medicine. I was like, hell yeah. The crowd didn't really like that. It was like, you know what? They were like, she deserves that for spraying over what she won with Cinderella. She then hit a backdrop suplex, but Konami kicked out. Hanan hit a bridging backdrop, but Hate yanked Barb out of the ring. Then they broke a framed photo of Hanan over her own head. That was funny. And then Konami hit the buzzsaw kick on her for a 2 count. But then Hanan then hit, of all moves, the MJF Heat Seeker. I was like, what the fuck? I don't think I've ever seen her do that move before. And I was like, why is Hanan lifting moves from MJF of all people? Very weird. Then she did 2 straight bridging backdrops, but Konami kicked out. And then Hanan, the crowd was definitely into this point. I get what to say. Hanan then finished her with another one after ducking a high kick to finally win this damn white belt. I thought it was good by the end. I went like 3.5 stars. Just all felt a little flat. And they did try to make you think Konami could retain, but I didn't think they did I don't know, maybe to me, maybe it's investment level. I did not think they did nearly as good of a job making me buy the Konami near falls as they did making me buy the BMI 2000 near falls. But that's just how I felt. So before you get to the turn, I guess, what do you think of the match?
Yeah, I thought it was fine. Again, similar. I was a bit disappointed, especially like how high up the card this was. And the like previous 2 matches, basically, I thought maybe we were going to be on a pace where like we were going to keep building, where like every match is like going to be better than the last one. And this wasn't. It wasn't bad, and I think Hanan is obviously going to be like, I mean, she is like an important part of the promotion now, like, right, like, but I think she's still like, compared to like other people, I think she has a few more kinks to work out still in her game. I don't think she's like as consistently great as like other people are. And I think
not as consistently great as your sisters either.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think that is also a bit of a problem because you compare to her sisters. But she is obviously going to be great. Like, she is obviously, I think, going to like eventually, like, she is going to like work those out, and she's going to be like a complete worker.
Yeah, I think, her biggest problem to me is her moveset.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like she spams the backdrop suplex so much, which is not like, it's a cool move, but it's not that cool of a move.
Yeah.
So maybe she needs to add a few more things or whatever. She's like, I feel like her selling is really good. She's smooth enough in the ring. She moves around well. I would like to see her lean into her size a little more, because it's like that I feel like she doesn't do enough, because it's like, okay, you're 5'6", everybody else is tiny in this promotion. So you look, there's a lot of wrestlers in there you look like you're Andre the Giant with. Yeah. Like, do some more big boots and, bully some people. Feels like she's too nice in the ring or something. It's like, just be more of a, like, take after your sisters. Your sisters both bully people and they're 5'4".
Yeah.
So, yeah. I don't know. Just bully people some more. That's what I want to say. But she's too nice.
See, that's why I thought it was kind of a shame that, like, again, similar to like, or not similar, but like different to like the tag match, where that felt like a very like satisfying end of what was a really good title reign. Like, I liked the Konami title reign, and this felt like a little bit of a disappointing way to end it.
Yeah, I totally get what you mean.
Like, I get it made sense storyline wise. I'm not saying Hanan shouldn't have won here. I think that made perfect sense, because the storyline obviously was the downfall of Hate finally happened, where they lost all of the titles. And like, right, so like it made perfect sense. It was just a little disappointing, and what I thought was a good title reign ended in what was a okay but not great match. And that was like, basically, it was like the most disappointing match on the business end of the card. It was not a bad match. It was just disappointing based on my expectations and the position of it on the card.
Yeah, I just think it could have been better.
Yeah,
I guess is what I would come down to. But it was still a really good match. I mean, not really good. Still good match. 3.5 stars. But I just think it could have been better for the end of what was a really great title reign for Konami. So, but we'll see. It's not like I'm not excited about Hanana's champion. There's possibilities there. No. I mean, her first defense is going to be kind of whatever, as we'll get to in a second. But like May Sierra, again, saying that she wants a shot. If they book Hanan versus May Sierra for Storm the Conversion when I'm there in the front row, I'm going to be like, hell fucking yeah, let's go. It sounds like a great... I think they had a really good match in the 5-star last year, didn't they? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong two, but I feel like they were in the same block and they had a really good match. I could be wrong on that.
Don't remember.
Actually, there's an easy way for me to check this, because I have a whole fucking spreadsheet of all my 5-star ratings. I can just see. Okay, Block A, Hanan. Yep, Hanan and May. And I did go 4 stars on it. So there you go. But yeah, so I remember that match being really good, and maybe they could have an even better one for the white belt. But yes, after the match, B. Priestley turns on Hanan, lifting her up under his shoulder, and then turning into the Queen's Landing suplex, and beats everybody else up and reveals a hate shirt. First thing about this fucking turn, it makes no fucking sense whatsoever, because I'm pretty sure she was holding back Rina from interfering at one point towards the end of that fucking white belt match. So if anything, Rina and Konami should be like, why the fuck were you holding Rina back from interfering that if you're on our side? Like, did they not know about the turn? Did Hanan just decide to wear the shirt just in case, or not Hanan, did B decide to wear the shirt under her fucking shirt in case she felt like turning? Very weird, very nonsensical, very Russo-esque turn. So not a good turn. The other thing is, like, I did one of these Stardom tier list things this morning. I don't think I would have put B. Priestley as my bottom tier wrestler before this turn. I think B in stars was totally fine. The moment she started saying Ichiban Shopai and and doing the fucking annoying fucking voice, like she feels like a fucking relic again now that she's doing this heel run. Whereas I thought her little like babyface veteran thing was a fine little gimmick for her. I thought she was totally fine in that role. She really didn't annoy me at all in that role. I thought she was getting up to speed with the like when she first came back, she just couldn't keep up with the roster. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean. She just looked like she was a step slow compared to the rest of the roster. Within a few months, she looked fine. She was up to the speed again. You know, she could tell she got back to the pace of Stardom compared to WWE. But, you know, I did not mind her as a veteran role. As a fucking heel again, though, especially if she's going to be a push commodity as a heel, please no. Like, this is really bad. Like, I don't want to see this. It just feels like a fucking relic from the past. And yeah, I'm just not happy about this at all. And we're getting the match next month in Nagoya. At least it will not be at my show. That's all I can say there.
I think it also, like, in terms of, like, it's just not making sense in terms of, like, overall story. I think it also didn't make sense, like, in terms of, like, the story of B. Priestley, it also didn't make sense of what they were trying to do on the show. Right? Like, because the show otherwise was all about, like, hate eating shit, finally. So, them having, like, honestly, like, it still wouldn't have made sense overall if she turned on, like, a later show. But it would have made more sense in terms of the whole, like, hate eats shit for this entire show storyline that they were doing if they didn't do the turn here. Because it's, like, the one, like quote-unquote, like, in storyline good thing that happened for hate is that they gained another member on the show. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, it didn't make sense in that way where it's like, that's not what the show was about. The show was about, like, hate finally getting their comeuppance, and doing this turn here, like, kind of muddies the waters for that a bit. I think they still did that storyline really well. It's just that I felt like this was, like, the one misstep in that overarching story that they did throughout this entire show. But, like, just do it at, like, the next, like, I don't know, like, Hurricane that you're doing. It's fine. You can just do it there.
Yeah, I don't know. It just didn't. I totally agree that would have been more appropriate the Hurricane, and maybe it would have made a little more sense. Yeah. Because then you could at least say, oh, okay, B got jealous of Anon for winning the white belt when she thought she should be the one to do it or something, and now she decided to join hate or something. I don't know. But, like, here it just felt like it was way too quick after the match, and it's like, do you have multiple personalities? Like, why are you just holding Rita back? It's really, really weird. But yeah, you know, the only, like, this is, like, the only big miss on the show, so whatever. But, you know, hopefully we just get going to be a nice little V1 for Anon, and then we'll move on with our lives. So, the main event, the World of Stardom title, Saya Kakurara defeats Saya Kamatani in 27 minutes and 5 seconds with a Firebird splash. Saya fails in her 10th defense. Sayaka becomes the 21st World of Stardom champion, captures the red belt. So yeah, this was, if you're wondering where Saya was on the record books here, so she made 9 defenses. She was 1 defense away here from being at a three-way tie for second. So Io Shirai's 2013-14 title reign and Shuri's 2022 reign, which actually started at Dream Queendom the very end of 2021, mostly 2022. They were both 10 defenses. The record, though, she was still had a long way to go with the record, which was 14 defenses. Also, Io Shirai from 2016-17. Again, technically started in 2015 at Dream Queendom. Now, the days record, she ended up at 483, which put her in third place. She was behind the Io defense record reign at 546, but that's only second. The very first title reign from the Nai Takahashi, she held this belt 602 days. That's first place. It was July 24, 2011, until she lost it to Alpha Female, of all people, March 17, 2013. But somehow only made 7 defenses in those 602 days. So Rossi was really spreading those defenses out back then. That's for sure. I can't say I was watching much Stardom back then. I can't tell you what happened. Like, really did not get into it for the first time until like 2014. So don't really know what was happening back then. But yeah, so there's where Saya's reign ends up third place in both defenses and days overall for red belt reigns. I did see a lot of people saying maybe Saya will win it back and break everything on her second reign, just like Io Shirai did. But hopefully they give us some time between the two. We don't need another super long Saya reign immediately, I don't think. And I love Saya, but I think there's so many possibilities and places to go with this title now, with how deep the roster is. But I'm sure Saya will win it back. Yeah, I just wouldn't have it be another year and a half long reign personally.
I mean, I could see her regain it maybe at she comes back next year and wins the title back.
Yeah,
or a year and a half or so. Yeah,
it could be Dream Queendom.
It could be Dream, but that feels like a really quick turnaround.
Yeah. So Saya comes out with a blue and white gown and this giant blue spear. That looks great. And for some reason, it took me an embarrassingly long amount of time to click that, oh yeah, she's the cosmic spear. That's why she has a spear. Because I was like, I don't know. I was like, oh, trident. Like, wait a second. No, it's really a spear. Never mind. Tridents are shaped differently. Saya starts this match by beating the piss out of poor Sayaka with a chain, and then just sits in the chair doing her fucking aura farming. And then she fucking makes Sayaka look like an idiot when Sayaka tries to get back in the ring, and Saya immediately fucking charges Saya, and Sayaka just she charges Saya, and Saya drop toe holds her into the chair the moment she gets back in the ring. I'm gonna start calling her Kurara because Saya and Saya.
I was about to say this is starting to get confusing.
Yeah. So Saya absolutely cracks Kurara with a form of the chest. That I never understand where the fuck Saya Kamitani finds the power for some of these fucking forearms she throws, because they make some really nasty sounds sometimes. Yeah. And this woman looks like she weighs like 100 pounds soaking wet. Like, she is a very skinny looking woman.
Especially her arms are like a bit noodly, or look noodly at least. They're not noodly. She obviously has a lot of muscle in there. It's just they look kind of noodly.
It's like where she finds the power for these is like, yes, she's like deceptively strong or something. Sayaka, though, comes back with a really nice dive to the floor, and a nice springboard shoulder block back at the ring. What I liked a lot about this match, I could not believe it was 27 minutes and 5 seconds. I feel like they never did the, we're going long, they did a really fast pace for a 27 minute and 5 second match. There were a lot of near falls way before usually getting a match that going on that long. There's this really close near fall after a roll up from Kurara, an interesting Tokimeki spear to the back. I'm not sure I've seen her ever do, really. And she did another one right after that. Then went for a third straight, but Saya blocked it with the Star Crusher. The only thing that could look better, I thought, really in this whole part of the match was she did some. Kurara did some rapid fire slaps. She went pretty light on them. I don't know if it's because Saya was recently concussed back in December. Maybe Kurara was like extra careful with the slaps, but they didn't look that great. Saya did fire back with this right hand punch. That looked a little better. Kurara, though, hit like 5 straight violent shootings, which is funny having Walker Stewart just yell violent shooting over and over again. Who we didn't mention this, by the way. He did a great job in English commentary, especially going a 6.5 hour show, having to go solo. Like, he did an amazing job at doing that by himself. I was like, I don't know how the fuck he did that. So I've done solo audio before for much shorter lengths of time. It is not easy to do. And that's only podcasting, not exactly doing play-by-play for a big show. But yeah, Kurara goes straight from the 5 straight violent shootings into her rear naked choke, which
I've always loved that this unicorn art student does a rear naked choke, and she always does a really good one for someone who has like no combat sports background at all. So like she looks like she's just fucking choking your ass out. I'm just like, okay. And then Saya's able to make the ropes after a long struggle. Kurara just cracks her with a knee against the ropes while she's still out of it, which was some nice viciousness again. We're, being more vicious than usual, maybe with Cosmic Angels on the line here. And she just was really spamming these spears like crazy, which I could see being a negative for some people. But I liked it a lot. I liked that you just kept going back to it. And Saya just kept kicking out. Saya comes back on Kurara at the top rope Star Crusher, but can't go over the pin immediately, so Kurara was able to kick out. The crowd was really split at this point. I felt like they were chanting for both of them. They redid the Saya Tam finish with Saya saying sayonara and the big pausing Kamigoe, the first finish, I should say, from the Korakuen. Or not the first one, I guess it'd actually be the second one. But we get, of the trilogy, I should say, because they have many other matches. But we get a truly insane Daichi near fall in this one, where he counts 1, 2, and he makes his fucking hand come as close to hitting a mat as you possibly can without counting 3. He had to spin his whole body. My fucking heart was in my chest at this point. Then things go kind of nuts. The Cosmic Angels and Hate all run in. Momo accidentally high kicks Saya during all of this, while I thought for sure she was going to turn around and kick Sayaka at this point, but instead she takes out she takes out Saya Kamitani, dives on the Hate on the floor, or takes out Momo, I think, actually. Dives on the Hate on the floor, and then Kurara hits the fucking the Cosmic Screw, or what is the name that Saya called that time used to call it? I don't think it was Cosmic Screw. I think it was something else, but now I can't remember what the fuck it was called. There's multiple Tam aficionados yelling at their fucking iPods right now. I cannot remember. Was it the violent screwdriver? Was that it? I think it was the violent screwdriver. I think that's it. But she hits that move and it gets a 2 count. Rina runs in again, whips Sayaka while the ref's distracted, so Saya can Rana her, and that gets another 2 count. And then Kurara comes back with another spear for a 2 count. And then she goes up top and she fucking looks at the crowd. She looks down at Saya and she fucking hits the Firebird Splash. She fucking does a 450. I was just like, who the fuck knew this art student could do a 450? I was just like, that was one of my most hit tweets in a while. That I was like, what is in the Stardom Dojo where they taught a fucking art student to do a 450? I had a few fucking people get mad at me for that tweet. Like, why are you thinking a fucking art student had to go to a fucking NIL school or something? I wasn't saying she wasn't athletic.
Not a thing in
not
Japan.
Really. First of all, it's not a thing in Japan either. Yes, and I wasn't saying she wasn't athletic. I think she's actually more athletic than people give her credit for. But she's also a little more awkward than Ayasaka or some of the other, people that do have fighting backgrounds and sports backgrounds. I don't think it takes anything away for her to admit that. If anything, it makes her more impressive that she's this fucking good now and she did a fucking 450. So, you don't have to be an amazing natural athlete to be a great wrestler. There are a lot of people throughout history who are not amazing natural athletes and were great pro wrestlers. And I think Sayaka Kurara is becoming another one. And she had a fucking outstanding match here. I was 4.5 in this match. I could see going even higher, especially if you're, if you're even more invested in the story than I was pretty fucking invested though. So I don't know. I just think some of the execution was a little not super, super high to the point where I want to be for a 5-star or 4 3/4 star match. And the Hate stuff maybe got a little silly for me, although, not to the point where I thought it really bothered me or anything. So yeah, I have 4.5. It's still an outstanding match. I feel like, again, one of those matches where I'm defending myself for why I was quote unquote only 4.5. They went after it again, truly epic ending to Saya's reign. They made it difficult to win, which it should have been. When you have a fucking unbeatable god tier wrestler who also cheats, it should be really difficult to end their title reign, and they nailed making it difficult. And I thought that they had to use this because I saw some people saying, "Oh, Saya could lose this belt to Micah." My argument was you need to use this reign to make somebody. So if anything, I should have seen this coming more because they used this reign to make somebody. They made Sayaka, and now you have Sayaka Kurara as a new top star who's less than fucking 3 years into her career. So, I think that's a really ballsy move. And on the one hand, it's a ballsy move. On the other hand, though, I feel like people are I think people are being too like, oh, what a fucking crazy move by Taro Okada. It's not a crazy move. He took a very attractive young woman who the crowd really likes, who is the protege of the last top babyface star, and fucking crowned her on the biggest show of the year by having her beat the fucking heel that put the fucking last top babyface star out. That's not crazy. Is it ballsy? Kind of, yeah, but it's not crazy. It's a perfectly logical move. I think also the same thing we saw in New Japan this year where they had put Callum over and people were like, what the fuck's going on here? Nobody is used to putting over new young top stars anymore because no one else fucking does it. Basically, Noah finally did it too with Ozawa and fucking Mr. Smack Daddy. And for some fucking reason, very few other promotions. Who's sure as fuck not doing it that often is America. Now they did finally put over Darby Allin and over MJF, so that's cool. I really can't drag AEW for that anymore. But like, fucking WWE never does this shit, right? I mean, when's the last time they put over a top young guy? As a champion.
Young guys.
Yeah, I mean, they did have Brock job to Obafemi, I guess, so that's something. But like, yeah, just it's not a stuff thing that American wrestling does very often, and until recent history, it wasn't a thing that Japan did very often either. But like, Stardom's done it. I mean, Stardom had Utami win this belt like less than 3 years into their career. Stardom had there's somebody else too who won this belt really early on. Utami's the one that came to mind for me immediately, but I think there's another one. Yeah, I think maybe Io did Io win it that quick too? I'm trying to think when she debuted. Yeah, versus when because he wasn't quite a Stardom Trueborn, so I'm not sure if she actually she debuted in it wasn't that fast. She debuted all the way back in 2007. Never mind. So she won the belt and she didn't even jump to Stardom until 2011. So, but there's somebody else that won this title, and it was really. I'm just gonna look at the World of Stardom history because it's bothering me. Who won this title really early in their career. So
Kairi kind of won it pretty early.
Yeah, Kairi won it March 2015. Let's see when she debuted. Kairi's probably the one thing. Yep, Kairi won it. Kairi debuted in 2012. So probably about 3 years. So that's another one that won it pretty quick. We just said not I don't think Mayu did, because Mayu didn't win until 2017 and she was around for longer than that, I think. Kagetsu, we said Utami. When did Julia debut? Oh no, Julia came from Ice Ribbon though, so that's a little different. But I feel like I don't think she was in Ice Ribbon that long. Yeah, 2017, 2022. It's like 5 years. Let me see. Micah won it in 23, and I think she started 2019, so like 4 years. So there's plenty of people around this time. Sayaka's not that quick compared to a lot of these people. So, I don't know. So yeah, some of the like, oh, what the fuck is Stardom doing? I'm just like those level of takes, the people who were like pissy about it or weird about it. The funniest take I saw was this fucking WWE account that's also does Joshi for some reason, I guess on their podcast, was like, Saya Kamitani deserved better than to be caught up in Tam lore for her whole reign. Tam lore is literally her whole reign. Like, what the fuck are you talking? It's like saying, like, okay, you cannot separate Saya Kamitani from Tam lore. She was wearing a fucking feather that fell into the fucking building, a white feather, when she beat Tam last year. And then, like, she was wearing it to keep a piece of Tam close to her heart. She said she took on Tam's hopes and dreams when she beat her. Like, okay, if you don't like Tam lore, that's fine. But Saya Kamitani is very much in Tam lore. Like, that's a fucking thing.
The one thing I will say on that is, like, I do think it's an argument for why, right, as you said earlier, where it's like, she's probably going to, like, break a bunch of records in her second title reign. And I think that might be, like, the argument for why it wasn't this title reign, but the next title reign. Because, I agree that it made sense that this entire title reign was basically about Tam Nakano. But I feel like it makes more sense for the, like, record-breaking title reign be like the actual Saya Kamatani title reign rather than the Tam Nakano title reign for like, lack of a better term. It was a great title reign. And the storyline made perfect sense, right? Like, she beats Tam for the title, she retires Tam, then, like, again, like, basically almost exactly a year ago, just absolutely fucking destroys Kurara in, like, the first, like, title match that they did. And then, like, again, also what a fucking great turnaround by Stardom as well, where it's like, first title match, not a single fucking person thought that she could win, right? Like, that was just a complete, like, like, this is very obviously, like, you just beat, like, I just beat your mentor and now I'm going to beat you as well. And, like, nobody believed that she could win, and she didn't, obviously. And to, like, turn that around in a year to, like, her, like, Kurara actually being, like, not just a credible challenger, but to actually win the fucking belt, I think is, like, pretty damn good booking on Stardom's thing. But again, it is still tied up with Tam, because obviously, like, Kurara is, like, the inheritor of Tam as well. Like they're both the inheritor of Tam in a way. But I also feel like whenever, like, I don't know, like in a year and a half, or however long, like, it is until Saya, like, wins this title again, then it has to be, like, the actual, like, Saya Kamatani title reign. And I think that makes much more sense to make that the, like, record-breaking title reign than this title reign, which, again, extremely satisfying, like, storyline. But I get why you wouldn't want to make this one, like, the actual, like, defining record-breaking one.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I just think people... I mean, there's a lot of stupid takes out there, I guess, but, like, it's just so tied to the side, to the Tam thing, that it makes perfect sense. It was Tam's last protege that beat her. And, there were so many, like, callbacks and moments in the match, even just to the Tam stuff. Some that I don't think I even covered. And then, like, the way, like, the feathers came down again at the end, and Saika, like, grabbed the feather and brought it to the back with her and everything to, like, tribute Tam. Like, if you just really hate all this stuff and you don't want to watch, storyline, right? Like, to me, this is, like, over dramatic wrestling done correctly, where they were doing drama, they're doing, callbacks and everything, but I don't have anybody stopping the match mid-match to explain everything to me the way you do in, like, the American wrestling that tries this shit. And there's nobody cutting mid-match promos on each other. It's a very different kind of drama where it's like, there's nothing wrong with being over dramatic. There's nothing wrong with being melodramatic either. Like, that can be good in its own, good in certain doses. I don't want the entire card to be that, but, like, there's nothing wrong with doing that, especially a main event of your biggest show of the year. There's nothing wrong with doing that. So, I don't know. I just thought some of the critiques I saw were kind of silly, and the idea that, like, again, this very conventionally attractive woman who is quite good in the ring is a weird choice to beat Saya. To me, it's really weird. Like, they could have had Micah beat her again or something, but it makes way more sense to try to use this as a moment to put someone new over and make a new star. And I feel like they probably succeeded, to be honest, judging by the reaction that she got. I mean, we'll see how her ring goes. But, I feel like this is probably going to be a success. So,
I don't think it's going to be a super long reign, though.
I don't think so either. I think she'll probably lose it maybe September, even June. Who
like
knows?
Probably like 3 defenses and then she loses it. Yeah.
But yeah, overall, I thought this was, for a show I wasn't that hyped for going in, as I talked about in recent weeks. Like, I will say once the night came around and I was getting ready for it, I was like, you know what? Now I'm pretty hyped for this, actually. So I felt like the hype hit me later or something. But, like, yeah, for a show that I wasn't feeling the build for nearly as much, and I've been a little less into Stardom, honestly, in the last, like, couple months, where it felt like we were kind of a holding pattern, waiting for the show, waiting for the hate loses everything show. The show I thought was great. Not quite up to the levels last year, but, like, it was going to be hard with how deep and crazy last year's show was. Still one of my favorite shows of the year so far. Still a show I had, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 4+ matches on. Or was it, I think it was 4, actually. It was the opener, Sayori Fuwa-chan, the tag title match. Oh, no, 5, because the tag title match, Shuri and Megan Bayne on the main event. So, yeah, 5 4-star plus matches. Outstanding show. And it really reignited my excitement for Stardom. Like, I'm sitting here like, I can't wait to watch their house shows next week. Or I think the first one's this Wednesday, because I really just want to see, everybody in these new roles and, we got people elevated, and it feels like people, we got different feuds going on now, and it just feels like everything looks really cool now. So I'm just very interested to see where things go from here. Like I said, the only thing that doesn't really throw me is the B Priestley and hate thing, but everything else, like excited to see Fukuoka double crazy against Zero Knee Line, and see Zero Knee Line as champions. Excited to see Sayaka. So after the show, Maki Ito came backstage and challenged Sayaka. So that's going to be that makes total sense. If she beat, it was one of those ones where I laughed really hard, but it also makes perfect sense. So she beat Natsupoi in the opener. She still hates Cosmic Angels, so she's all pissed off at the girl who saved Cosmic Angels. And she basically was like, I'm going to beat the person who saved Cosmic Angels, and da-da-da. And then she's like, she kind of walks away. She's like talking about what a heel unit they are. And Sayaka kind of looks at the camera and is like, I don't know what she just talked about, but I'll fight her. It was basically her whole reaction. She's like, I don't know what she's talking about, saying Cosmic Angels is a heel unit, but I'll fight her, whatever. Because that was a very funny reaction. But yeah, so Sayaka versus Ito, I'm very into that. And, especially since I think Maki Ito's gotten so over so quickly. Not into Hanan versus B, but I've kind of, beat that in the ground. And I'll hopefully be interested in seeing them fucking do something with the artist belts again now that Konami lost the white belt, because this roster's way too deep to do nothing with the 6-person title. They have possibly one of the only rosters in Japan. Maybe them and DDT are the only ones that have a big enough roster to actually fucking justify having a 6-person title. So, let's do something with it already. But yeah, I don't know. Great show. What do you think of? It sounded like you enjoyed it too.
Yeah, no, definitely. Yeah. Just for quick, there's really only one promotion in the history of wrestling that has done maybe maybe a lucha promotion as well, but otherwise, I think there's really only one promotion on the planet that does 6-man titles well, and that's Dragongate, consistently.
I will say, consistently, because there've been times I've enjoyed the 6-person titles in Stardom, and even in DDT, but they do have a tendency both to forget about it at times, which they have recently.
Yeah, which ironically enough, since we're going to talk about Dragongate later, I didn't even really enjoy this Dragongate match all that much. But no, I mean, the show itself, I thought it was a really great show. I don't think it's going to be my show of the year, because there was nothing there that I would say is going to basically make my high-end match of the year list. I think I could see maybe one or two matches maybe sneak in on the lower end of the list, but there wasn't that blow away surefire, I'm gonna be talking about this match for a long time on this. But still, top to bottom, there was nothing I hated either. There was just again, the gauntlet was whatever. I would say, to me, honestly, the gauntlet was probably the weakest match out of all of them. But I was it's a gauntlet in Japan. They're never that good. And otherwise, I thought everything basically delivered. Again, I mentioned that the white belt match was disappointing, but I can't say it's a bad match. And then everything else, I think, really broadly kind of delivered within my expectations, or even exceeded my expectations. So yeah, so I thought really, really, really good show from Stardom, and they still maintain kind of their position as the best promotion going right now.
Yeah, it's pretty much I feel like the gap had narrowed a little bit with even other Joshi promotions, but this show was kind of them saying never mind, actually, it actually hasn't. So we'll see. I mean, best major show. It's not like last year where All-Star Grand Queendom, I'm okay, well, that's the best major show. Nothing's even going to come close, and nothing did. This year, I mean, there have been some other really good shows, and this show was a little further closer to the pack. So I don't know. I don't know if I'd have it number one right now. And I really loved Wrestle Kingdom, which has the advantage of me being there. I really loved the Tokyo Joshi, whichever one it was, Grand Princess, I think. The Sumo Hall show. I don't remember if it's called Grand Princess or something else.
I think it was Grand Princess, yeah.
Yeah. So I really loved that show. I really loved Stardom's Osaka show. So there's other contenders. But yeah, I really like Sakura Genesis too. That's another one, actually. So there's other contenders out there, and we'll have to wait and see. There's nothing that really I'm just so far oh, that's definitely best major show. So, but yeah, the Meteor Awards at least are only a couple months away, so something I will be thinking about. Coming up for Stardom, so tomorrow they have a house show in Fukuyama. Really nothing interesting nothing super interesting on this show besides, some different matchups. The main will have your first like Hanako B Priestley showdown. The semi-main has your first Sayaka Maki Ito. And these are both 8-man tags. But yeah, really just a house show. I'm probably going to watch it though because I'm kind of dying for more Stardom after that show. But it's on VOD, so I have to wait for it to go up anyway, which I wish it was live. We don't have the Stardom World schedule yet for May, so don't know what's live and what's not. But they have another house show on May 1st, which is this Saturday, which is in Kochi. And then the Kumamoto show is Monday, May 4th. I don't anticipate covering the Kochi or Takamatsu. Or Takamatsu's Friday, May 1st. Then Saturday, May 2nd is Kochi. Those two shows also just have the matches out. They're just house shows. The Kumamoto and Fukuoka show is Kumamoto's May 4th and Fukuoka's May 5th, which are, those are both during the Golden Week. So we'll see what those cards look like. We don't have cards for them yet. And I thought there were 2 Fukuoka shows. There's actually only one because they put Fukuoka Day 1, but it's just an autograph session. And then Fukuoka Day 2 is the show. So anyway, along with the second autograph session, apparently. But yeah, so there's two shows next week, which I would be surprised if they don't have the tag title match on the Fukuoka show at least. So those will be worth talking about probably. But yeah, the maybe not Kumamoto, maybe just Fukuoka. But yeah, the house shows, just kind of look like house shows. But we'll see what. And then later in May, after that, Stardom has the Korakuen on May 17th. So it's a while till we get another Korakuen. It's still about 3 weeks from now. And then May 23rd is a Saturday that has the new Queen's Dynasty show from Nagoya. And then right back to Korakuen, another Korakuen on May 26th. So, the Korakuens come at the end of the month this month. So, or next month, I should say. But yeah, there's your Stardom. What's coming up? All right, we did a long time on Stardom like I thought we would. Really long, actually. So let's go over to New Japan. I think we can be much quicker because this undercard was really nothing.
Yeah.
The only show I'm going to cover here is the Wrestling Redzone in Hiroshima from Sun Plaza Hall. The other shows that made tape were just house shows that I didn't even watch, to be honest. Just didn't. Not even like being a hater or anything about New Japan. I quite enjoyed New Japan lately, but there was just too much wrestling. So this show was Saturday, April 25th from the Hiroshima Sun Plaza Hall. It did 2,053 attendance, which was way down from last year, but should come with an asterisk because last year was the Naito Goodbye Tour. And of course, Naito has a special connection to Hiroshima. So last year did 3,018 during the Naito Goodbye Tour. This show was slightly up from the G1 show in Hiroshima last year, which did 2,002. That was a Zack Sabre Jr. versus Great Okan main. So probably a better comparable than the Naito Goodbye Tour show. The opener, we had a Young Lion kickoff match, which was Tatsuya Matsumoto being Taisei Nakahara in 925 with a knee bar. Pretty typical Young Lion match here. Nothing really that special. 2.5 stars.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say, to be honest. It's really I to quite honest, I don't think I have a lot to say about a lot of this undercard because they were all perfectly acceptable existing matches that. Oh,
there were a couple I didn't think were very acceptable, so we'll get to.
Okay,
get to
not all of them, but most of them.
The opener of the main show, Shota Umino, Toru Yano, Yo, and Master Wato defeated Chase Owens, Yujiro Takahashi, Sho, and Yoshinobu Kanemaru. Yano pinning Yujiro in 7:32 with a schoolboy. Umino had a lot of trouble getting Chase over for his freaking DDT in the ropes at one point, so way to go, Chase. But yeah, Yujiro got rolled up by Yano after Yo forcefully made Kanemaru spit the whiskey in his face. Not a good opener at all. Not that you'd expect much better from this crew, but I went 1 3/4. Pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so done with the House of Torture. There's really no
I think
reason.
Everybody on Earth is.
Yeah. Well, New Japan clearly isn't. So I feel though Christ. I have a feeling though once the merch sale numbers get updated for the quarter, basically once it becomes clear that nobody buys the merch anymore after Evil left, I think New Japan is gonna hopefully get rid of them pretty quickly after that.
I keep seeing. I don't know. I keep seeing them in the fucking rankings anyway, which boggles my mind.
Still?
So I still see them there when I look. I mean, look, I'm just going to check right. Let's check right now. I'm curious. Every time I look, they're always fucking there still. It just blows my mind still. Okay, so that's new arrival. Okay, ranking. Right now, so this is the most recent ranking, the one that's recommended. All right, they're not in the top 14. They're not in the top 12, everybody. So we did it. We did
Maybe
it. Last time I checked,
we're finally.
The last time I checked, I swear to God, that you know who's fucking killing it right now? The Knockout Brothers.
I mean, that's not a shocker at all. That's the least surprising thing ever.
Number 1, Knockout Brothers spinning acrylic stand. Number 2, New Japan Championship belt, random acrylic ball chain, which everybody loves their gacha. I really hope they have that still when I go. I don't want to pay to ship these little things, but if they have that, I'm going to spend way too much money on fucking title belt gacha. So, number 3, Knockout Brothers KOB movie poster. And then they're also in number 12 with the Yuto Ice Foam middle fingers. The only other, everything else here is like generic New Japan stuff, like Lion Mark, IWGP, New Japan sticker set. The only other thing that's over, I guess, is Callum Newman because he has the 11th ranked t-shirt to commemorate his IWGP title win. But if you go by this, let me see the longer bestseller list. It's pretty much the same, actually. Okay, so I guess they just updated it or something. But yeah, so there's no House of Torture this time. The last time I checked it, there was still a House of Torture shirt in there, and I was like, they're still fucking selling? And I feel like this was 2 or 3 weeks ago, because there's just one really annoying guy in the Discord that insists for some reason they don't sell t-shirts. I'm just like, it's just not true. Like, you can just not like them without saying untrue stuff. I don't know what to tell you. They sell. It's the whole reason why they push them is they sell a shit ton of merch. But anyway,
hopefully that's finally over now.
Hopefully it's finally ending. Yeah, because I'm very tired of them. Match number 2: Francesco Akira, Great Okan, and Hinare defeating Taichi, Ryusuke Taguchi, and Masataro Yasuda. Akira submitted Yasuda in 10:23 with the ground tarantula. I did enjoy Taguchi acting all scared of Hinare at first. When the crowd was chanting for him, he's like, you know what? I'm going to fire myself up. And he actually managed to knock him down with a hip attack. So good for him. It's a cool little opening for the match. Of course, he got killed after that, but you know. I thought it was a fine little six-man tag here. Definitely like a big step up from the opener. So 3 stars.
Yeah. I mean, that's basically... I mean, to be fair, anything compared to like the House of Torture matches is going to look it's going to look great. Otherwise, yeah, perfectly acceptable, like 6-man tag match. It just seems like Taichi is just completely lost in the shuffle now. I mean, obviously, but, you know, I don't know. It is what it is. I just think
Akira yelling at him for I think he said or you could do whine about on Twitter or something. I thought that was funny. I love Taichi, but I did think that was funny because he does complain a lot on Twitter.
He does.
Match number 3: Bolton Oleg, Aaron Wolf, Tiger Mask, and Togi Makabe versus Red Narita, Don Fale, Doki, and Dick Togo. Went to a no contest in 9:04. Match just got thrown out. Everyone just hit the ring at once. Another bad match. Not quite as bad as the opener. 2 stars.
Yeah. It's... Unfortunately, we're still here of like Aaron Wolf, like even more offensive than like the whole like him still being stuck with the House of Torture is like, at least it's very clear what this is leading to is him beating Fale, which I don't know how much he can really still gain out of beating Fale. Like, it made sense like when they did this 10 years ago. Like, I guess the only explanation I have is that like they did this 10 years ago with Okada, and it helped Okada after beating Fale. But like Okada had already been like a world champion at that point, and it was just like something to like for him to like spend a bit of time on, and then like go back and win his belt back. I don't think like in 2026 it means anything to beat Don Fale. Like, who gives a shit? And then on the other hand, like, he's still teaming, like Oleg Bolton is fine, but then otherwise he's just still teaming with some like real goobers. It just I don't know, it just makes him look kind of weak as well, where it's like, he kind of needs like a faction of some badasses and not like Tiger Mask who's about to retire in a couple of months.
Yeah, I don't know. But what are you going to do, I guess? Like who would you put in that faction, though?
I mean, Bolton actually would be one I would put in there.
Yeah. That probably makes sense.
Otherwise...
I mean, they kind of are linking them up anyway, I guess. But yeah, Hantai's too big now. We need more units.
Yeah.
The same fucking problem's happening in Stardom, where they keep breaking up units and not putting together any new units. And like, come on, chop to it here. I want some new units. So both Bushido promotions need to get their asses in gear with new units. Match number 4: Hartley Jackson, Rihoi Oiwa defeating Yuya Uemura and Tomoaki Hanma. Hartley pinned Hanma at 8:48 with a Death Valley Bomb. Fun little tag. Oiwa and Yuya had some good exchanges. 3 stars.
Yep. It was... Yeah, I mean, it just didn't have enough time. Like, it was fine. They didn't really get any time to develop, and then the match just kind of ended, and that was really it.
Now, the high... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm just a little bit where I'm like, I really hope that now that like the team of like Shota Umino is broken up, I really hope that Yuya doesn't like get lost in the shuffle again.
Yeah.
So...
Then we had match number 5. This was the big highlight of the undercard tags. Callum Newman, Jake Lee, Jacob Austin Young, and Zane J defeating Shingo Takagi, Yoda Tsuji, Gato, and Daiki Nagai. The dangerous one, JAY, pinning Daiki in 12:40 with the bites the dust. This was the match where I was like, you can see a lot of improvement with JAY since he first came to New Japan. Like, one of these things where it's crazy how just like working in a promotion with good workers all the time tends to make you good, because he looks so smooth, so much smoother now. I'm saying this like it's the simplest thing of all time, but it's the same shit where I kind of got to say this at the end of the Stardom show, where like a booker just having all the baby faces win the big show after the heels have dominated blows people's minds now. They're like, what is this? And it's the same shit. Like a wrestler just working a lot and like getting better is like mind blowing now, because we have so many fucking promotions where they just never let young people wrestle, and they just never get the reps to actually improve. And it's like this crazy thing where it's like, yeah, maybe this schedule might not be great if you're like Kenny Omega or Kota Ibushi or whatever, or Tetsuya Naito, and you're breaking down, but it's sure as fuck great if you're Jacob Austin Young and getting good. So, he's still not the most charismatic guy in the world, but he's very, very solid in the ring now. But yeah, this is a really fast-paced, high-energy match. The crowd was super into it. Just one of those New Japan undercard tags that, everybody tried a little bit harder, and the crowd was really into it. So, and yeah, Callum lifted the Made in Japan, hit it on Daiki, which set up Jay getting the pin with the bites the dust right after. 3.5 stars, easily the best thing on the undercard. A lot of fun.
Yeah, I don't know. I am just always bothered by, Jester maxing Jake Lee and actually being people in the audience with the fucking masks on.
He's getting over.
I mean, I said this on the Emerald Flowshow. This man is somehow gonna like fucking like backdoor his way into like an IWGP heavyweight title win. It's gonna happen.
Fucking fun.
Because that's the thing. Like, you think about it, right? Like, the New Japan like main event scene isn't as deep as people think. Like, you just really need like, I don't know, like a couple of injuries, and all of a sudden Jake Lee becomes a much more realistic candidate to win the title. Like, you really only need like, let's say like Yota Tsuji and like Shota Umino are injured. Then all of a sudden you're like, well, who can we realistically put the title on? Like, Zack you still have left. Yuto Ice feels a bit early.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Like, Shingo, maybe? So, but then, here you have a guy who's like a 2-time Triple Crown champion and a former GHC champion who is over with the crowd, even if he has a shit gimmick. So, I'm just saying, I know how this man gets booked. We're gonna see it. It's gonna happen. It's actually, I gave myself psychic damage. Because I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be back in Japan, like at the very latest, right? Like for like the Dome show in 2028, right?
You're going this year.
Yeah, potentially, yes. But definitely I will be there in 2028. And I gave myself psychic damage with the realization that Jake Lee is probably going to main event that Dome.
I don't think so. I feel like if he wins the IWGP, which I'm not even going to agree he definitely will, it'll be like one of these fucking like mid-year transition reigns or something. But I don't know. We'll see. Maybe the Jester Max thing is going to just keep taking off from here. Who knows?
Gonna have the Dome and like clown masks, and I'm just gonna like shoot myself live in the arena.
With what gun, sir?
God damn it, it's Japan, I can't even do that.
You can't even do it. You have to build the fucking airsoft gun yourself, like that guy who fucking took out the prime minister.
I'm gonna doohickey myself.
Yeah. Gotta doohickey yourself like that guy took out Abe. Semi-main event, IWGP Junior Tag Team titles. Robbie Eagles and Kosei Fujita defeat Robbie X and Taiji Ishimori. Eagles pinned Ishimori in 2005, or submit Ishimori in 2005 at the Ron Miller special of the 82nd champions. Surprised that the Robbie and Taiji failed in the V2 here. Robbie's jacket still, this is my update every month. Robbie's jacket still has the War Dogs logo on it, and so did Ishimori's tights. Guys, it's almost May. It's almost May. This faction broke up in January. Time to get your fucking your gear person on the phone. Now, I appreciate a lot of people hated the spot. They did the spot where Eagles did the top rope Rana on Robbie X and he landed on his feet. I thought they showed some restraint on this spot, so they did not stare at the camera for an hour. They reacted for like the one time Ospreay did when he really like looked at the camera forever and everybody's like, oh, what's going on here? And everybody like looked forever. That was one of my least favorite spots in wrestling. This time, Robbie landed on his feet. They paused for like 1 moment and they just moved on and went back to doing 10,000 moves. I found that way less annoying than other times I've seen that spot. So credit to them. They did the spot, which you can like or not like, I guess, but at least they just kept going. They did not fucking stare at the camera for 10 years to see how epic it was. They kind of just kept going. So, you know, I appreciated that. I feel like there was way less corny. But yeah, I thought this match was fucking awesome. Just nonstop action. Great finishing stretch. Fujita dove onto Robbie on the outside, like moving from one side of the corner to the other in the process. And then Eagles hit the 450 on the leg, followed by the Ron Miller special with the tap out win, which surprised me a bit. 4 1/4. I actually thought this was the match of the night. I thought it was just barely better than the main event. But yeah, I think just awesome fucking match.
Yeah, I think I actually liked the main event a little bit more than this, but I thought this was awesome as well. Like this really turned the show around for me, because before I would have been like I mean, obviously it was always going to be like the 2 title matches that were like very heavily dependent how I would think about the show, but I think it like delivered very, very well, just like really like non-stop action with this. I was a little surprised as well with the title change here as well. Like they've kind of been like hot potatoing these belts a bit recently. Mm-hmm. So I hope maybe now, like, you know, like Fujita and Eagles can keep the belts for a little bit longer and get like a bit of a longer title reign going, but we'll see if they will or not. But because I think they're just so good. I think they are like the best team in the entire division. I don't think it's even really particularly close, to be honest. I mean, to be fair, the New Japan Junior title, tag title, like division isn't particularly strong right now, due to like the New Japan Junior division not being super strong right now. But still, like I still think they are like so far and away like the best team. I think they just get like a really long title reign to really like especially elevate like Fujita, because like we all know that like eventually Fujita is gonna be like the top guy in the junior division. I think that's just fucking obvious, really. So I think you just really need like a long title reign with him on top to like really establish that, like to really like make him that guy that like basically like the future ace of the division. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, good action and everything. I also fully agree. Like the gear thing is kind of becoming like for especially for Taiji Ishimori, it's kind of becoming a bit embarrassing at this point. Like you really need to get rid of these. Like it's like
please, sir.
Yeah.
Please.
Like, but still, really good match. Like, I just think I like the main event a bit more than this.
I know, I get it. I mean, it was close, but I think I like this a little better. Main event, IWGP Tag Team titles. Oscar, Nito, Ice, the Knockout Brothers make their 6th defense. Holy shit. Beating Hiroki Goto and Yoshihashi. Oscar pinned Yoshihashi in 26-32 after the KOB. So I think the big issue I had with this match and what keeps it from being quite as great as some of the other KOB title defenses this year was I didn't think the first 10 minutes were very thrilling. There's nothing wrong with them either, but it really felt like this match took a little longer to get going compared to some of the other KOB defenses. I mean, obviously, it was still better than the fucking match with Gates of Agony, but other than that, I thought it was worse than the other ones. But there was, like, the highlight early on was, like, Yoshihashi yelling, "Ah, fuck!" after an Oscar body slam for some reason, which is a very funny spot, but probably shouldn't have been the highlight for that long. But after, like, the 15-minute call, it picked up. I mean, the 10 to 15-minute call started getting better. Then after the 15-minute call, it really went crazy for the last 11 minutes to the point where it was a fucking awesome match still. The crowd was just going batshit. Yoshihashi got this huge near fall on Oscar just for the 20-minute call. There was this amazing diving save from Yuto Ice after the double team show 10. Basically had to go straight through Goto trying to cut him off. And I'd love to put over Yoshihashi a little bit because he can be very boring. But he did have a great moment here where he takes the KOB at the end of this amazing closing stretch that, again, I didn't even bother trying to take notes on because there's just so much going on. But he takes the KOB and he does this fucking great fake kick out with his legs, which I feel like not enough people do that anymore. The fake kick out where you think the guy's going to kick out and just doesn't. But yeah, he did a great fake kick out where it looks like he started kicking out with his legs and just didn't quite get there and gets pinned. So yeah, awesome fucking match. 4 1/4. Same rating as the junior tag title match, but I just like the junior tag title match a tad better. So
yeah, no, absolute, like, amazing match. Like, this run that the Knockout Brothers are on is just, like, it's fucking fantastic. I've been saying it for a bit now that, like, New Japan is now a promotion that is being carried by its, like, heavyweight tag division. It's not quite as true as it was, like, last year, for example, because, like, they have kind of, like, recovered a bit in, like, the, like, singles heavyweight division and everything. But, like, man, these are such, like, fucking banger matches that they're having, like, all around. And I also feel like, like, Knockout Brothers is a really, like, appropriate name because, like, while they obviously aren't, like, blood related, like, they really feel like brothers. Like, the way they wrestle and everything, like, the way they just, like naturally just, like, gel with each other. Like, I think it probably helped. Like, I think that was probably the most genius thing New Japan has done recently was, like, send these guys on excursion together. Because they just, like, really, like, because I would assume that they, like, live together the entire time, most likely. And, like, obviously we're, like, training together, wrestling together, like, in, like, a bunch of different places. And it just has made them, like, such a, like, amazing tag team that just gels really, really well together. So, yeah, I really hope they keep them together. I really hope they don't do anything stupid, like, I don't know, like, break them up to, like, have them go singles. Like, I think you can keep this team together and still, like, have them do, like, single stuff eventually after, like, this title reign ends. But, like, I think these guys should be, like, teaming together for the rest of their careers. Like, they're so fucking good. And actually, the other one, that's one I'm kind of just recently thought of. It's like, because Bishamon is also great, right? Like, they've been together forever now. And, like, they're still putting on great matches, obviously. But, like, they've been together for a while now. And I've actually started to think where I would rank Bishamon in terms of, like, all-time tag teams. Because I don't think they make my top 10 yet, but they're also not that far off.
Yeah, they're really, really good.
But, like, they've been together for, like, 6 years now.
Yeah. I'm happy they didn't win this, though. I kind of thought they would.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all in favor of, like, the Knockout Brothers, like, title reign continuing. because they are so fucking good. But it's also like getting to that point now where it's like, okay, who is actually going to beat them? Because they've kind of run for like more or less the entire division at this point. I mean, I guess it's gonna be a United Empire team. That would make the most sense, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
Because that's actually the other thing. Like they're gonna like I just looked it up as well. Like, what is like the last like title reign that went long as this? So technically, like the third Bishamon reign was longer, but like that's only by 2 days. So like unless either of them gets injured within the next 2 days, they're gonna beat that. And then after that, you have to go back all the way to the when's it again? Oh yeah, here. You have to go all the way back to the like Gorillas of Destiny. You have to go all the way back to their how many days was that one again? Wait, I just had it here. I just lost it. Wait, I'm blind. Like that one was like 315 days in like from like 2019 into like they lost it at the Dome in 2020. So like it has been a while since we've had like a title reign that was like this dominant. And obviously, I don't think it's controversial to say Knockout Brothers much better team than the Gorillas of Destiny.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think this is gonna be like this is already like, especially for like the first title reign, which normally New Japan doesn't really do like first title reigns this long and this dominant. So yeah, I'm really curious where they're going with this, because I don't really have a good idea where this reign is going now, because this felt like a logical endpoint, but it's been so good that I can't really complain about it continuing.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, it is kind of like you said, they're kind of running out of challengers. So I guess we'll see. I mean, they're supposed to be bringing some people in, right? That was kind of the buzz a little while ago. Maybe,
but that was like juniors mostly, wasn't it?
There were a couple heavyweights that they're looking at. I don't want to give away people's reporting, but there were like a couple. It was like from Basara, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. This roster needs more people. That's for sure.
For sure. They have like the opposite problem of like Stardom right now.
Yeah. So too many people got signed. Thank God Tony Khan doesn't care about Joshi. So overall, really, I think you could just watch the last 3 matches and you'll be fine. I think that's pretty much all you got to do. You could really don't have to see the third from the top either, but I just thought that match was good for an undercard tag. But obviously the semi-main and the main are worth watching. It means Dontaku. The Dontaku tour is going to have some stuff not worth watching, and then hopefully the key matches hit, and the key matches hit here. Bigger challenge tomorrow, April 29th, if we record this, maybe today when most of you are listening to this. Doki versus Tiger match, the junior title, and then nothing but undercard tags at Wrestling Hizen no Kuni in Saga Arena. I don't know about that one. I did like the last
like
Doki
perfect
match.
Second screen wrestling of like
stuff
I put on the side while I'm working.
Next week, Mystico is on the show at least, so that's something. But he's facing the House of Torture. Aaron Wolf, and Bolton Oleg are facing Ren Narita, Don Fale, and Dick Togo. Really nothing else special here that I can say. Toru Yano and Hamlin face Oscar and Yuto Ice. Non-title match. Okay. I don't know. I mean, I'll my guess next week, if he's listening, we don't have to cover this at all except the judo title match, I think. Maybe Mystico's match too, out of curiosity, but because obviously we'll have Dontaku itself to cover next week, which that is coming up May 3rd and May 4th, this coming Sunday and Monday. The main event of night 1 is now Yota Tsuji versus Andrade for the global title, since Gabe Kidd got injured and could not be here. So they shot an angle for a match that didn't end up happening. So I don't know if is Andrade winning this. I mean, it feels like Gabe Kidd was probably winning this to get this belt off of Tsuji before he either goes back for the heavyweight at Dominion or wins the G1 or something. If he's not going right back for the heavyweight at Dominion, maybe because it wouldn't make much sense for him to lose this and then challenge the heavyweight Dominion. So yeah, I don't know what they're doing really. I could see him winning this. I could see him losing. I mean, I think he's probably gonna lose.
I mean, Andrade, like, just for example, just lost the like GWF like world title here in Berlin.
Uh-huh.
So it definitely seems like he's freeing up some like time in his schedule, probably for like more Japan dates, I guess.
Yeah, but because I think Gabe K was definitely supposed to win, and now it's
No, that
just see if
felt
Andrade-
very much like Tsuji like losing both belts on like back-to-back defenses.
We'll see if Andrade just slides in. The semi-main is Bolton Oleg challenging Red Narita for the Never title. And the third from the top is Aaron Wolf versus Don Fale. So it seems very obvious Wolf and Narita are going to win, and Wolf will challenge Narita at Dominion.
Yay, get into it.
Well, Ospreay's here. He's in a 6-man tag. Him, Hanari, and Great Okan against Goto, Yoshihashi, and Matsumoto. Mystico, I think, is still here. Yep, he's in the 8-man tag again. Oh, this one looks a lot better. Yuya, Taichi, Desperado, and Mystico against Oiwa, Hartley Jackson, Robbie Eagles, and Kosei Fujita. That could be quite good. Perhaps setting up Mystico and Desperado against Eagles and Fujita for the tag titles. So, but yeah, there's your. It's weird that Mystico's here and that he's not in Best of Super Junior, but.
Yeah, that is a weird. I guess it's probably a thing of
he doesn't want to do.
He doesn't want to jobs. Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, he doesn't want to do jobs. So, but yeah, there's your. There's a bunch of other tags. There's nothing that interesting, unless you really want to see Takeshita and Shota Umino team up against Chase Owens and Yujiro. Get into it, as Joe Lanza would say. But yeah, the next night, Monday, May 4th, has obviously the IWGP Heavyweight title match. Callum Newman goes for his first defense against Shingo Takagi. Seems very likely Callum will win. The semi-main is Great Okan, Hanari, and Will Ospreay challenging Goto, Yoshihashi, and Bolton Oleg for the 6-man titles. I would expect the United Empire team to win that unless they're doing the turn on them much sooner than I think they're doing it. But I think they're probably going to win these belts and just keep Will busy with that for a while as we wait for the turn. I don't know. Do you think anything different?
No. I mean, it's New Japan is in a weird holding pattern essentially right now.
Yeah. Yuya and Taichi are going to face Oiwa and Hartley Jackson. That could be pretty good. Desperado and Mystico are going to face Eagles and Fujita in a non-title match. That's interesting. So I wonder if they'll just change that to a title match, actually.
That might be the thing where they didn't announce it as a title match because they hadn't won the belts yet.
Yeah. So it's not listed as a title match right now, but I wonder if they'll just change that. I mean, would be kind of cool to see a Mystico Desperado reign, I guess. But Umino and Honma against Yudo Ice and Oscar. Again, get into it. But Umino against Oscar and Yudo Ice, I mean, that could be cool. Mm-hmm. The opener is Takeshita defending the TV title against Chase Owens, going for V3.
Oh, God.
I don't think he's winning, at least. But
no. But it's still you don't even have to give him title shots. What the fuck are we doing here?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's some stuff on these shows that looks interesting, and there's also some stuff that doesn't. So, pretty typical.
I mean, here's the thing.
Stuff.
I will give Takeshita this. If he somehow manages to turn this into a great match, that's just a massive feather in his cap in terms of that will be an all-time carry job if he manages to do that.
Yeah, that's definitely true. All right, so there's your New Japan. Let's head over to Dragongate for Golden Colosseum 2026 from the Aichi Budokan, April 26, a couple days ago. So a new arena in Nagoya. It looked pretty good on camera, actually. I was like, why don't everybody else run this?
Maybe it's a bit out of the way.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see where Aichi Budokan is. I mean, they did a good number. They announced, you can never really trust Dragongate numbers, but the crowd looked pretty full in the building. So let's see. They announced a crowd of, where the fuck is it? They announced a crowd of 2,462. So even if that's a bit exaggerated, that'd still be pretty good. So, what did they do for Dead or Alive last year? What did they announce for Dead or Alive? So, Dragongate, Dead or Alive 2025. They announced a crowd of 3,389. So definitely down a lot from that still. But that again, this probably is a more central building. Let's see, Aichi Budokan.
It's a bit out of the way, but it's close to a train station.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now too. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck that is. Nakajima. Yeah, it's not as far as I would think. I mean, it's like you said, a little far away, but not like,
Yeah, it's like the only time it's bad. Like, again, it's the thing with Japan. It's fine as long as you're close to, like, if you can get there with public transport, people will go there.
Yeah. So I'm trying to see where. Yeah, it's pretty far. All right. So this show overall, I don't know what your overall thoughts. Those Dragongate hardcores seem to be in much more of a like we're back kind of mood than I thought the show warranted.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just that they've been so bad this year that a passable show, or maybe passable too, a decent show with one awesome, admittedly really awesome match looks. I mean, to be fair, that does look like I don't know, a peak Kobe World compared to that fucking show they did in February at fucking Uno Dos Tres. So it wasn't a disaster like Uno Dos Tres was. I didn't think it was that great either. But, there was one really awesome match. And, there was some decent stuff. But yeah, I didn't think it was anything. It was not any kind of great show.
No, it wasn't. I think also the other thing is I would have I was hoping for a bit more of like a press like the big reset button kind of show as well.
Yeah.
And it really wasn't. Like, it's like, okay, like we get rid of Saipatra, but like, which obviously was a massive drag on the promotion. Like the whole Gacha Dokuro vs Saipatra feud was dog shit. Like it was. Like the cage match was good, right? Like I think it at least put a good ending on the feud, but the feud was still shit. And there's still like a bunch of other problems that are like plaguing this promotion that they didn't really address at all. So I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if this was really enough to turn me around on Dragongate. Like, I'm not as down on it as I was before, but I'm still not like, Dragongate is firing on all cylinders. There's still a bunch of stuff in Dragongate that is still like, I don't know. Like, if I was Dragongate, I would have just like basically just blown almost everything up. Maybe not blow up that Gacha Dokuro, but like otherwise I would have like blown up way more stuff than they did on the show, and like maybe like done a bunch of like crazy stuff. But again, they stuck to the story, I guess, that they wanted to tell. And at least we're rid of Saipatra, I think. At the very least, that's like I definitely will say that's a good decision.
Okay, so like compare it to the Stardom show. Maybe it's an unfair comparison because the Stardom show was the biggest show of the year. But which promotion has more exciting new directions coming out of their show? It's easily Stardom.
Oh yeah.
And Stardom was in way less of a desperate spot than Dragongate. Where I feel like Dragongate, now that the big intrigue is what is Shun, Cielo, and Homari especially going to do from here, and it looks like Shun and Homari are no more, but nothing else really changed. So like, there's not a ton of fucking excitement here. I mean, if anything, there's a lot of it felt like a lot of stasis for a show that really was a big show and really could have been more of a reset button, like you said. So yeah, I mean, there's still so many people on this roster. I'm like, why is Mochizuki Jr. doing nothing? I know he's hurt now, but even before that, he was doing nothing. Why don't the tag champions feel like a bigger deal?
Yep.
Why is like all of fucking and again, they did use Susumu and Kagetora finally, but like it always feels like they never do anything with Paradox. And I'm like, I'm sorry, Naruki Doi is still a really good wrestler. I know he's a freelancer now. You can do more with him. I don't know. Just very, very weird. The amount of Yamato's still really good. There's just like a lot of stuff where I'm just like, I don't know what you guys are doing.
I mean, I'm not the super big fan of Hyo, but like, the fuck's he doing right now?
He's really over too.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's going to wrestle in Best Super Junior to probably be the next guy out the door after Daya. Opener was Hyo, Kazuma Kimura, and Luis Mante replacing, or Kimura was replacing Ben K, who got injured during WrestleMania weekend. They defeated Jason Lee, Kai, and Ishin. It was Hyo beating Ishin in 9-12 with the Hunting. I thought this was a pretty dull opener through the first 5 minutes, especially. Just nothing much happening, and the crowd did not seem to care. The closing stretch with Hyo running wild was better, but that just elevated the match to like okay for me. So I was like 2 3/4.
Yeah, no, this was nothing special. This was fairly boring. Like it was nice to see like Big Hug team with each other, though. That's like another one on like the list with like Sai Patra in terms of like pretty big busts in terms of like New Japan factions and New Japan Dragon Gate factions.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was still nice to see them team with each other. Otherwise, yeah, as I said, this was just very, very forgettable and just existed basically.
Match 2 was the Sugihara Trading Company Best Employee Contest. Nettai Yulin Kiona defeated Jiro Shibashi in 6:22 when Jiro was disqualified for sexual harassment. Apparently, the Nettai Yulin is like a weird Japanese fucking pun or something. Like it's something about. I'm trying to remember. I looked this up. It was something about like the tropics or something. I guess because she's normally jungle Kiona, right?
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
So it's probably like. So Nettai Yulin is tropical rainforest, I think, but I don't know what it actually
how that relates to like
it's probably like it probably sounds like something related to Office.
Yeah,
and that's probably what they're doing. But yeah, Nettai Yulin is literally like the kanji there. It is tropical rainforest. So obviously that's the joke. It's normally jungle, so it probably sounds like something. Probably not thinking whatever it is. I mean, net sounds like internet, so maybe something to do with that. But she's working as like a secretary, and the text on the left said Sugihara Company Secretary Division. But yeah, I mean, she kind of came. She had like Fuda and Mochi Jr. as her private male assistants / strippers. And like they did like a whole sexy thing where they stripped to reveal like they had 35 years old painted on their backs because Kiona I think just turned 35, and she's returning to wrestling full time apparently. At the end of next month, she's going to wrestle in the on the Hanakimura Memorial Show, and I don't know is she going back to Marigold? Is she going to Marigold after that? I can't remember, or is she just freelancing?
Maybe she's probably just gonna freelance.
Yeah, but she's saying it's a full-time comeback. So, I don't know. I didn't really think that much of this until the finish. The finish was really funny because Jiro always takes his shirt off to go berserker mode now. But in this match, but Kiona went like ah, and the ref is like, you can't do that. That's DQ, sexual harassment. Because yeah, you cannot take your shirt off in front of a female secretary in the office. So, and Jiro's reaction was very funny.
I mean, to be fair, it like especially what made it more funny was also that again she had two people take off their shirts during her.
That's true. That is true. Real double standard here, guys.
It's okay. It's literally the meme of like this is acceptable. Or no, the whole meme of like oh you're so sweet and hello human resources basically.
Yes, indeed, it is that meme. But yes, other than that, it wasn't that funny though. But that was a really funny ending, so good for them.
Yeah. Also, I have to say, Jungle Kiona does look good in an office lady outfit.
She definitely does. Match number 3 was Masaki Mochizuki, Don Fuji, Genki Horiguchi, and Yasushi Kanda beating Yamato, Dragon Kid, Naruki Doi, and Punch Tominaga. It was Genki pinning Punch in 8:15 with the backslide from heaven. So Case Low, obviously from Voice of Wrestling and Open the Voice Gate, he really buried this finish when he did the review, and I was like, buddy, I didn't think Genki's that bad. Now I don't know. Like he was just really angry about Genki winning this. I'm just like, okay, I don't know. I kind of like Genki still, so maybe I'm just like, plus it's Punch Tominaga. But yeah, he was like really negative on that. Like I don't know, it just didn't really bother me personally. But yeah, I thought it was a fun little undercard tag. I thought everybody worked pretty hard. It's also kind of funny Dragon Gate's had this fucking All Asia tag titles changed hands twice already, by the way.
Yeah, while All Japan had an entire tournament to determine the number one contenders.
And they just were like, we're going to give Genki and Kanda a shot, and they're going to win them too. It's like, okay. Yeah, 3 1/4. I thought it was
and now Rising Hayato is hurt, so
I don't even
know when they're going to do that.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, pretty good little match here.
Yeah, no, I actually I had this thing while I was watching this where it's just like, I don't know, there is just kind of like a difference between like the newer generation of Dragon Gate guys and this generation of Dragon Gate guys, or generations of Dragon Gate guys, I suppose. Well, like, it just feels different. Like the style that they do, like this like smoothness and just these like 6-man tags. I don't think like the younger guys, like they obviously also can have really great matches, as we like see like a bit later. But like I feel like this like just like almost like factory like smooth like multi-man tag wrestling is something that like the newer generation of Dragon Gate guys doesn't quite have. And I don't know, it just really stuck out to me during this match. I don't know why it was in this one specifically. It's just a thought I had while watching the match.
No, I totally get what you mean. I mean, they have more gravitas for sure.
Yeah,
like,
I think that's
way
a good
more
way of putting it.
Way more charisma. Yeah, I don't know. It's like there is something with Dragon Gate, the newer generations, where it just kind of felt like there's something missing. I don't know if they're just not getting the same quality of recruits or something, but I don't know. It's very interesting. And it's interesting too, because there's been like people who like washed out of Dragon Gate who became bigger stars than you'd expect. Like, even like Ken Oka.
Yeah.
He's kind of a comedy guy, but he ended up having his own promotion, and you know, he does definitely have charisma. Whatever else you think of him. And obviously now we see Kazuma Sumi in DDT, who's another DG washout. And I think there's others too. So there's a lot of there's like guys who failed the DG dojo who end up having better careers than some of the people that get through, which is interesting. Match number 4 was Yuki Yoshioka defeating Strong Machine J in 10:42 at the High Fly Flow. This match, I have been I know you're a famous Yoshioka hater. I have been softening a little bit on him at times. Like, I feel like he's been a little better. But then he came out there. They just fucking did nothing here. I was like, what is this supposed to be? Like, I felt like they put this match together as like, okay, this is going to be our big standout because we don't have any other singles matches besides the Brave Gate match. And as we'll get to, that really wasn't a standout either. And, you know, this is going to be our big singles match with two young guys. They're going to go out there and have a really good match. And this had no crowd heat, especially considering the level these two are pushed at. I think Strong Machine J, I wish the Dragon Gate fanboys could explain to me. I'm not saying that sounds too dismissive of them, because I like a lot of Dragon Gate fans. But like, I wish the people who are like hardcore Dragon Gate fans would explain to me what they see in him that I don't. Because they all seem to really love him, and I just don't get it. Like, he's just a guy in a mask to me. Like, he doesn't have any like special charisma. His moves don't look particularly good to me. I just like, he's one of the most generic wrestlers.
Yeah,
I think going right now that's pushed as a big, like, the idea that this man's supposed to be the leader of fucking Natural Vibes over KZ is such a joke to me, because KZ is so great and KZ is so charismatic, and I'm like, what does this man even do? I don't know. I was like 2.5 on this. Nothing wrong with it, but an incredibly average match that never clicked for me. The crowd was never into it. And I don't know, just really just did not work for me.
Yeah, no, this really was just like, as I was talking before, it's like this older generation seems different from the newer generation. It's like, it's exactly what I'm talking about. It's these two guys specifically. Like, this match was almost like put together to like spite me in a way.
Yeah.
And it's like fucking Yuki Yoshioka. It's like, he's like,
yeah, you really hate Yoshioka.
Yeah, like, I do. I
feel like you ranted about it one point to me.
Yeah.
We were just like hanging out in Japan. You were just like, you know that Yuki Yoshioka.
No, because for me it's like, okay, people say that he's like supposed to be stoic. It's like, you need charisma to be stoic. He doesn't have any charisma. Like, I don't know. Like, you're telling me that like this guy and like Mitsuharu Misawa are like the same guy? Like, no, they just aren't. Like, come on. And like, he's perfectly acceptable in the ring, but like,
yeah, I think that's
really
where the difference between you and me.
Out.
I think I like his in-ring better than you do. I agree that he's kind of a charisma void.
Yeah,
but I think his in-ring is pretty good. It wasn't here, I will say, but I think his in-ring can be pretty good, whereas you seem to be more down on it than I am.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, on Strong Machine J, I just have to fully agree with you, because he's such a zilch.
I don't get it. I'm like, every time I see that, I go to the Dragon Gate channel And they're like, a lot of people in there really love him. I'm just like, what am I missing with him? Like, is there something there that I'm not getting? Because he just doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
I don't know.
I'd love for you to explain. Like, I'd love for you, if you're listening and you're a huge Strong Machine J fan, like, I'd love for you to explain it to me. Just explain to me what I'm supposed to be watching, what I'm supposed to be getting out of him, because I just don't get it. I've never gotten it. I mean, to be fair, maybe it's something where, like, if you were watching, because I really wasn't watching Dragon Gate super close until I started watching all the Corrigans and bigger shows again last year. You know, like I would say, like midway through last year. Before that, I was only checking out them a few times a year. So maybe it's a thing where, you know, during my long gap where I wasn't really paying attention to Dragon Gate for a few years, that was when he started. Maybe people have a closer, a closer relationship to him from those years. But nothing I've seen since I started watching again. I mean, the feud he did with Kikuta last year, leading to Kobe World, they did some pretty heated stuff, and that was pretty cool. But other than that, I really can't think of anything where he's ever stood out to me. So,
and again, the fact that he's supposed to be the leader of like Natural Vibes just doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, he just isn't. Like, I know that they say he is, but he isn't. Like, it is KZ still. Like, it's just. Like, no matter what you say, like, it's KZ's faction. It always has been KZ's faction. That's why it was created in the first place. And KZ is still the leader, even if he isn't on paper. Like, it's basically like the same case as, like, I don't know, like the founder of a company retires and he becomes like the executive chairman. And there's like a new CEO. But like everybody knows that new CEO is not in charge. It's like the chairman is still the guy that is in charge. This is what that feels like. Again, in ring, I just do not see it. This match was just, there was no heat on it. The crowd did not care about either of them. And these guys are supposed to be like, you know, like the guys carrying the promotion going forward. Like, if this is the future of the promotion, that's pretty fucking dire. I really hope they aren't. I think there's other people on this roster that are just so much more talented than these two. Honestly, I think there's other people on this roster that have just passed them by. Like, I know neither of them is really all that old, but it very much feels like that time has already passed. And to be quite honest, I think Dragongate should just move on to the next generation and just, like, they can stay around, but like as like mid-card to Strong Machine J should be a career mid-carder that is sometimes the last post in his faction. And Yuki Yoshioka can be like, you know, like a number 2 in a faction. I think that's a good position for him, but like nothing more than that. That's really what these guys are.
How much did he get overshadowed in his own faction by Tanaka so fast?
Yeah, like Ryu Tanaka has like a fraction of like this.
But you want to talk about there, like that to me is where, especially comparing, if you want to compare Strong Machine J, but even Yoshioka too, you want to see what a young star looks like. Ryu Tanaka is a young star. Like, that is a man who has it. He has the charisma. He has the wrestling. He has the confidence. Like, that is a man who is going to be a star and already kind of is a star. So, you know, I mean, that is the guy they're going to build. And I think they're smart enough to build around him if you look at the Brave Gate reign he's having. But, like, yeah, I mean, you know, that you want to see what a star looks like. That is a fucking star right there.
Oh, again, like the guy that did, like, because, okay, like the Stardom show made a bunch of stars. This one didn't really. But this show made one star, and that's Homare. That's like another guy where like you see a look at it and you compare him to like Strong Machine J or like Yuki Yoshioka, and it's like, no, like Homare is going to be a star, and I don't think either of them is ever gonna like be at that level that Homare will be at.
I mean, you look at that generation, I guess, Ryoya Tanaka, Homare, Mochizuki Jr., they all look way better than the ones before them.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, that's a trio they need to be building around for sure. Open the Triangle Gate, and Gucci looks really good too, as we'll get to here in a second. Mm-hmm. Open the Triangle Gate title match, KZ, Gucci, and Aki defeating Takashi, Mondai Ryu, and Koji Iwamoto. It was Aki pinning the Problem Dragon 11-28 with the Starburst to make their first successful defense. I thought that the deal here with the Challenger trio was they're all Nagoya locals, but they're not. Apparently, Takashi isn't. Only Iwamoto and Mondai Ryu are. So I don't know what the fuck Takashi was doing in this match, but I guess they're just. They're just like Takashi and Mondai Ryu team up together a lot or something. I don't know. I did love Jay's sly little reference on English commentary, the monkey scandal.
Oh, yeah.
For obvious reasons, it was decided the Ape Kimata gimmick shouldn't be in Dragongate or something like that. I was like, well, obvious reasons indeed. This was my first time seeing Iwamoto in a very long time, I think. Because he was an All Japan regular until the end of 2021. He took the whole year off in 2022. He made a brief return of the June tournament in 23. But he's pretty much been a Tenru Project exclusive since then. I never watched Tenru Project. So, have you seen any of him recently? Do you watch Tenru Project?
No, I unfortunately not. I mean, he had like a couple of matches in like, he had like, basically it looked like he was getting into Noah because he was like,
I remember
on like
that.
limit break shows.
Yeah. So maybe I did.
And he made like one mainline Noah show. And then otherwise it was, I don't, like it seems like he really is like a part-timer now. I think he has like a job outside of wrestling now. Which is a shame because he's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of would like to see him more, but
yeah, I mean the match was fine. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was totally fine, unspectacular match. 3 stars. Maybe a little better than I was expecting, given Takashi and Mondai Ryu on the other team.
I mean, I will say this: Mondai Ryu was actually like working hard by his standards. It's just that his standards aren't very good. But he was definitely like he seemed motivated in this match. I will give him that. It's just I think the match was fine. It's just title shots.
Yeah, how often does he get a spot like this? Yeah.
No, so he definitely was motivated. Takashi was Takashi. So, yeah. And Koji Iwamoto was great. I think every time he was in there, I really, really enjoyed the match. And then otherwise, it was fine overall. I did like the Natural Vibes team. Like I said, Natural Vibes is like... I don't know how I feel about them now because they're like so long in the tooth. Like, it feels weird that this is the promotion. Like, this is the faction that has been around the longest.
Yeah.
There probably never will be another faction that will, like, beat them in terms of, like, length.
I guess not, no.
So, yeah. I don't know. I feel like, I mean, adding 2 new people obviously really helped. I'm just, like... Even with that, maybe it's about time to just, end it eventually. But you can, like, again, they have this Dragongate reign going and everything right now, so you can keep them around a little bit longer. But like, if they're still here next year, I'm gonna be like, nah, like this corpse isn't even like rotting anymore. There's just like bones left at that point.
Meanwhile, live on the air, so I know he's a listener, so I maybe get a kick out of this. I'm being slandered for my Tokyo Joshi tier list I put in the Discord before. He's very angry about it because I have Mahiro in the A tier when she can't wrestle and does the same dumb stick every show. And then he said also the Wakana slander because I put her as my very bottom tier. Like, I don't care how much she can eat. She's not interesting. She's the E tier for me. But I think my list is great, actually, but I am biased. I have Daisy Monkey in the S tier, at the very top of S tier. But the tier lists are fun to do. I don't know. Especially, it has to be a promotion you actually like the roster of, because if you do a tier list promotion you hate the roster of, then it's just like, okay, well, I hate all these people and I have to rank them now. So, but like when it's like, I did Stardom and Tokyo Joshi, it's like, okay, well, these are promotions where I love the whole roster pretty much. So it's like, you have a very, very, very crowded top 2 tiers. And then you have, B. Priestley in the bottom tier in Stardom and Wakana on the bottom tier in Tokyo Joshi. So
I'm going to make a New Japan tier list. I'm going to put one guy in F tier. Can you guess what? No, actually, that wouldn't even be true. There would be multiple people I would be putting in F tier.
I was just saying, there's more than one in F.
Yeah, that is true,
Japan.
actually.
But
there was one I was thinking of immediately. Can you guess who that is?
Don Fale.
No, it's Jake Lee.
Jake Lee. Oh, my bad. I messed up the joke there. Because I don't even dislike Don Fale.
Fale absolutely belongs in F tier. I mean, for the memes, I would put a Jake in F. He doesn't actually belong there. Fale absolutely belongs there.
But yeah, he's just paragraph text getting very mad about my Tokyo Joshi tears live on the air. But everybody knows I'm a Wakana hater at this point. And I will say, other people posted their tears. She was ranking pretty low on most of them, honestly. I mean, there were some people who had her a little higher, but she was not exactly showing up in S tier for people. Like, okay, let me go through this. Here's C tier, E tier. I'm just going to read them all. Read off at Wakana spot. E tier, C tier, E tier, E tier. E's the bottom, folks. D tier. This person didn't put anybody in E. Just, yeah. This might be the highest ranked Wakana. Let's see. I'm not, because I don't see her. Oh no, she's still D tier. I missed her there. Okay.
Wow, all the way up in D tier. What a
prestigious
position.
Aramutha, E tier.
Aramufa is an E tier? That's
no, Aramutha put her in E tier. Did Rob Hutton have her? Rob Hutton had her C tier. Whoa. So basically, the highest anybody's put her is C tier. So I feel just Wakana's not good. That's all there is to it. Wakana is not good. So paragraph test, you can do your tier and put her in fucking A or wherever the fuck you're gonna put her, but she's not a good wrestler. She's not.
She has a lot of charisma before the bell rings, and then it completely vanishes the moment the bell rings.
Like she thinks like staring in the distance doing nothing. It makes her look like cocky or like copy Kamiyu's energy, and it doesn't. You just look bored. Anyway, Wakana gets hated even on a podcast we're not talking Tokyo Joshi. That's all you. That is your fault. Paragraph text for adding me about this during this while I'm recording. So that's no one to blame but yourself on that one. Then we had opened the Brave Gate title match. Ryoya Tanaka beating UT in 6:43 with a face lock, getting a referee stop to make his 10th defense. So yeah, this is Tanaka going for V10. That takes him out of the current three-way tie with Dragon Kid's 2012-13 reign and Flamita's 2014 reign. So now he has second by himself. The record is Pac with 11 defenses. So that was the legendary 2010-11 reign during the Blood Warriors Junction 3 period. So he can tie Pac in his next defense. UT had his neck all taped up here. He was selling it hard right off the bat. But then, like, suddenly at some point around the 5-minute call, he just suddenly stopped selling and just tried throwing everything with the kitchen sink at Ryoya. Normally I'd criticize that, but at least it made the match exciting. I mean, the match was not very exciting before he did that. The crowd was the loudest they've been all night here, chanting for the hometown boy. Tanaka got UT in the crossface and really pulled back hard on it before the ref just stopped it. It's a weird match. It made total sense, but it's a weird choice for a show that already didn't have any kind of big singles match on it. And again, if Strong Machine J versus Yokoyosha was supposed to be the one, it really wasn't. So, you have the Dream Gate champion in a big match in the main event, cage match. It's like you really would like to see ideally like a Brave Gate match that tears the house down and goes longer than 6.5 minutes. I get that UT's the hometown boy, but it just didn't. I don't know. This wasn't not a great match, not great booking, not a great match selection here. It still got pretty good, but I really can't go any higher than like 3.25. So,
yeah, I think the problem here really was that like UT shouldn't have been in this match because he's injured. Like that's why they had to keep it short, right? Like because he has a neck injury. So, and he's probably going to be out for a while after this. So I'm even like, so you shouldn't have put him in like a big, like, title match. Even if it is his hometown. Match. I get it. Like, again, just exactly. Book a different match. Just put somebody else here. Have a match that go longer. I mean, put Koji Iwamoto there. Is Koji Iwamoto? No, okay, it's too heavy. He doesn't work. He's over the weight limit. But like again, like just find somebody else to like put in this, and just have a match that goes longer than 6 minutes. It was fine for what it was. It was just very clear that they were working within like clear limitations of what UT is able to do right now. With again a neck injury, which he probably shouldn't be wrestling with. Yeah, it was fine. Again, Tanaka continues his reign. Like I'm gonna be curious if. I'm actually, you know what I'm wondering about? Like, he's probably, like, gonna get another defense. And then, are they going to wait all the way to, like, Kobe World? And could they do you think they would be able to get Park for that?
Mm-hmm.
right?
So you think they'll be able to get Pac?
Yeah, exactly.
To do the title defense break? I don't know.
Right, like he ties Pac, and then to get the record, he has to beat Pac at like Kobe World.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you can somehow swing that, like politically, that's obviously like would probably be insanely difficult to pull off. But it would feel like talking about making a guy. I think that would like make Ryoya Tanaka as like a top tier like guy. Like he's gonna get there he's gonna get there anyway, I think. But like that just guarantees it in like one fell swoop.
That does for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But the next match, and this is the one match on the show that you should. Oh, after the match, but I should mention this. Tanaka did praise UT for trying to face him in this condition. That was nice of him. But this is where he came off. This is especially even more than the match itself, and he's had much better matches during this reign, obviously. But the post-match promo, I was like, okay, this is a star.
Yeah,
like this is where he came up. Like he's telling UT, come at me again when you're actually 100%. He's being cocky and confident, but somehow still likable, which is that's the formula, right? To be a pro wrestling star. If you can be super cocky, super confident, and super cool without coming off like a fucking asshole to people, congratulations. Like that's basically the entire formula. So, and he pulled it off here more than most. So, I think it would be a nice little story if UT is the one who takes it off him in the end, but I don't know if they'll be able to keep this going long enough for UT to get healthy.
That would be more than record breaking. That would be like actually impossible to catch. Yeah.
Because he beat UT for it in the first place. But then we had the Twin Gate Soryu I think I'm pronouncing that wrong. Solio, I think. Solio double championship match. One of the things where if I saw it in fucking Kana, I'd probably read it better than seeing it in fucking Romaji because it looks so.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Double championship match for the Twin Gate titles and the Ryukyu titles because they're about to go to Okinawa, so I assume they're going to drop them there. But double title match, the Twin Gate champions Jackie, Kame, and Rita beat the Kyushu champion or the Kyushu. Is it what the hell's the name of the promotion? Ryukyu. Yeah. Ryukyu champions Susumu Yokosuka and Kagetora. It's Rita pitting Susumu in 17 minutes with the Retonic to make their third successful Twin Gate title defense and may become the 11th Ryukyu champions. So yeah, this is the match that got all the hype coming out of the show. There were some really nice dives early on from Jackie and Rita, as you probably expect. There were a couple moments I found a little goofy. Again, not to be too nitpicky, but like they had Susumu down on his knees early in the match and just kind of both like flailed away on him. Like they had these moments, especially Jackie, but Rita too a little bit, where they just kind of annoy me, which I guess is why I don't connect with them, and again, especially Jackie, more as some as other people do. Like, there's always just been something about Jackie where I'm just like, I don't know. He can come up a little corny to me. It's hard for me to put my finger on it, but it's like spots like this where he's like kind of like flailing away on the guy and nothing really looks good. Where it just looks kind of stupid in there to me sometimes. But Rita less so. Rita just kind of feels like gets dragged along into it. Kagetora, this guy, he has been fucking great for 25 years at this point almost. Like I remember seeing him in fucking like Michinoku Pro and like the El Dorado and shit. Like there was one even before El Dorado. There's like a Dragon Door show where he was like the big standout, if I remember correctly, where like, everybody was going crazy over him. And it's like, yeah, I mean, he's been really, really, really good for a really long time now. The way he just like explodes in the ring at one point with this enormous flying shoulder block that kills Jackie while they're all going super fast. That looks so fucking cool. And again, now I'm going to make a nitpick moment again. There's a pretty stupid moment, though, where Kagetora and Rita are like fighting on the top rope, and then Kagetora just stops and does nothing besides present his neck. Like, here you go, sir, for Jackie to jump up with a springboard Rana. Those are like the worst kind of moments of the Dragon Gate style, where it just looks way too contrived. But it's a minor moment in the grand scheme of a super fast-paced, action-packed match, so it's okay. I can live with it, and the match is this good otherwise. I loved Rita countering Susumu, trying his Argentine cutter thing with like the simple headlock they just like takes him down to the mat with. And again, I think Rita does those kind of like very simple moments in matches like these more than his partner does. So like I do appreciate that. And the crowd's going fucking nuts for the whole stretch run. It's just really, really great. And I love seeing Susumu, another guy who's been great forever, just lariat the fucking heads off everybody. Which is always a really underrated part of these Dragon Gate matches. Because again, you have everybody flipping around and doing all this shit, and Susumu just comes in there and just takes people's heads off. And it's fucking great every time. Rita hit 2 straight Retanics for the pin. I couldn't tell if it was a case of them repeating the spot because the first one didn't quite land flush, or always the plan to do 2 of them, but it didn't really bother me, honestly. But yeah, I mean, spectacular match. My little nitpicks just keep it from being like true match of the year level to me, but it's definitely the Dragon Gate match of the year so far. 4.5, awesome fucking match. Like a low end match of the year contender, but I don't think it makes my top 10. No, it doesn't make my top 10, but maybe it'll make my top 20. So really, really outstanding match. And there's actually been a lot of really outstanding matches this month, though. Like I think I have, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 9 4.5-star matches this month, which is crazy. I didn't have any. I don't think I had anyone that many any of the earlier 3 months, but yeah, really, really outstanding match, and definitely one that you should go out of your way to see if you're not normally a Dragon Gate fan. I mean,
yeah, no, I fully agree. I also went 4.5 on this one. Just absolute fucking banger match. Just amazing. Actually, one thing I found kind of funny was like, Susumu, like when he does the Jamonokachi, like again, it's not like Susumu is like super tall or whatever. Like generally, like within Dragon Gate, it's like just he can just deliver it like normally to everybody and everything. But Rita is so small that he actually had to like drop down to a knee to actually properly like hit the lariat, because otherwise he would have, like, if he had delivered it just standing normally, it would have gone over Rita's head. Because it's just, Dragon Gate is a very small promotion in terms of like the height of the wrestlers, but like Rita is like, even on the Dragon Gate scale, like heck, even in a Joshi promotion, he would be like one of the smaller ones, and that's saying something. So yeah, I thought that was kind of funny, but yeah, otherwise it's like Kagetora. When Kagetora is on, like Kagetora's problem has always been like his motivation. Like he's just like sometimes he's just kind of like just going through the motions and just like being an absolute like non-factor in a match. But when he's on, like he's here, he's one of my all-time favorites. He is so fucking good. Like his offense is like legitimately one of the like best and most varied. And when he actually like executes it properly, it just looks fucking amazing the entire time.
Yeah.
So
totally.
Yeah, this was really, really. He was really great in this match against Susumu. Another guy that I think is still like criminally underrated. Just,
I mean, yeah, he's always been great.
So he's always been great. Like again, he's been wrestling for 27 years. I can't ever really like think of like a time I thought like Susumu was bad. He was always like great. Again, Jackie again, I agree with you. Like sometimes I'm like a bit like meh on him. But again, Jackie is like, I mean, almost like maybe he's gonna be like the next Kagetora, where like when Jackie's on, he's really fucking on. Like there's a lot of Jackie matches I'm just like, this is a bit meh. But then like the Jackie matches that I like are like some of my like favorite like Dragon Gate matches recently. Like that match, like the match he had 4 years ago with Diamante, like when he teamed with Jason Lee against Diamante and Shun at Kobe World. Like that's probably still my favorite like post-pandemic Dragon Gate match. Like just amazing match. This wasn't quite at that level, but I think this was still pretty damn great. Just non-stop action. As I was saying like earlier, right? Like where you have like the like older guys seem to have like a smoothness the younger guys don't have. And I think like Jackie and Rita kind of like did show that they can also kind of work that style, that they can also show that smoothness. They were like, yeah, maybe like a few minor things there, but I think overall just amazing match. And I really hope that like they just like, I don't get why these guys just don't get any focus. I mean, as Jay was saying on commentary, right? that there have been like so many more All Asia tag title matches than there have been Twingate title matches. It like that is just absurd. Like why? Why aren't these guys having more matches? They're fucking amazing. Put them on like more shows. Like have them main event a Karkan. They're fucking great. Just do more with them, please. They're so good.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very weird that they still didn't bring them to America. Apparently they wanted to go. They just, I don't know.
You didn't even need to get them visas. You can literally smuggle them in the luggage.
That's true. That's a good point. That takes us to the main event, which was I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this because I had apparently again I was lower on this than the consensus I saw from the Dragongate fans. Loser unit disbands. Mascara contra Cabela. I don't know how to say that. Steel cage 6-way match. Shun Skywalker, Homare, El Cielo, Madoka Kikuta, Kota Minoura, Yoshiki Kato. Homare loses in 31-34. So yeah, Kikuta was defending Shimuzu's hair here. I did feel like Saipatra coming out to Shun's theme and still not having an actual unit theme kind of gave away that they were losing here.
Yep.
But their gear didn't match at all either, but I guess that was kind of intentional. Cielo had the white to Shun's all black. Homare had the purple and green that I think is supposed to be their actual unit colors. Shun did have some on the back of his mask too, I guess. But the start of this was really just aimless brawling. The first actual cool thing that happens was Kikuta doing running hip attacks to both Homare and Shun against the cage over and over again. And that was not that early. Saipatra had all 3 Gaja members down and it became legal to go for the flags, but they're obviously greatly outnumbered by all the Gaja members of ringside who stopped them from out there. I'm glad they did do this at least because at least it gave the audience a reason to cheer for them, that they're actually outnumbered, because otherwise I don't know why the audience would give a shit. And they did kind of get behind them, although not as much as they got behind, other babyfaces in the show. There were some really bizarre camera shot choices during this match. There's one moment in particular, they were focusing on Kikuta and Shun doing absolutely nothing in the corner when there was clearly something more exciting happening off screen. Like we could see somebody running up back and forth in the background. Like, can we see that? Like, why are we looking at Kikuta and Shun doing nothing? Very weird. This was just Gaja slowly destroying Saipatra after a while. They powerbombed Shun through some planks set up on baby chairs or something. Okay, then. All 3 Gaja members went for flags right after that. Shun was still down, so only Homare and Cielo were able to cut 2 of them off, and they had to let Kikuta escape and get the flag, so he was the first out. Makes a lot of sense, because I don't know, like, they at least did not keep us with the delusion that Kikuta was going to lose, because it would have made no sense if he lost, because who gives a shit if a guy who's injured going to be out for the rest of the year loses his hair? It'll grow back by the time he's back anyway. So...
Look, they should have. We all knew if he had lost, they should have required him to stay bald for the entire year.
That's true. But yeah, we all knew Shimizu wasn't getting shaved, so that was fun. That was it was good they got that out of the way fast. El Cielo being the second one out, that one shocked me because I thought he was losing. So he climbed over Homare to get out there, which is interesting, obviously. And I was like, okay, what's going on now? Homare and Minoura climbed next. Ishin went up to help, but he accidentally threw powder in Minoura's face, so they're keeping that. Ishin, Minoura, it didn't go anywhere on this show, but they kept it going, the dissension. Kato, though, still kept Homare from escaping, and then Ishin got him with the cold spray instead, and Kato got his flag to also escape. Shun on the other side almost got a flag, but the entire Gaja group on that side stopped him. Shun and Homare then took about 10 fucking years to build a giant chair tower. This was the dumbest thing in the match. Just so they could drop kick Minoura into them. I was like, what?
I did not get that part.
They spent so long building this tower, and then the actual spot it led to was so fucking lame. Like, there was nothing to this at all. They just did a drop kick and he fell into them. I was like, what? They both went for flags. They got cut off by all the Gaja members. At this point, I was wondering, where the fuck is El Cielo? Like, maybe he was off screen and we couldn't see him, but it felt like he never tried to help them. I was like, okay. Homare, he's only one guy against the whole unit, but he should be able to do something when he was out there. And it felt like he never did anything.
I think that is going to be a plot point, to be honest.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. Homare nearly made it to the flag, but Minoru climbed up there and missed at him. Minoru escaped, which made Gaja's officially safe. Saipatra has to disband, and it came down to Shun versus Homare. Now, I did like the ending. By far the best part of this match. The only thing that I think really had any value was the end of this match. The drama was good. The way they stared at each other for a bit and just started going at each other immediately was really good. Homare just nailed him with a chair, then hit the Firebird splash. Shun grabbed his leg desperately to keep him and then followed him up the cage. He hits him with that sit-out suplex thing, the super blaster off of there. Then he hits the SSW, and then he breaks a chair over his head. Just really kills him. He climbs up and goes for the flag, but he hesitates for some reason. Now, Jay was teasing that he was doing it to be sadistic. I thought the look on Shun's face was regret. Like, I thought he was supposed to feel bad here, and this is finally his babyface turn. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But the idea to me, I thought the idea was he feels bad. He's doing this to his protege. In a way, he didn't feel bad when he did to people like Luis Monte in the past. But he did hesitate for a long time, and he did finally grab it when Homare slowly got up after him. I don't know. I really had a hard time signing with the rate. I thought the end of this was, again, really good. The good kind of melodrama, just like we said for Stardom. I thought the whole last stretch really, really good. Everything before that I thought was like either overblown or stupid or both. So I don't know. I went 3 stars. I said it was fine in the end. Not much of a main event. And I've really never liked this match type that much, to be honest. I think all the craziness on the outside to me always looked kind of stupid. And I get it's supposed to look kind of stupid in a way, but it never did a lot for me. But the whole closing stretch, I might even recommend just fast forward to where it comes down to Shun and Homare and watch everything at that point. And the whole post match is great too, with like Shun, actually telling Homare it's your own fault, but then just leaving, and the way they're so gleeful to shave him, and Homare's just crying, and Cielo looks heartbroken through a mask too somehow. Like, all that stuff was really good. So that was the best part of this. So everything before it comes down to Shun and Homare, though, you could take a hard pass.
Yeah, I don't think I'm that much down on the match itself before, like, the closing stretch. Like, I thought it was fine. Like, I would put, like, that peer part, I would basically put in, like, I don't know, like it definitely isn't, like, the best cage match they've ever done. It's, like, fairly middle of the road, to be honest, in that regard. But, yeah, I thought the closing sequence was very good. Although it wasn't exactly a surprise, because Jai was like putting it out pretty thick on commentary, kind of giving away that that's where this match was going. Like, maybe not that it was going to be like the ending of the match, but like how thick he was laying it on about like Shun and Homare being together for so long, right? Like, Homare has never known another like faction leader besides Shun, and that they tagged with each other and they won the tag league and all of that. And I was like, okay, so like this is like very clearly Shun Skywalker is gonna fuck over Homare in this match in some way or fashion. So, but I thought the way they done it was really well, but it's like, yeah, Shun finally like showing some emotion, some regret and everything. I think it also like established like, like a long, like, I think we know how Shun Skywalker is eventually going to like lose his mask. Right? Like, because I think like the very logical like story arc is that eventually, like, because Shun has now sacrificed so many guys to like save his mask, like with the start of, like starting with Daya and then Diamante and everything, and like sacrificing Homare, like basically has sacrificed like everybody that has ever teamed with him to keep his mask. Well, like eventually he will get a tag team partner and he will like basically sacrifice himself and lose his mask. Like, I think that's how this storyline eventually ends. Now, the logical one obviously would be if it was Daya, but that's not gonna happen now for obvious reasons, which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm sure they will figure out a different way to make that storyline work. And yeah, I think it definitely like it turns Shun face. I think it definitely made Homare as well. Well, like just like this look of desperation as he's like slowly trying to like crawl up the cage as like Shun is standing on top of it, right? Like looking down on him and like basically like just hesitantly like pulling out the flag. And like as Homare is just desperately trying to like he knows he's not gonna make it, but he's still like he's not willing to give up. Like he's still trying to crawl up there with like the last of his strength, and he just can't. And he like loses it, and he like loses his hair and everything. But like again, like how often has Dragongate done this? Where like the guy that loses in the cage will then get like a massive push coming out of it over like the next year. And I think that's exactly what is coming for Homare. Like he's going to be a top guy in this promotion coming out of this, and yeah, he's one of those guys again. I think we talked about this before. I'm really excited for, and it's very clear that Dragongate also like sees a lot in him, and good riddance of Saipatra, just complete stinker of a faction. As you said, them not having a faction theme still just really gave away who was losing here. Again, like them and Gaja Dokuro formed at roughly the same time. Gaja Dokuro has like had so much merch. They have a very memorable theme. Saipatra has had like 2 t-shirts, has like no unit cohesion at all in the slightest, and yeah, was just desperate. Like, despite the fact that they haven't been around that long, it was long overdue for them to disband. And I think all 3 of them like El Cielo, Homare, Shun Skywalker are going to be much better without this like albatross hanging around their necks. I think El Cielo, to be honest, my prediction for him is he's going to turn heel and he's going to voluntarily unmask. Because I still don't think this gimmick is like long for this world, because like, let's be honest, the mask looks like shit.
Yeah.
It's just a really terrible look. So that's why I think it's like there's gonna be
he's too good
there.
to be
exactly
too good to be stuck under that. Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, I'm really interested where all 3 of them go from here. Gaja Dokuro, it's still like I don't know. We'll see. I think
it's a little less annoying lately, I guess.
Exactly. I think Kikuta is eventually going to lose the belt as well. Actually, that's another one. Like another Jag comment on commentary was like, Kikuta is busy getting a contract in like All Japan.
Yeah.
And like, I don't think that's actually what's happening. Maybe, I'm not quite sure. But like, as I was thinking about that, where I'm like, isn't that kind of the best for everybody involved if that's what ends up happening? I get that it's another like Dragongate guy getting poached. But like, Kikuta just feels like a guy that just fits much better in All Japan than he fits in Dragongate. Like that just feels like the best solution for everybody if he just goes there. Really.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, there's your Dragongate talk, everybody. We got 2 more promotions to talk about. We're almost 4 hours in. So let's go through All Japan. I mean, this could be pretty quick. None of these shows are that big.
Yeah.
We have 3 Champion Carnival shows to talk about, starting with Shinjuku Face on Thursday, April 23rd. I mean, my big takeaway from these shows basically is, even though nothing here, like I would say, you know, knocked my socks off or anything, it's a way more enjoyable tournament than it was last year so far. Don't even think that's that close, actually.
Yeah.
Because these would be like the dog days in the smaller buildings, which were what was really brutally bad last year. And these shows, even though they had some bad stuff, there's really a few wrestlers who keep showing up with the bad stuff over and over again. There was also plenty of good to great stuff. So definitely enjoying the tournament more than last year. All right, so same thing I've been doing. I'm going to read off the results of everything, but only talk about the carnival matches because I didn't watch anything else. So it starts out last Thursday, Shinjuku Face, night 4. And what was 520 people attendance and it sold out. Opened with Daisuke Sekimoto beating Shotoko Fuji in 4:47 with the lariat. Then Yuya Aoki, Musashi, Akuma Arashi, and Shotaro Ashino beating Ryo Inoue, Rising Hayato, Atsuki Aoyagi, and Yuma Aoyagi. Aoki pinned Inoue in 6:12 with a diagonal chop. Okay, then. Match number 3 was your first Champion Carnival match, the Block B match. Madoka Kikuta and Zion went to a double countout in 10:05. That did not give them any points. So double countout, people don't know this. does not give you each a point like a time limit draw does, or a double pin. So you just get they put down one double ring, and it counts as a loss for both of you. So they're both still at 4 points at this point. I thought they told a good. This was definitely the best. Zion was one of the ones who has a lot of bad matches, but I thought this one was pretty good. They told a good little story early with Kikuta like baiting Zion and his fiery Samoan temper before constantly avoiding him and staying one step ahead. Before Zion was finally able to send him into the post on the floor and then give him a backdrop suplex on the apron. Wada like told Zion to go. There's a point where Wada like basically told Zion to go kick Kikuta's ass after Kikuta got in his face. That was funny. Wada also tried to count his shoulders down the mat with no one even covering at one point, which got an even bigger laugh out of the crowd. Kikuta spitting water in Zion's face later got big boos. But yeah, ended up with a double countout finish. I wasn't expecting that, in part because I never remember All Japan has a 10 count since they so often don't do a count at all. But, fun as hell match, though, that I thought way over-delivered. So I went 3.5 on this.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I literally was just talking about it, right? Like how like Kikuta feels like he just fits much better in All Japan, and it's kind of exactly what I'm talking about. But like he's just in there with like a bigger guy, and he can kind of just do his brawling, and it just looks better if he does it with like a guy like Zion, rather than him constantly working over smaller guys. This definitely exceeded my expectations. I think this was really like solid as hell. Just good action. But like the thing with Block B going forward is that we're gonna see some like wonky booking in Block B, because they obviously are going to have to like completely rebook it with Jun Saito out. Since I think,
what was his injury, by the way?
I think it's a leg injury.
Okay.
I
couldn't
remember.
remember.
No. I think it's an orbital bone.
Or orbital bone. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. If we're gonna see a bit more wonky booking going forward, since they're obviously gonna have to like again, June was going to make the semis. Not most likely. I think that was like basically a guarantee. So like they're gonna have to like figure something else out now. So we're gonna probably see like a few more like double countouts like this, or like weird wins and everything. So that's Block B.
Match 4, also Block B, Hideki Suzuki beating Ryoki Honda in 13:49 via referee stoppage after a sleeper. I thought this was pretty boring early, just not a lot going on here besides Honda's usual, 1, 2, 3, 4 stick. I like him, but when he wants to go in neutral, he could really go in neutral. We did finally get some decent action towards the end. Honda hit a couple nice lariats. He ran right into a TTD from Hideki, the Tenzon Tombstone driver, followed by a nice dragon suplex. He followed up with some hard kicks to the chest and put him in the headlock so the ref had to stop it. So yeah, very good closing stretch. Sort of made up for the boredom before that, and I did really like the finish, so I went 3 stars. It was fine by the end. I mean, it was just a little too boring before that to go any higher. So
yeah, I'm kind of at the same level as well, but I really, really thought that finishing sequence was just awesome. With just like Hideki just like completely destroying Honda to put him away. I think that's one of those things that Hideki is just so good at if he wants to, right? Like sometimes there's a bit of comedy stuff or whatever, but like if like he just like when he wants to look like a killer, he can just look like an absolute killer. And that's what he looked like in this finish.
Match 5 had Dan Tamura and the Titans of Calamity beating Seiko Tachibana, Hokuto Omori, and Seiki Yoshioka. Tamura beat Tachibana 11:56. Then back to champion carnival matches in Block A. Yuma Anzai defeats Kengo Mashimo, gets his first win of the tournament actually, in 18-13 with the Gimlet. This is basically just a big slugfest early, just beating the piss out of each other. It died a little bit down from there, but I did think Anzai was doing a very nice job selling his leg when Kengo started going after it. We paid off the leg work with Kengo getting him in a figure 4, which Anzai sold really, really well before he finally made the ropes. Kengo reversed a German attempt into a leg lock really nicely, but Anzai reversed that back into a wheelbarrow German for a super close near fall. Then he hit his electric chair drop thing, the Gimlet, and that got the pin. Awesome fucking match. Easily my favorite since the big 2 matches on night 1. I don't think I had gone at 4 stars or anything else since then. This was a 4-star flat match. This was awesome.
Yeah, no, this was fucking great. I think Kengo really has been like one of the better guys in this tournament. Because I
Was
think
last year too.
Yeah, last year too, yeah, because he really, like, I think also, like, with, like, some of the weaker wrestlers, I think he has done, like, a really good job of, like, leading them through matches. Because it's just, like, incredibly, like, solid, like veteran at this point. And, yeah, no, he was great here with Anza. Like, he really, like, stood toe-to-toe with him. And, yeah, as I said, it just kind of beat the shit out of each other. Just great match. I agree. Like, it's definitely... I think this will definitely like end up in like the top 10 of the entire tournament, unless like the later nights just deliver absolute bangers. This will be like, it won't be the best match of the tournament, that's for sure, but it will be one of the best matches of the tournament.
I have a fourth, so I have 2 matches from night 1, the 2 I already knows, and then I have 1 match from night 6 above it, which we'll see which one that is later. But yeah, then we had Lei Saito defeating Go Shiozaki in 12:31 with the Eisbein. I don't know. Eisbein, there you go. That's his second win and gave Go his second loss. It was 12:31. So you may remember earlier in this show, we had a match that ended in double countout. Here, Ray and Go brawl around ringside to start for what feels like fucking eons, and Wada just stands there not counting before finally starting to count a totally arbitrary moment. So the weirdly inconsistent counts are one of the most annoying parts of All Japan to me. But when Wada randomly started counting really fast as Ray was getting back in the ring, that I just laugh at. But that's my big complaint of the match. Everything else in the match was really good. Go and Ray traded some very hard chops in the corner. Go's especially were so hard. They still made a nice noise, even though Ray still had his shirt on, which he did take off a little bit later anyway. The closing stretch, very, very hard hitting. And it leads up to Ray winning with his running palm strike, the Eisbein. Another strong performance for both guys. I never want to wish injury on anybody, okay? I'm not for if somebody takes me out of context. But if a Saito brother had to get hurt, thank God it was June. Because Ray is way better than June. I don't even care. Like, at this point, June is just so boring, and I find Ray so oddly charming. Like, we kept the better of the 2 Saito brothers, especially this. Like, Ray, June was doing nothing for me early in the tournament, and Ray has been good right from night 1. So, I'm enjoying Ray here. Go has been really good too. This was 3 3/4. Very good match.
Yeah, I think Go has shown a lot of chemistry with both Saitos now in terms of singles matches. Showed it here with Ray as well. I thought again, my prediction was kind of that the final was gonna be like Go Shiozaki versus June. Obviously, that's not gonna happen. But yeah, again, they kind of just again, it was like a slugfest basically, and Go is so good at that, and like Ray was more than game to like stand with him in there, and yeah, pretty damn great match. I don't think this is going to make my top 10 by the end of the tournament, but again, it was very, very enjoyable.
Yeah, I have it. Where do I have it right now? I have it right at the bottom of my because I only keep track of everything above 3 3/4, and I have 8 of them so far. So that's right at 8th of the 8. So probably won't make my top 10 either at the end, but unless the rest of the tournament's really bad, I guess. Main event, Kento. Speaking of really bad, it's Odyssey. Kento Miyahara defeated Odyssey in 10 minutes and 4 seconds for the schoolboy. Gets his first win of the tournament somehow. Well, he already had 1 point from the draw with Yuma. And Odyssey's first loss. I mean, this match wasn't horrible. I mean, I just think Odyssey's selling and bumping is so bad and totally out of place here. I called out the Phantom dropkick on an earlier show when he just like took a dropkick and then just like flew himself out of the ring after the actual dropkick. Here, the way he just fucking flailed around while falling down off an actual dropkick just looks so corny and stupid. Like, just can this man learn how to take any realistic-looking bumps? This is not NXT. Like, you really got to do something here with these fucking bumps. I guess if I want to be nice, I would say this is at least a little different than the usual Kento formula by necessity. But it's a real monkey's paw, be careful what you wish for situation because it was so boring. Kento rolled out of the way the second rope splash, a pair of running knees. Odyssey, to his credit, did hit a nice lariat, diving forward out of a crouch position. Then he missed a charge in the corner, and Kento rolled him up to the pin. The crowd was super into it, and I guess there was nothing that wrong with it. So I'll be nice and say like 2 3/4. It was okay, but just, nothing more than that.
Yeah, no, it was it was perfectly acceptable. I mean, which like grading on an Odyssey curve makes it a great match, I suppose.
Yeah. I think it has to be his best match of the tournament so far, I think. Yeah, it is. Everything else I have met 2 3/4, which is this one, 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 2 1/2, 2 1/4. So the Odyssey experience, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, he sucks. Obviously, Kento had to use the roll up. It would have been, I will give it this, I probably would have graded this higher if Kento had somehow managed to like get Odyssey up for the shutdown. But like that was never gonna happen. He probably would have like actually broken his back if he had even tried. So I'm happy that he didn't do that. So yeah, he gets the roll up here. Again, fine match, which makes it a great Odyssey match, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. He really is like the biggest drag on the promotion right now.
Then we had that show overall, though, good show. I mean, the crowd was super hot too, which always helps. So, Champion Carnival Night 5, the middle of these three was also, in my opinion, the worst of the three. It was from the Kasu. It still wasn't off or anything, but just nothing didn't hit the highs of nights 4 or 6. It's from Kasukabe, Farai Cube, and Saitama. 453 people in attendance. The opener was Musashi, Ryo Inoue, and Shiki Yoshioka defeating Atsuki Aoyagi, Rising Hayato, and Shota Kofuji. Inoue pinning Kofuji in 9:44 with a buzzsaw kick. Your first Champion Carnival match was in Block B. Hideki Suzuki and Yuma Aoyagi go to a double fall in 4:48, so they both get 1 point for that. Yuma like goes right at Hideki with a dropkick off the bell, and then he like tries multiple cradles. I always love that as a start to a league match, especially. It's just like, these guys should be even more desperate than usual to win a match right off the bat because these points are so hard to come by, and you have a long tournament ahead of you. So Hideki, though, rocks his shit with a punch to the gut and a punt kick and takes over. He was giving him these really hard forearm shots to the gut in the corner, which just looked nasty. Hideki then got him in a sleeper. Yuma did a great job struggling in, and he reversed with the old Austin Brett roll-up of the corner counter, which forced Hideki to let go immediately. Hideki thinks he pinned Yuma, but his shoulders are actually down as well, so it's a double pinfall. I don't know. For a match that went less than 5 minutes, I thought this kicked all sorts of ass. I mean, had a rare double pin that actually looked good, too. So I went 3.5 on it. It was good. I just kind of wish they got more time, if anything.
Yeah, I thought this was amazing as well. Awesome as well. I think Aoyagi really feels like he's like trying to redeem himself.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was going to save that for the next show because he's in a really great match on the next show, in my opinion. But yes, he has definitely redeemed himself. That is for sure. So far.
Yeah, like I think he kind of hit rock bottom with like the whole DUI and everything, and the accident. So yeah, I think he's like trying to like win back trust basically, and I hope this is also like him refocusing his life, and because that's the thing, like Yuma Aoyagi like really like is in this tournament, like he's reminding people that he is one of the best wrestlers in the world. And like when he wants to be, which he very clearly right now he wants to be. And yeah, for a match that was sub 5 minutes, it was pretty damn great. Obviously not too much of a story or whatever, but like again, like Yuma just immediately like going for that drop kick and just trying to put Hideki away. Like I think that's just such great storytelling. Yeah, like it just shows the fire of Yuma and everything, and Hideki like desperately like struggling to like trying to get control of the match. And then I would have given them a bit more time, but I guess like they had to, I don't know. I mean, there were some other matches on the show I would have maybe like given a little less time. So.
Yeah. They could have given this one a minute and I would have been happy. Yeah. Kengo Mashimo beats Odyssey in 9:01 with a body lock sleeper. Very slow, not very interesting. Typical Odyssey match. I mean, the crowd did react for the finish, but your typical below average match here, 2 1/4.
Yeah. I mean, again, 9 minutes is like, if 9 minutes is too long, like you have a not very good wrestler in there, basically.
Yeah.
So, which was the case here. Just, I think Kengo kept it to like a watchable level at least, because he just
it could have been worse.
Let Odyssey through some spots and was just like, okay, like I'm gonna sell for you here, and then I'm just gonna put you away after that. So that was whatever.
Back in Block A, we had Daisuke Sekimoto losing to Minoka Kikuta. So Sekimoto's first loss, actually, he had been 3-0, counting the forfeit. In 17:38 with a rolling lariat. So Kikuta gets the pin here. Very hard hitting as you expect, with some nasty chops from both guys in the corner. But I thought the pace just really slowed down, which, given how lumbering the last match was, just didn't work for me, really. It was kind of cool when they just started chopping each other very hard again for the 10-minute call, but the pacing here just felt so glacial. Now, the end of the match, the lariat showdown at the end, that rocked, and I was back to enjoying it a lot at that point. But then right after I was getting into it, Kikuta fucking hits the rolling lariat and it's over. So I went 3.5. It was a good match. It just was paced a little too slowly for me to really go any higher than that. Just really hard hitting. The end kicked ass, but just really too slow. I would have liked them to cut 5 minutes from this and just not be so glacial with the pacing. Yeah,
maybe a little bit higher, but not by a lot. It didn't bother me that much because I just thought the physicality of the match was still there.
Yeah,
I get that it dragged a little bit in the middle, but I just thought the beginning and the end were good enough for me to elevate a little bit. It's not a 4-star match. It's for me, it's just below that essentially.
Yeah, it's 2 3/4. I get it.
Yeah. So yeah, but I still really, really liked it. And again, more fuel to my fire, fuel to the fire for me that Kikuta just kind of fits better in All Japan, because he just it's these kind of physically intensive brawls that he just can't really have in Dragon Gate.
Yeah, he probably should just jump at this point. Then we had Seigo Tachibana, Shotaro Ashino, Hokuto Mori, and Hyo Ogawa, who's apparently from Uptown, defeating... I didn't see him wrestle, though, so I can't say anything about him.
Oh, you didn't see the match?
No, I've been skipping the
okay.
matches.
Have you seen his look?
Yes, his look is... I saw his look on the Discord.
Yeah, holy shit, that's a wrestler look.
Yeah. They beat Dan Tamura, Ren Ayabe, Go Shiozaki, and Yuma Anzai when Tachibana pinned Tamura submitted Tamura in 10:07 with a crossface. Champion Carnival Block A, Rei Saito defeated Talos and with 9:47 with the Ice Mine. Get some payback on him, given all the how much the Titans of Calamity have dominated their tag title feud lately. But yeah, this started out as it was a third straight big dudes lumbering around match. But I also just kind of dug the opening few minutes, Talos no-selling Lei charging at him on the corner outside, up against the post, and then just running him over the lariat out there was a pretty cool spot, especially. They just kept running into each other some more back in the ring, but they did a good job making it feel like an achievement when Lei finally managed to actually suplex him before the 5-minute call. I just find him to be a very charming wrestler. His little yell after he hit Talos with a bunch of chops in the corner was just kind of cute. So I like him. It can go a long way. Very different, again, from his boring brother. Talos managed to lift him from a side slam, which also looked very impressive. That got a 2 count. But then Lei came back with the big slap to the face and the running palm strike for the pin. Enjoyable big match here. 3.5 stars. I like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, this is a quintessential tall Japan match, right? It's the kind of match you can't really get anywhere else in Japan. Just 2 big pieces of lumber slapping into each other. I also agree it was very enjoyable. Again, it's one this one was kept to perfect length to me. You really shouldn't go. You shouldn't go above 10 minutes with these guys. But I also don't think this is a match you need to give only 5 minutes to. I think this just under 10 minutes is the perfect length for it. And yeah, this was exactly what this match should have been.
Yeah, at this point I was another really good Champion Carnival show. Unfortunately, I didn't like either of the last 2 matches. So Ryuki Honda beat Zion in 12:18 to, I believe, his second one or third one, I guess, counting the forfeit. But yeah, I just thought this match was way too boring. A long Zion headlock, some aimless crowd brawling, Zion suddenly running and diving himself directly in the post was unintentionally funny, though. That was really, like, he just kind of, like, the way he just fucking got this big running start, and it felt like Honda moved out of the way too soon, and Zion was like, here, I'm committed already! And just kind of, like, dove into it and cracked his head on it. It was like, okay. I feel like you could have stopped yourself, man. I know it's fake, but it looked really stupid. But then Zion totally no-sells it anyway, which is also funny, because, I mean, he really crashed into that fucking post taking a running leap, but then he's, like, immediately reversing an Irish whip into the other post, and backdrop suplexing Honda in the apron. But yeah, it was doing nothing for me even back in the ring, just so boring. Zion hit a nice little clothesline to Honda when he charged on the apron, then takes his back to the floor again, but Zion just goes to the outside. He throws him back in immediately and covers him from two. So I don't even know what the point of going back to the outside was. Very bizarrely laid out match. There's a really awkward and bad lariat from Honda at one point that just basically lightly grazes Zion's shoulder, I should say. But at least the one he hit right after that looked good. And then he powerbombed him and mercifully ended this match. Wasn't like the worst match I've ever seen or anything, but it was pretty bad. Zion had showed some signs of improvement in tags before the tournament, but I don't know. He's looked pretty bad in this tournament again. 2 stars. Not good.
Yeah, this almost, like, it wasn't even that much longer than the previous match, but it definitely felt like a lot longer than the previous match. Honda is a guy, I love Honda, but he's not necessarily a guy that is really good at, like, carrying.
Oh yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, because I also think he's really good when he's in there with the right opponent, but he can't carry matches.
No. So yeah, this definitely was one of those cases where it just was not very good, just kind of dragged, and yeah, I mean, at least Honda got the win, but I mean, again, with Honda, like, the Champion Carnival isn't even that important for him. Like, I think it's good if he puts in more, like, good performances, but, like, his important thing is, like, coming up later this year with the Royal Road Tournament.
Yeah. Then we had the main event, Kento Miyahara defeating Kuma Arashi in 1845 at the Shutdown German. So Kuma still was winless at this point, went to 0-3. I don't know, like, this is... like, when Joe Lanza does his reviews, and he talks about how, some people are sick of Kento, but I'm not, but I get it. Like, I feel like he's talking to me directly, sort of, because I think I obviously I post in places he sees, and I'm so sick of Kento. Like, I can't, I don't even want to be this sick of Kento. I like the guy, but his matches are so similar, and they are obviously the same thing, the same kind of thing every time. He gets beaten down, he sells, he makes a comeback and wins. Like you told him before, like you said before, it's like a Hulk Hogan match style. And I don't know, like, when he's in there with the right guy, it can still be good, but, like, it's very obviously the fucking what's it called? Any sense of like newness to her, any sense of novelty is long gone. And this one was a lot of Kuma working over Kento's midsection while he sells like he's late in a 25-minute epic instead of a few minutes in. It just bored the shit out of me. It was so slow. It felt like Arashi was mostly standing around doing nothing while Kenta sold forever. I didn't like their title match a month or so ago either, but I think this was even worse. And I think maybe this just cements Kuma Arashi as, like, the worst possible Kento Formula opponent. Like, he just doesn't seem to do enough interesting stuff during the long Kento selling periods. Yeah, I don't know. Like, 2 stars. I didn't like it. Thought it was bad. And I'm over the Kento stuff, so when it really doesn't land for me, it really doesn't land for me. And this one did not land for me at all.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm not over the Kento stuff. I love Kento. I think he's great. But I will agree that Kuma Arashi is a bad opponent for him. Like, it's just... I think Kuma can have good matches with the right opponent. I don't think Kento is that opponent. Where, yeah, Kuma just doesn't have enough for, like, a lengthy match, like, in terms of offense, or make offense interesting. Where it just... He really has shown that in, like, basically, like, close to, like, back-to-back matches. I think Kuma also isn't a top guy. Like I said, I'm probably like Kuma more than most people, but I already thought it was kind of a bit much to put him in a Triple Crown match. I think being Gaora TV champ is, like, the perfect, like, thing for him to be. or to be like a stopgap guy that like somebody has to beat on the way to like a Triple Crown title shot and everything. And I think the Triple Crown match and this match just really like solidified that view, where like he just isn't at that level that is necessary to like be in there like credibly with a guy like Kento Miyahara. And I think All Japan also thinks that, because like he beat him in the Triple Crown match and he beat him here again. Whereas, it would have been like a very logical thing where like Kuma gets his win back from the Triple Crown match. And he didn't do that. It was very like definitively established that Kento is better than this guy. And yeah, just bit of a disappointing main event. But at least now we know what Kuma Arashi is, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just not, it doesn't work for some reason. The two of them just do not work together. So, I don't know. Last show, though, I mean, that show just got kind of on a downer note. Still wasn't horrible or anything, because there were still matches I liked, but definitely the weakest of these three. I think probably, I actually have a show ranking I can look at. No, not the weakest show overall. I think the Osaka one was slightly weaker. Very, very close, though, based on my average star ratings. But that brings us to show night 6 from the Sanjo City Welfare and Health Center, or just Sanjo City Welfare Center. Depends on who you ask and which program's auto-translating it. It did 728 people on Sunday, April 26th. This show was a lot better than the last one. Definitely the best of the three. It opened up with an 8-man tag team match. Ryuki Honda, Hokuto Omori, Atsuki Oyagi, and Rising Hayato defeating Shotaro Ashino, Musashi, Ryo Inoue, and Shota Kofuji. It was Hayato pinning Kofuji in 801 with the Sid Vicious. Obviously didn't watch it, so I don't know why I'm talking like I'm going to start talking about it. Match 2, Daisuke Sekimoto defeating Zion in 1009 with the Big Bang Catastrophe. This was kind of just in Block B. Total nothing happening match here. I mean, starts with a test of strength, spills outside for some slow and lifeless crowd brawling. But there's really nothing wrong with it either, especially when they get back in the ring. It was okay. I don't know, 2.5 is what I gave it. And thankfully, Zion only has one block match left. So,
yeah, basically the same as well. It's just really paint by the numbers kind of brawl match, but neither man really being like, I don't know, I don't think either of them really seemed that motivated, to be honest. It was just very paint by the numbers, and it existed really.
Then we had match number 3, which was Kengo Mashimo defeating Rei Saito in 925 with the referee stoppage with an arm lock over in Block A. This match, which I was a little surprised with the result, made Kengo 3-1, dropped rated 3-2. Kengo was like hanging Ray's arm on the top rope at one point, started targeting it first with an arm breaker along the railing, then actually pulling the ring mats up and driving it into the mat while standing on the apron. That's not a spot you see very often, so that was cool. Kengo just kept teeing off his arm with kicks after, but then Ray just kind of no-sold it and suddenly started using the arm he was just working on for chops. That was kind of weird. He went for the palm strike, but Kengo blocked it and kicked at the arm again. So they weren't just dropping it, at least. I just would have liked to have seen Ray show some signs of struggle in that moment or something. He had a choke slam with the other arm for a 2 count, but Kengo blocks the running palm strike by taking him down to a cross arm breaker. Ray tries to get out of it, but Kengo switches it into a Fujiwara armbar instead, and that gets us. And I wish the camera would actually give us a shot of Ray's face, first of all. I mean, the hard cam. They didn't have the camera on the outside for this, but, just the camera was awkwardly placed here. But yeah, either way, he submitted or the ref stopped it, and the All Japan site says the ref stopped it. So, fine little match, total decent story. Would have been better with some better selling from Ray, but still enjoyed it, though, so 3 stars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought this was like a really solid match from Kengo Mashimo, where like him and Ray, I think they were fairly well together. I don't think it was like anything special, to be honest, but I thoroughly enjoyed the match for like what it was. And yeah, I don't know, I don't really have anything else to say about this one.
Then we had Kuma Arashi beating Go Shiozaki in 12:07 with a diving senton. His first win, so he goes up to 1-3 while Go drops to 2-3. Thought there was a nice bounce back from Kuma here after the bad match for Kento, as this match rolled. Go hit him very hard while Kuma would fire back with his size advantage. A simple but very effective story. There's a really cool spot where Kuma like crushed Go coming off the top, trying for a backdrop suplex, and it looked like more natural or something than you don't usually see out of that sequence. Like he just fucking fell on him in midair. It rolled. Kuma followed up with a lariat for 2 count, and then he hit the top rope senton for the win. Really good. If anything, I wish I got more time, but I went 3 3/4. So.
Yeah, this is kind of what I was talking about, where like Kuma can actually have good matches if it's with the right opponent. And I think Go is one of those guys where like he just chopped like Kuma's like chest into like hamburger meat. Like that one was like bright red in the post match. And yeah, I think Go was also just like willing to like, I don't know, like he kind of like sold Kuma's offense pretty well, but it didn't go like too long. I think that's really the other thing where it's like this was 12 minutes. But it's like, I think it's very clear that Kuma isn't a guy that you can have in there for like more than 15. I think that is really like his upper limit. So like keeping this to like a nice tight 12 minutes, right? Like you just kind of chop each other, just hit each other really hard for 12 minutes and then go for the finish. I think is like the perfect match structure for him. So like putting him in there with Go is like a good decision.
Then we had the Dante Tamura and Hideki Suzuki beating Seigo Tachibana and Hyo Ogawa. Tamura pinning Tachibana with a powerbomb at 11:55. Do we know when this junior title match is happening? Because I feel like these preview matches have been going on forever.
I'm pretty sure it's happening at the final.
At the final, okay. Well, they've got a lot of falls on each other in a bunch of matches I have not seen. So, have you been watching them or no?
Oh yeah, no, I've been watching. I thought this was pretty good.
Okay, I was just wondering. Then we had Odyssey beating Yuma Anzai in 12:20 with a diving body press. Anzai is now only 1-2-1, so I guess no threat to win this thing. Odyssey's up to 3-2. Some very charming stalling from Odyssey here at the start of this match. Just wrote down, boy, do I love watching his matches. Nicole, like, so I was watching this last night. When Nicole was trying to sleep, actually, which is, what a great boyfriend I am. But I had to get through that show before today. And because I had way too much work to watch anything before we recorded. And Nicole's laying there with the eye mask on and really not paying any attention. But I just say out loud, please end this match. And she starts roasting me immediately. She's like, it's just started. It's only been 2 minutes. I'm like, look, Nicole, clearly you've never watched an Odyssey match before. And you can't properly understand my suffering that I wanted this to be over already after 2 minutes. Sadly, I won another 10 minutes. So, Anzai did a diving form off the railing. Odyssey totally no-sold it and then just ran him over, which sent him back into said railing hard. I guess that was a cool spot at least. That was something. But yeah, meanwhile, I had no idea why the ref wasn't counting again. And then on top of everything else, Odyssey fucking wins this too. But whatever. It wasn't horrible. Just below average. 2 1/4.
Yeah. No, I mean, it was very much just there. Like, for like Yuma's match, like, in terms of Yuma matches, it's like, I mean, you can't really expect him to carry this guy. Like, it's just nothing there with Odyssey.
He's just very big, and he does nothing.
Yeah. I mean, again, like, it's like it didn't even become relevant in this one because Odyssey just won the match. But, like, this would have been, like, another match where, like Yuma would have had to win with a roll-up similar to Kento. Because, like, if Yuma would even, like, attempt to get Odyssey up for the gimlet, like, he would just die. Like, I don't know. Like, so that's the other thing with a guy like Odyssey. They have bigger guys in All Japan, obviously. But, like, he's so big that there's just, like, people can't hit their moves on him.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like he's just too. I think what you're trying to say is he's just too fat.
I mean, yeah. But I mean, like, for example, they've had other fat guys where they didn't have that issue.
That's true. It's like all of it together, the width and the height.
Yeah.
Which makes it impossible. Because Taos is obviously very tall too, but he doesn't have the width.
Yeah, or like they had Cyrus, obviously, which that was never an issue with him either.
Yeah, I don't know. But yes, the man who replaced Cyrus in this tournament, the next match, had a fucking great match here, which was Yuma Aoyagi defeating Ren Ayabe in 2048 with the end game. This would, like, at first I thought it was a good but slightly nondescript match, but then Ayagi takes this fucking nasty bump on the floor where Ren just tosses him off the apron while standing out there. That was like the start of this match, going from like good to great for me. And like Ayabe
thud on that as well.
Yeah, big thud. And like Ayabe was just fucking tossing this guy around all over the place. I of course, with Ayabe, you always wish he could make an actual facial expression, especially when like he was taking elbows from Yuma and shit. But what can you do? He's just never going to be able to do that. Very hot stretch of near falls at the end. It was really elevating this match for me. Just really hot stretch of near falls. The crowd was super into it. And Ayabe was put to stop to some of the momentum Yuma had been building with one of those great knees to the guts that he throws. And then he hits a beautiful dragon suplex hold, very well executed. That gets a super close near fall. But then Yuma counters his spinning Falcon Arrow finisher in midair just by taking him down to the mat and rolling through into his guillotine hold. Truly great looking counter. Ayabe sold it really well too and finally tapped. Awesome fucking match. Thank God Yuma Ayagi's in this tournament, because I think he has... I gave this 4 stars. It's my number 3 match, and yes, Yuma Ayagi's in 3 of my top 4. I think he's not. Oh no, he's all. No, 2 of my top 4, I should say. But 1, 2, 3, 3 of my top 3 of my top 6. So half my top 6. So you have Sekimoto versus Yuma Ayagi. I keep reading Yuma Anzai and almost reading him. Sekimoto versus Yuma Ayagi is my second place match at 4 1/4. This is my third place match at 4 stars flat, so 2 of my top 3. And then also the match we just talked about, Honda, or no, we talked about in last week's episode, Honda versus Yuma Ayagi, 3 3/4. So yeah, just he's had a really good tournament. So
yeah, he's my MVP. I mean, very easily the MVP of the tournament so far.
I think so too. Let me see. I think he has does he have my overall top ranking or top average rating? Yeah, he's got a 3.65. Yeah, that's my best in B block and my best overall. So, yeah, I mean, he's kind of carrying the tournament single-handedly, to be honest. Yeah. I mean, definitely not. This was a little too strong, but he's definitely doing. I mean, replace him with Cyrus, and oh my god.
Oh yeah, no, like this definitely wouldn't have been that good. Like this match specifically, like definitely would not have been that good, because I think like Yuma and Ren have like a lot of chemistry. Because like the previous, like, because I don't think this is like Ren Ayabe's like best singles match ever, because like it was really good, but like his like Triple Crown match with Ren Ayabe was really good. Like it's just one of those cases where like Ren generally, like aside from like his match with Honda in the Royal Road tournament, isn't really a great singles worker. I think that's putting it mildly. But then like him and Yuma just have this like chemistry where like I guess it's just Yuma is just willing to just take like insane bombs for like Ren, and I think that really helps. Again, like the thought on that, like when Ren just like fucks Yuma to the outside, and he just tosses him because it wasn't even like really, like he just tosses him on the floor, and like the thought that made, like that was like insane. And yeah, just good match overall, great match. I agree as well. Like I went 4 stars on that one, and just absolutely one of the best matches in the entire tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a really great match. Main event, I thought this was pretty good. Definitely a big improvement on the last Kento match we talked about. Talos beat Kento in 12-22 with the Ride the Lightning Daddy to move to 2-2 and drop Kento to 2-1. There was just like this match, even when it was a little boring to me early on, there was nothing wrong with it. I thought Talos did a good job. He was the big monster. Kento obviously sold his ass off for him. It did bore me a little bit, but not nearly as much as Kento and Kumarashi did. And I liked just seeing the big monster actually win one of these things for a change. It's like just fucking beat Kento. He just fucking choked Sanders' ass and pinned him. It was a bit cathartic. It's like, okay, finally no Kento miracle comeback. But yeah, I went 3 1/4. I thought it was pretty good. I enjoyed it. And yeah, definitely, this was, again, the exact kind of night I feel like would have been dire on the last tournament. Small building, midway through the tour. Very good show. Enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah. Because this is kind of like right. So basically, the last two Kento matches were just redos of Triple Crown matches that he's had. Well, guys that he's beaten, right? Like he beat Talos in Triple Crown match. He beat Kumarashi in a Triple Crown match.
Yeah, I don't remember what I thought of their Triple Crown match. I don't remember, honestly.
It was fine. I think it was very similar to this one. Like, right? Like it wasn't like a blow-away match, but it was like incredibly solid. Like there is an upper limit. Like I think Talos has like acclimatized really well to Japan.
Yeah.
Like there is an obvious like upper limit there with him. Right?
No, I totally agree. He's a very good wrestler, and it's not like it's hard for him, I think, to be a great wrestler.
Yeah.
Oh, he couldn't score on that, buddy. Come on. Back in the Blue Jays here live. I thought for sure he was going to score on that double. Got 2 outs. I already know what's going to happen. Okay, Okamoto's going to come out and strike out probably. Yeah, I mean, Talos is he's acclimated himself very well. You know, like you said, he has a ceiling. But I mean, this is 3 1/4 star match. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, no, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, that's exactly for him. Like, also, again, you keep it nice and tidy, 12 minutes, right? Like, no need to, like, do, like, a 20-minute epic and a...
Yeah. Also, I just think he's kind of... Like, I've kind of liked... There's some wrestlers where they're not work rate guys and they just come off as kind of likable, and I think Talos has kind of reached that point with me, where I'm like, he seems like a nice dude. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, for sure.
He seems happy to be there. So,
yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
I can relate to a white person happy to be in Japan.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, he's come like a long way as well. Where like they started him out as like this guy in like Octagon, and then then the moment they put him together with Ren Ayabe, I was like, oh yeah, no, that's perfect. And I think that team has worked really, really well. I think Titans of Calamity has done like wonders for like Ayabe as well, when it's just like doesn't really have to do that much single stuff. And I think the team is working really, really well. Like if footage ever emerges from that, like the Crockett Cup.
Oh, we don't have any footage of that, really?
I don't think so.
That's fine. Well, I mean, the only way I would ever know about anything NWA is if Joe and Rich talk about it. So
yeah, basically. I mean, I kind of want to see the tournament matches.
Yeah. But yeah, good show. Mm-hmm. Champion Carnival is better than last year. It's definitely, I mean, actually enjoying the tournament when I had been dreading it going in. So give it up for All Japan. Let's see what's coming up here. So this coming Saturday, May 2nd, we have, God, what night is this? Actually, let me get the standings first. After night 6, here's your standings. A block, Kengo Mashimo all alone in first. He's 3-1 for 6 points. Lei Saito and Odyssey both also have 6 points, but they're 3-2. Then you have Kento Miyahara 2-1 with 5 points. Talos and Go Shiozaki both have 4 points, but Talos is 2-2 and Go is 2-3. And then Yuma Anzai is 1-1 for 3 points, and Kuma Arashi is 1-3 for 2 points. I don't really see an obvious block winner here. Maybe Talos will rally and win it. I don't know.
For block A, I think Go is gonna win.
Yeah, there we go, Okamoto.
You're really into Go winning.
No. This was. Did he just call him out second? Well, whatever. He still fucking got 2 runs in, so I don't even give a shit. Need to be a little faster second base there, brother. But they're checking if they want to challenge. No, that's not they want to challenge. I think they're saying it's. Oh wait. Oh no, we are challenging. Okay, challenging the out call at second. Let's see how this goes. But yes, Okamoto, what a fucking way to come through, buddy. 2 outs, second and third. We just lost these fucking shitty ass Red Sox yesterday. Needed some early runs. Anyway, who do you think was winning the A block? I'm sorry.
I think, don't worry. I mean, it's going to be semis anyway, so there's 2 people moving on.
I forgot about that. Yeah, then it could be definitely Talos could move on then.
Possibly, yeah. I think Go to me is like a lock of like moving on, and then I think whoever like the other person is, I think it's a bit up in the air. I mean, I could see Talos, yeah, because he's a tag champ and everything.
Yeah. B block, Daisuke Sekimoto all alone in first, 4-1 for 8 points. Wow. Hideki Suzuki, he's been pretty good in this tournament too. Hideki Suzuki 3-2-1 for 7 points. Madoka Kikuta 3-1 for 6 points. Ryoki Honda 3-2 for 6 points. Yuma Aoyagi 2-2-1 for 5 points. Zion and Ren Ayabe both have 4 points, but Zion's 2-4. Ren is 2-2, and obviously Jun Saito 0-7, lost his one match and then forfeited everything else. So, there you go.
I mean, on that one, I'm a bit more like not sure who's going through, because I think June was going through for sure, and then I think Kikuta, because he's the Dreamgate champion.
Kikuta seems likely. Kikuta's one loss, quote unquote, is the double count out, by the way. So he really hasn't lost a match yet. But I don't know why it's taking this review so long. Okamoto's clearly safe. Like, he's clearly got his fucking hand on the bag before he gets tagged. What are we waiting for? After further review, the call on the... What the fuck? Are you kidding me? What are you looking at, New York? Okay. Well, whatever. He still scored 2 runs. No, but the Blue Jays bench players can't believe it, because I'm like, he's fucking clearly safe. I don't understand that one at all. So whatever. We just got screwed by fucking New York City. Gonna go downtown right now and fucking beat somebody up for fucking, because that's where the MLB office is that reviews everything. Gonna go down to Manhattan and beat somebody up for not fucking overturning that terrible call. But whatever.
I mean, how long is it gonna take you to get there?
An hour and a half. So
Jesus.
By then I probably wouldn't be mad anymore. probably wouldn't take me that long this late, but probably like an hour. Night 7, Champion Carnival 2026, this Saturday from Fukushima, the Southern Tohoku General Wholesale Center in Koriyama. What a building name that is. Your tournament matches, I'm not going to go over the undercard ones here. Block A, you have Kuma Arashi versus Kengo Mashimo. Does that mean anything for the block standings? Not really. I guess Kengo is in the lead, so yeah, Kuma can try to face spoiler. Block B, Ren Ayabe versus Daisuke Sekimoto. That's a big one. 8 points for Sekimoto, 4 for Ayabe, but he's still 2-2. Still got matches ahead of him. Yuma Anzai versus Talos in A block. Yuma Aoyagi versus Kikuta in B block. That could be really, really good. And the main event, Rei Saito versus Kento Miyahara in A block. That's a pretty fucking good card for a nothing show in the middle of Koriyama. Wow. Then we have on Sunday, May 3rd, from Tochigi, the Light Cube Utsunomiya. This is night number 8, so the second show that we'll be covering before next week's episode. Block A, Yuma Anzai and Kuma Arashi. Block A, Go Shiozaki versus Kengo Mashimo. Hell yeah, for that match. Block A, Talos versus Odyssey. I hope they do give them 2 minutes. Block B, Hideki Suzuki versus Madoka Kikuta. That's a really interesting styles clash. And then Block B, Ren Ayabe versus Ryoki Honda. I remember them having a surprisingly great match last year. So we'll see if they can repeat that this year. You remember that one? It was one of these smaller shows. I feel like it was really good.
I think not off the top of my head.
Yeah, maybe I could be remembering wrong, but I think that was the thing that happened last year. And there you go. Those are your 2 shows that will happen before we get on the air next week. So that's what's coming up. All right, we're at 4 hours and 40 minutes, and I'm sure you want to go to bed. God only knows what time it is over there. So let's go through Marigold very quickly. 2 a.m. Let's go through Marigold very, very quickly. It was from the Corkin Hall, the Spring Victory Series this past Saturday, April 25th. An announced crowd of 756. First of all, there were not 756 people in that building. If you saw the photos, oh my god.
Oh yeah, no.
probably 600 maybe. Weirdly, there's no English commentary for this. Usually, there's always English commentary for Marigold, so I don't know what was going on there. Show opened with Nagisa Tachibana defeating the Lady I, whatever you want to say. Tachibana beats her in 8:53 with a triangle jump plancha. Okay match. A couple moves looked pretty rough, especially this flipping DDT thing from Tachibana just had no impact at all. But I like AI or what the fuck her name is. I think I said AI twice. She has some potential. Goofy name though. But yeah, 2 3/4. It was okay.
Yeah, very, very solid match. Yeah, Lady AI is... Yeah, she definitely has potential, but like I think both of them are like still like very, very raw, which I think is a bit of a thing with Marigold. Like I think a lot of people are like very down on Marigold, but I don't know. Like what I always feel with that promotion is like if they can stick around, I want to see where this roster is at in like 3-4 years. right?
Yeah, I totally agree. The if they can stick around part, we're going to get to.
That's
But,
the problem, yeah.
That's the problem. Match number 2 was Maddie Morgan beating Nao Ishikawa and Chiaki. She pinned both of them, I guess, for the moonsault press in 6:39. Below average match. This just had nothing going for it at all, which not good considering she was going to be the next world title challenger. We found out, but yeah, 2 1/4. Nothing really impressed me here.
No. I mean, Maddie's still young, so
Yeah, she's 18.
Yeah.
Match 3, and thankfully after this match the show picks up, but this match was not that great either. It was Megaton, Hummingbird, and Komomo Minami losing to Nagisa Nozaki, Misa Matsui, and Lei Seto. It was Seto beating Hummingbird in 8:46. I've broken my. I'm barely got to cover Megaton at this point. I don't know what things think. Don't know what she does that people find so funny. She's just not funny at all. Short though, in an offensive match, I guess. And Lei taps out Hummingbird 2.5 stars. Average.
Okay, just one. I don't want to drag this out, but I will, however, say that I thought Megaton's match with Kuroshio Tokyo Japan at the New Year's Marigold show was very funny.
Yeah, I still haven't seen that show. I gotta watch it, but I don't know why.
It's like both me and Aramufa were like actually like laughing our ass off at that one, so I will give her that.
Match number 4 was Mai Sakurai, Natsumi Shozuki, and Shido defeating Sayoko Koshido, Yuka Yamazaki, and Momoka Hanazono. It was Mai Sakurai with a backdrop on Yamazaki. So if you want to see, Megaton should watch your fucking Momoko Hanazono tapes because you want to see a funny fucking wrestler. That is a funny fucking wrestler. Shido at one point had this "what the fuck is this bitch doing" look on her face at one point early on when Momoka was offering a handshake. That was really funny for some reason. Like, she just wants to shake her hand, Shido. Like, it's not that big a deal. But it was good for good reason though, because Momoka immediately poked her in the eyes afterwards. So I guess she was rightfully suspicious. We had bubbles at one point because of course we did with Momoka. Everyone copied the Momoka crying gimmick on Natsumi, even her own partners. So she gets fed up and just kicks everybody. That was very funny. Shino just casually fired off an absolute beast middle kick in the middle of this comedy match. Just leveled somebody. Who could not love Shino? She's so good. This was an actually fun, wacky comedy undercard match. They should fire Megaton and hire Momoka full time. 3 1/4.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things where, like, you look at this Marigold roster and you see someone like Shino on there, and I'm like, there's stuff on here for like in a couple of years to just have an actually like banger roster. It's just that right now it's a bit of a rough promotion at times. But yeah, again, I thought this was a pretty good like 6-man tag match. And as you said, I really think the show like this is really like when the show turned around. Overall.
Oh yeah. And the Yuka Yamazaki, by the way, also very funny, and she was like freaking out afterwards and having to get dragged away. That was, just very amusing. The next match, this was the big shocker, honestly. Chika Goto versus Koki Amare first went to a 15-minute time limit draw. Then there was a restart, and Chika Goto got the win with the Origa Go Chika Da. This was just quite a bit better than I was expecting. I mean, had to be the best Koki in particular has looked in ages. So they fought to a time limit draw. They were still brawling at the end of it, too. Go Chika definitely did have the edge when time expired. She just hit a chokeslam before that. She asked for an extension. We got 15 more minutes. I was like, okay, well, I think we're going to get a finish then. And yeah, Go Chika put her away without too much trouble during the extension. But this was good. This was 3.5 stars, which is more than I would have expected going in because, again, Koki Amare has looked very rough for the most part since returning from her knee injury last year. And this was the best she's looked in forever. And they had a great moment at the end where they had a big tearful reunion where they reunited their former tag team, the Twin Towers. I think there's something besides Twin Towers, actually. I can't remember what the actual full name was. But anyway, and they announced they're going to challenge for the titles, I believe, on the May 23rd Old Award show against, or I don't know if they actually officially announced they're going to challenge on the Old Award show, but they are going to challenge for them at some point. They're going to pursue the Twin Star titles. So, good match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this really was surprising. I'm also normally not a big fan of the like time limit and then time extended gimmick, but I thought it worked pretty well in this match. It's
been going around a lot lately.
Yeah, it's I thought this worked really well for this match. I thought they were just like laying really, really hard into each other, and then them like uniting the tag team afterwards. I think it gives both of them like some much needed direction. So I thought that is a great idea, and yeah. Again, I went into this match with not very high expectations, and it basically blew them away. I'm not gonna like put this on like a match of the year list or anything like that, but like way exceeded my expectations, which I think is definitely worth something.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much the consensus. So definitely a good match. Then we had the BEW Women's Title. Angel Hayes loses the belt to Sarah Yamaoka in 11:41 with the Ioki Clutch. Yamaoka becomes the new champion and called for her first title match to be against Senka Akashi on May 23rd at Ota Ward. Senka Akashi. I always pronounce that wrong. I'm sorry. But Senka versus fucking Sarah Yamaoka again. Hell yeah. I don't even know what the BEW Women's Title is. It's some European title, right? Is it Britain?
Yeah, British Empire Wrestling.
Okay.
I don't know. I have never really heard of this promotion before either.
But this match was fine. I mean, a little too much mid-match promoing from Angel Hayes. But, 3 stars. I just didn't think Angel was very impressive here, but it wasn't bad or anything. So, whatever.
Yeah. No, definitely. It was very solid. I think for me, again, like the more exciting thing coming out of this is like Senka versus Seri.
Yeah, for sure.
That's going to be an absolute banger. And also, the other thing that I'm kind of hoping for is like, Seri holding a title of a promotion in Europe.
Yeah, perhaps
maybe come and do a little like Europe tour, and maybe like have a match in Berlin. That definitely I'll be all in favor of that.
Then we had the main event for the Marigold World Title. Miko Ano defeats Utami Yashishita in 23:44, the Red Sensation, to make her third successful defense. I thought the first 5 minutes were a little boring, but it really picked up after that. I mean, probably, I don't even think the first 5 minutes would have come up as boring if the crowd could have made some fucking noise. They did finally get into it, but the Marigold crowds were like the worst part of these fucking shows. I mean, I don't know. Like, there was nothing wrong with this match, the crowd just was not making any noise at all. There was a really nice lariat exchange around the 15-minute call with both girls just repeatedly refusing to stay down. That got like the first big sustained reaction out of the crowd, so that was nice. It took a while. Basically, the way I feel with this match is it took them a while, but they got there. Miku kept like, I don't know why I wrote down Miku. They did that twice too. Miku kept kicking Utami's head off while Utami refused to stay down, but then hit the Status Clash and Utami kicked out. The crowd was chanting for Utami at that point, and then Miku fucking drops her on her head with the Red Sensation. That looked fucking brutal, and that got the pin. So yeah, a little too slow early, but when it got great, and again, the crowd didn't help them. But when it got great, it got really great. So I was 4 stars on this. Really good match.
Yeah, I agree as well. Like, I think these are pretty damn good. Like, I think that they were 2 of the best wrestlers in Mario. I don't know what like the correct
yeah. I mean, it's so funny. All of my notes are like, okay, Marigold finally had a good Korakuen. Finally a Korakuen I mostly enjoyed. They still wasn't great or anything, but there's still some down stuff on it, but the good stuff was good. I was like, okay, Marigold's back, baby. And then Tommy grabs the bike and she's like, I'm leaving the promotion.
Yeah, why?
I'm like, what? my takes were gonna be almost uniformly positive. Like, oh, maybe Marigold can really get together and have a better year now after they've had a really rough start to their year, and they've really had a good show finally. Their first good Cork of the year, in my opinion. Because some people, you and Armut and some others who were at that Ota Award show have said it was really good. I just never watched it, so I should get it. Because I was in Japan at the time, obviously, and I went to the Stardom Shinjuku Face show instead, which I don't regret doing because it gave me a chance to tell Izumi he stepped on my foot last week. So, but yeah, I mean, just a very, very, but not a good year for them at all. Korakuen, I mean, just the Korakuens have not been good in my opinion until this one. Finally had a good Korakuen, and then they're like. And then it's like, Tommy's second biggest star of the company's leaving. It's like, what the fuck?
After she basically did fucking nothing. Well, she won the title, but then
yeah,
she did absolutely nothing after she lost the title.
So what did you think of the match first? I feel like I cut you off for the really talk about the match.
No, I thought the match was good. Again, as I said, it took a little while to get going, but then after it got going, it was really, really fucking good. I think Miku is she one of the most underrated women's wrestlers going right now?
Yeah, she's so great.
Because I feel like no, but I think she very rarely ever gets talked about at that top level. But I think she's really just as good as almost anybody else.
Yeah, she's really, really good. She's kind of becoming the ace of a lost promotion here, which is always rough.
Yeah.
But I hope.
I mean, she was the ace of Actress Girls beforehand, so it's not like she's not used to that.
Yeah. And I feel like she probably thought she was getting a big step up. And I mean, they're kind of turning into Actress Girls if you look at it.
I mean, it is still a step up from Actress Girls.
Yeah,
it's not that bad yet.
I'm being a little hyperbolic there, but I mean, they had 5 big people who jumped from Stardom, not counting the younger people. So you had Utami, who's now gone, Mirai, who's now gone, Julia, who's now gone. All you have left is Mai Sakurai and
Mayu Iwatani, who's injured.
Well, Mayu Iwatani, who's injured, but she wasn't with the initial group.
Oh, not the original drum. Yeah.
Yeah. Am I thinking of... Maybe I just meant Victoria Azuki, that even though she was a student at the time, kind of. But she'd already debuted. So that might be the 5 I'm thinking of, unless I'm just forgetting somebody. But yeah, of your 5, 3 of them are gone. So you've lost... Of your big 5 you took from Stardom, 3 of them, besides any of the people who hadn't even debuted yet, I think, 3 of them are gone. So that is kind of crazy. I mean, you're starting to get to the point where you're basically all the people you took from Actress Girls plus your own students, and that's pretty much that's all.
To be fair, though, the hit rate on their students has been pretty good so far.
It's been good.
With one very obvious exception.
Yeah. Who's the one you were thinking of?
I forgot her name, but the one that
the one. Yeah. That was a big exception. All right, I wasn't even thinking of her. God, the one who was in my worst match of the year last year. I can't remember her name now. But I don't know. The promotion itself, there's I don't think they're in danger of closing or anything, right? I think Japanese promotions take a long time to reach that limit, and they're still drawing better than a lot of other Joshi promotions. The problem is, the hype that this promotion was sold at was that this was going to be like a rival to Stardom, which was never going to happen to begin with. No. And if anything, they've really performed that level. And some of it's not even their fault. I don't think Rossi Ogawa even went around saying they were going to rival Stardom immediately. A lot of it, I think, is the fucking Rossi fanboys, including the one who's using on English commentary, did him no fucking favors. Because they really hyped this up. I was like, oh, we're coming for Stardom. And it's the gap could not be bigger between Stardom and Marigold.
Also, just in terms of means available. It's you're not going to come fight the promotion that has the backing of Bushi Road. That's just not going to happen. Yeah.
They have a 40-person roster at this point, which is very different. Just very different scales. But yeah, I mean, I just want to see them do some more good stuff at least. And I just think losing Utami, not that she was much of a draw for them lately. But I don't know. I mean, maybe are their days running Corrigan monthly numbered? Maybe they need to pull back a little bit. I don't know. But
obviously they're not going to do that this year because they already have their dates locked in.
Yeah. Maybe next year.
Yeah. We'll see. But at that point, a lot of the trainees are going to be further along as well. So that's what I mean. I think there is genuine potential for Marigold to really not explode to a Stardom level. But I feel if they continue the hit rate on the trainees and those trainees actually develop at the exceptional rate that they're at right now, I think there is potential for Marigold to very easily assume not very easily maybe, but I think they can challenge they could challenge at least Tokyo Joshi for the number 2 spot.
Yeah, totally. But yeah, I don't know. It's a lot will just depend too on how many more people are looking to get out when their contracts are up too.
Yeah.
Which the problem they have, besides the fact that I think Utami's going back to Stardom, but Mirai getting out there and presumably doing well freelancing. I mean, Unagi Saiga has talked about that freelancing is actually really lucrative right now in Joshi because there's just so many promotions who need people, basically. And, when you're able to set your own dates, set your own rate, and then, keep 100% of everything you sell and all that. I mean, she should probably stop talking about being lucrative given how much money she owes after that Ryugoku disaster. But yeah, she, it is, if you don't accidentally bankrupt yourself booking Ryugoku, it's probably pretty lucrative. So
I almost went to the, just real quick on Unagi Sayaka, where it's like, I thought about going to the Unagi Sayaka, Korakuen show, and then I saw the ticket prices for that show, and I didn't go to that show.
I'm going to go, I think, because the one when I'm there is the one where Hikari Noa from Tokyo Joshi's coming back. But yeah, the tickets are not cheap. That is for fucking sure. But yeah, I don't know. It's just very, I think other people are going to fucking notice. And again, when your promotion is struggling, that's not a big risk for Stardom, right? I mean, Stardom's doing very well. Presumably they can afford to pay their people enough money to when if your promotion's struggling and he's an independent promoter, I think there's going to be other people who look at the fucking freelance life and just go, maybe the grass is greener over there. And I find it interesting that Mirai has not come back yet either, even though she's wrestled practically everywhere else, including Tokyo Joshi. She left in the first place. So maybe that makes me think her leaving was a little more bitter than people try to make it sound at the time. But yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting. I'm trying. I don't want to sound too negative. It's like I feel like I'm going to have that All Japan Marigold guy hating on me again, even though I had plenty of praise for both promotions in this one. If I probably don't listen anymore, but I'm trying to be realistic about where Marigold's at. I just don't. There's issues there. I think for sure, and I think if there wasn't, they would not be losing the people they're losing. So, where they go from here, a lot like you kind of said, a lot will depend on the development of their young talent, and a lot of it will depend on getting people to click at a high level who you're going to need to click. Now, Shino, they have some really good young talent. When you talk about Shino and Seri, and you talk about.
They have the clause like Senka. She's not on their roster, but they have the clause pretty deep into Senka.
Yeah. They have a lot of other ones who are those two look like surefire stars, but they have other ones that I think look pretty good. I like Lei Seto. I like even the Lady AI, she's just started. I liked Kazuna Tanaka before she went down with injury. Thought she showed a lot of improvement. But yeah, they have a lot of pieces, but the question is will they be able to make it long enough for the pieces to develop and without losing even more of their star talent? I guess we'll see.
On the one hand, the freelance I think is a bit of, but I don't think the freelance thing is much of a danger for they have the younger wrestlers leave to do that because they obviously wouldn't be able to really demand a good rate.
Yeah.
And I think with Stardom, maybe Stardom could poach some people, but that's the other thing we just talked about. Stardom has an absurdly loaded roster right now. I don't even know. They're gonna add Utami to it as well, and then maybe Kairi as well. We'll see. Although I think it's probably likely. But again, right? At that point, it's you could jump to Stardom, and maybe your immediate thing is that you make more money. But there's also real risk of getting lost on that roster because of how many people there are. Where even if you're very talented, it is a bit of a risk. You take that immediate bump up in pay, but it's a bit of a risk maybe long term where maybe sticking around in Marigold and seeing if that develops and you becoming a bigger star there and being on top of that promotion, even if maybe it doesn't grow to an insane level. Once you have become a star there, I think when you then go to Stardom after that, you probably come into Stardom at a much higher level than you would be if you jump in the near future, essentially.
Yeah. I don't know. It's interesting. If they ever lose Mayu, they're really in trouble. But
But Mayu literally the other ones I get more why they're leaving. Mayu knew what she was getting into, right? I feel like that feels less likely because like she literally went from like, you know, like a massive fucking like she literally went from like the biggest crowd that Stardom had drawn up until that point to like wrestling in front of like a half empty Korakuen.
Yeah.
Like Utami, I get why she would be like, yeah, this isn't what I was told this was gonna be, so I'm gonna leave. Whereas Maya was like, yeah, I get what this is and I'm still gonna do it anyway. I don't really get why she did it, but like she can't claim that she didn't know what she was doing at the time.
Yeah. No, I get it. But yeah, there's your Mario Gold talk, and boy, it's 5 hours in, and Paul wants to go to bed. So let's very quickly wrap this up. Paul, first of all, we need a sicko word of the day. What's the sicko word of the day since it's went over 5 hours? How about? Can't think of anything. What are we really fucking talking about this episode? How about the sicko word of the day is Okamoto. The Chuvan double. Thank you very much to Big Cat, the real Big Kaz Okamoto. All right. Plug the Emerald Flowshow.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I will. I'm actually holding my Emerald Flowshow cup that I got from some friends as a birthday present. So Emerald Flowshow on the Voice of Wrestling Network, also our own feed as well. We mostly talk about All Japan and Noah, but we're also occasionally like branching over into like Great and like Big Japan and DDT.
Yeah, your guy. I noticed it because I was just saying I'm the only one who covered Glate, and then I stopped covering, and now all of a sudden you guys are covering Glate.
Yeah, well, we do it every once in a while. Like it's basically, yeah. Well, I don't think it's gonna be like a super regular thing, but it's like I feel like we like to drop into it every once in a while. So it's at least nice to keep an eye on it.
They're the worst promotion in Japan.
Oh, they are absolutely the worst promotion in Japan. That's the other thing, though. It's like I wouldn't be it's like my thing is like I would never be hating like it's right. I wouldn't be hating so much on fucking Great if I didn't see that there was like potential for it to be better. Right? Like I think almost feel like the like show that we went to made it so much worse that they'll just went right back to being shit. Because if that show had been bad, then I would have just been like, yeah, of course they're bad. They have been bad for a while now. It's like, no, like they could be good, but they just refuse to be.
Yeah, I don't really get it. I mean, they've already locked up worst promotion in my mid-year awards, and I don't know if I can vote them for the whole year, though, because I'm not going to watch them anymore. I just can't take it. They're just so bad. So you guys have to pick up the mantle of Glate coverage on the network, because I'm done with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's very fair.
I took them off my fucking run sheets and everything. So, all right. So, folks, next week, John Bibbins will be back with me for the New Japan Wrestling Dontaku, the 2 shows, plus the 1 match from Saga, I guess. And then the All Japan Champion Carnival Night 7 and 8. The big Noah Ryogoku show. We'll finally cover Noah for the first time in a while. I kind of like dipped out of Noah. I just haven't been watching it lately. So, I'm going to give them a shot at Ryogoku. I just wasn't digging anything at all they were doing until before I stopped watching again recently. So give him a shot. I gave him a month off. I also have the Gambari Korakuen on here just to give it a shot. The Tokyo Joshi May 4th Korakuen, the DDT May 4th Korakuen with the King Gate first round, and the Actress Girls Korakuen. Gonna find a way to watch that. Gonna do some Actress Girls, even though that sounds bad. Gonna cover some Actress Girls, and then
oh god, that is some like bare bones promotion right there.
Yes.
You could just watch Marigold. It's the same thing.
Yeah. I'm going to give it a shot. I mean, Marigold doesn't even have any big shows or anything. They just have a bunch of spot shows. So we'll give Actress Girls a shot next week. I'm trying to remember the last time I watched an Actress Girls show. Might be like 2019 or something. But yeah, folks, you can follow. So check us out next week. We'll be covering all that. Although sometimes I give these rundowns and there's always something I don't get to. So, folks, you can follow us on Twitter at Omakase, Wrestling Would Not Fit. You can follow me on Blue Sky at Just1MB. And in the meantime, we will see you next time.
My name is Tyler Fornes, and I am one of the co-hosts of the Good, the Bad, and the Hungy AEW podcast here on the Voice of Wrestling Podcasting Network. We take a broad scope approach to the world of All Elite Wrestling and the entire universe of Tony Khan. We talk about the big matches, the big stars, the promos, the storylines. And we also look at it from a big picture perspective. How are things going to change over the course of the next 10 years with AEW still in the picture? How are companies like WWE going to adapt and adjust to AEW? Are they going to be a similar way like they did with WCW in the late 1990s? Will there be a counterpunch? We talk about all of that and more on The Good, the Bad, and the Hungy every week on the Voices of Wrestling Network.